The story opens on a hidden sect deep in the mountains, reached only by a long staircase, climbing to the peak, with white clouds drifting and birds circling like a true immortal realm. In one quiet corner under dappled sunlight, Qin Tian is still busy finishing the last patch of land. Suddenly, the system interface pops up, and the moment he sees the reward, his eyes light up as the self-transformation supreme art jumps straight to the 9th level, so he quickly checks how strong he has become. The status panel shows Qin Tian, over 20 years old, 3-star strength, 4-star speed, and a miserable on-star intelligence, with the self-transformation supreme art as his main technique and his realm at first layer of Ban Chung, making him glare at the system in frustration for such a half-hearted buff. Even though he complains, the power surging through his body makes him excited, and he knows the day he meets Jing Jie again is getting closer. Lost in thought, Qin Tian unconsciously hugs his hoe and strikes a strange pose that looks extremely easy to misunderstand. At that exact moment, a beautiful senior sister walks by, sees the scene, blushes instantly, and softly calls out to her junior brother, leaving Qin Tian frozen for a few seconds. When he realizes how awkward the situation looks, he panics and starts explaining with his hands flailing everywhere. But the senior sister only smiles gently, pats his head like a child, and sighs that her little junior has finally grown up, promising to visit him more often. Then she suddenly hugs Qin Tian tightly and presses his head into her chest, leaving him completely petrified, face red, barely able to breathe from the critical hit. Feeling like even jumping into the Yellow River would not clear this misunderstanding, Qin Tian struggles free and hurriedly explains to Qing Ming that it is not what she thinks. Sadly, the beauty has no interest in listening, gently place a finger on his lips and saying she already understands everything. She turns and walks away gracefully, teasing that since Zhangjian Peak only has Qin Tian living there all year, feeling lonely at night and having certain needs is only natural. It takes Qin Tian a while to recover before he shouts after her, asking what she actually came for today. Hearing that, Qing Ming remembers her real purpose and turns serious, saying today is the day Gu Lun Sword Sect opens its disciple recruitment ceremony. By the sect master's order, all peak masters must attend, and as she pulls Qin Tian along, she scolds him for not taking in a single disciple since Jiang left, angering the sect master, while Qin Tian can only sigh and reluctantly agree to go take a look. After that, Qin Tian rushes inside to change clothes and tells her to wait outside, immediately blocking the door when Qing Ming tries to follow in out of curiosity. At the same time, shocking news spreads that the Holy Maiden has secretly hidden herself inside Gu Lun's sword sect. Knowing they cannot handle this alone, those people decide to retreat for now and return to the demon sect to report to their superiors. Meanwhile, the recruitment square of Gu Lun's sword sect is packed with people, looking like a sea of heads from above and buzzing with excitement. Sitting at the center of the high platform is Mo Wen Tian, the imposing sect master of Gu Lun's sword sect. But her presence is quickly overshadowed when Qin Tian appears in elegant robes, walking calmly, yet drawing all attention the moment he steps out. As soon as Qin Tian shows up, the entire square erupts, with female disciples swooning over his looks and refined aura, while male disciples grit their teeth in jealousy, seeing him as just a mere spirit movement realm cultivator who became peak master only because of Jiang Jingyun, and ever since Jiang left Dongzhou to pursue a higher realm, Zhangjian Peak has lost its former glory. While others bring secret manuals to study, Qin Tian is holding a book with a totally shameless title about 1,000 ways to ignore the world, making Mo Wen Tian's veins pop in anger. She finally snaps and kicks Qin Tian straight in the head, furious that a peak master spends his days farming and raising birds, while staying stuck at the spirit movement realm. Qin Tian rubs his head and looks up innocently, mumbling that it was the sect master who told him to come. That answer only fuels Mo Wen Tian's rage, and she even grabs a whip, looking ready to properly discipline this lazy disciple. Luckily, the senior sister from earlier steps in just in time, gently blocking her and pushing the whip aside to shield Qin Tian. She calmly reminds everyone that Jiang was the only Saint Realm venerable the sect had in thousands of years, and if she chose Qin Tian, there must be a reason, which makes Mo Wen Tian back off, while still glaring at his indecent sitting posture. Meanwhile, Qin Tian just happens to sit at an angle that drives countless male disciples below into jealous fury. In their minds, only one thought remains. Does being handsome really come with privileges, when even one of the 6 half-saints of Dongzhou and one of the top 3 beauties are taking his side? Among the long line of participants, a girl with an icy aura slowly steps forward. Seeing the moment arrive, Mo Wen Tian waves her hand and officially announces the start of the trial. The crowd quickly lines up and moves toward the crystal sphere used to test talent. Those who pass beam with joy, while those who fail can only leave in regret. Right then, the elder in charge calls out the next name, An Miao Ling. The moment her name is spoken, every gaze locks onto the girl walking out. From her flawless face to her perfect figure, An Miao Ling instantly becomes the center of attention, praised as a fairy descended to earth, her cold aura only making her more captivating. A few young men boldly claim she belongs to them, only to be smacked by their friends and told to wake up. In contrast to the chaos, An Miao Ling stays calm, walking forward and placing her hand on the crystal ball. In the next second, a brilliant blue light erupts violently. From within the glow, the massive silhouette of an ice phoenix forms and lets out a cry that echoes across the square. Mo Wentian is the first to react, jumping up in shock as she recognizes the legendary Ice Phoenix bloodline, while the other peak masters stand in awe and only Qin Tian remains seated, slightly intrigued. Faced with An Miao Ling's terrifying talent, countless elders rush down to surround her, afraid of losing her if they hesitate. Mo Wentian takes the lead and directly offers to accept her as a direct disciple. Yet An Miao Ling remains cold and silent, thinking it over without responding. Seeing the sect master ignored, the other peak master's eyes light up, realizing their chance has come. Invitations fly everywhere, as one boasts about the strongest sword path of Tianjian Peak, another promotes the domineering Wind Thunder Sword of Yulei Peak, and even the Alchemy Peak promises endless resources, turning the scene into total chaos. Since An Miao Ling still does not decide, Mo Wentian adds that she may choose any peak she likes, and the sect will not treat her unfairly in resources. Then something no one expects happens, as An Miao Ling suddenly lifts her head and looks straight at the lazily seated Qin Tian. Even Qin Tian pauses in surprise under the beauty's intense gaze. Without hesitation, An Miao Ling points at him and declares she wants to join Zhangjian Peak. The entire square freezes, and Qin Tian stares at himself in disbelief, like he was just watching drama and suddenly got dragged into it. In truth, An Miao Ling's identity is far from simple, because in her previous life she was the ruthless empress who shook the world, only to be ambushed and killed by 3 Emperor Realm experts. After being reborn, she ends up as a furnace slave of the demon sect, a fate that could not be more miserable. Escaping from that nightmare, she hides inside Gulun Sword Sect, planning to choose a master as weak and easy to control as possible. And in her eyes, Qin Tian looks like the perfect useless target. And Miao Ling has already calculated everything, as long as she hides her identity and cultivates the supreme. Forgetting a motion record from her past life, she will return to the Emperor Realm and make every enemy pay. The moment memories of her past life surface, she clutches her head and forces herself to calm the chaotic thoughts. Meanwhile, Qin Tian, who somehow just accepted a stunning beauty as his disciple, is leading her back to his residence. But the second they step inside, An Miao Ling freezes, because the place is covered in dust and spider webs like an abandoned house. Qin Tian stays calm and casually points at the room, saying it matches her aura, leaving An Miao Ling speechless as she silently curses how he lives worse than a pig. She brushes the table lightly, and a cloud of dust explodes into the air, making her cough non-stop. Seeing that, Qin Tian naturally walks closer as if to help. Then his hand lightly touches An Miao Ling's cheek, making her freeze instantly. She jumps back and covers her face in shock, thinking to herself that the great empress just got taken advantage of. Only then does Qin Tian calmly explain there was dust on her face, and he simply wiped it off, asking why she reacted so strongly. Even after the explanation, An Miao Ling immediately keeps her distance from this strange master. Her eyes grow misty, looking extremely wronged. Qin Tian notices none of it, and continues lecturing about the basic rules of Zhangjian Peak. While covering her face in anger, An Miao Ling grits her teeth, thinking even Emperor Realm experts once feared her gaze, yet this man dared touch her. Qin Tian adds that he is busy farming and may not guide her often, and An Miao Ling darkly wonders which hand touched her, planning to cut it off once she recovers her strength. After dusting off his hands, Qin Tian casually mentions he might assign her some small chores from time to time. That only makes An Miao Ling angrier, and since she cannot remember which hand it was, she decides she might as well cut off both in the future. Seeing no response, Qin Tian finally asks if she agrees to these rules. To stay hidden in Gulun Sword Sect, An Miao Ling suppresses her anger and formally bows as his disciple, while Qin Tian feels the atmosphere is strangely intense, and she secretly keeps thinking about his 2 hands. The moment he officially accepts this reincarnated empress, the system floods him with massive rewards, upgrading all martial skills by 1 level, and granting the top-grade Emperor Weapon Bing Li Sword. Along with the supreme sword art, myriad swords return to origin, making him realize his disciple is truly a reborn empress. His shock lasts only seconds before his eyes shine like he found treasure, and looking at the hand that touched her earlier, he grins widely at this huge profit. Seeing her master suddenly smiling suspiciously, Miao Ling frowns and cautiously calls out, "Shizun." Hearing his disciple speak, Qin Tian instantly switches to a serious expression and clears his throat like a true expert. He then flips his hand and summons a breathtaking long sword, presenting it to Miao Ling as her disciple gift. At first, Miao Ling does not care, thinking a mere spirit movement cultivator could not possibly own anything valuable. But the moment the sword appears, her expression changes, and when she grips it, she feels its spirit resonate with her. After only a few seconds, she confirms a shocking truth: this is a genuine top-grade Emperor weapon. She can barely believe it and stammers, asking if he truly intends to give it to her, while Qin Tian casually replies that the sword is just average. That answer nearly makes Miao Ling flip the table, because calling such a treasure average is pure shameless flaunting. In this world, everything from cultivation techniques to spirit weapons is ranked as Huang, Xuan, Earth, Heaven, Emperor, and Supreme. Each rank is further divided into low, mid, high, and top grade. In her previous life, Miao Ling was dragged into disaster and killed just for fighting over a low-grade Emperor weapon. That is why she understands better than anyone how terrifying the value of the sword before her is, and she seriously asks Qin Tian why he treats a stranger like her so well. Qin Tian casually replies that giving a greeting gift to a disciple is perfectly normal, and although it sounds reasonable, Miao Ling still feels something is off. Before she can think further, Qin Tian suddenly reaches out to take the sword back and says if she does not want it, he will give her a pair of old socks instead, making her instantly hug the Emperor weapon tight and refuse without hesitation. And Miao Ling then decides to bind the sword to herself, biting her fingertip while staring at it with complicated emotions, still unable to believe this is just a simple gift. Even without understanding it, she chooses to claim it first and think later, letting a drop of blood fall onto the blade. In that instant, the Bing Li sword erupts with terrifying spiritual power, and Miao Ling's expression changes as she realizes something is wrong. The overwhelming aura shoots straight into the sky above Gu Lun's sword sect, forming a shocking heavenly phenomenon. Such a massive disturbance immediately alarms Mo Wentian. Even in a distant place, an ancient existence slowly opens its eyes toward Gu Lun's sword sect before closing them again. Not only that, but the demon sect master also senses the fluctuation and reveals an interested smile. He softly says that once he leaves seclusion, he will personally visit Gu Lun's sword sect. Realizing things are about to spiral out of control, Qin Tian flashes forward and waves his hand, instantly suppressing the phenomenon caused by the Emperor weapon. In a blink, the sky returns to normal, clouds dispersing as if nothing ever happened. Seeing his disciple still stunned, Qin Tian casually tells her to stop playing around because the sect master is coming. And Miao Ling is still shaken, because with just one move, Qin Tian erased a heaven-shaking phenomenon. After speaking, Qin Tian turns and walks outside, telling her to follow. The moment they step out, they see Mo Wentian floating in midair, and both quickly bow in greeting. She lands swiftly and walks straight toward Qin Tian. Lifting his chin with suspicion, like interrogating a criminal, she makes Qin Tian instantly switch to an innocent face and sweetly call her sect master sister. Without wasting time, Mo Wentian asks if the phenomenon was caused by them, and Qin Tian laughs awkwardly, saying two spirit movement cultivators could not possibly create such a scene. Still doubtful, she turns to Miao Ling, who obediently nods in agreement, while Qin Tian remains calm as if it was no big deal. The moment he finishes speaking, he gets a hard knock on the head as Mo Wentian warns that such phenomena could bring huge trouble to the sect, and Qin Tian rubs his head while reciting a few Buddhist lines to calm her down. After giving her warning, Mo Wentian does not stay long and simply tells them to be careful before leaving. In a blink, her figure disappears, leaving only a faint afterimage in the air. Once they confirm she is gone, Miao Ling takes out the Emperor weapon again and softly calls its name, Bing Li sword. Holding it, her heart is filled with doubt, because someone casually giving a top-grade Emperor weapon is already absurd, let alone being able to trigger a heavenly phenomenon. Even more terrifying is that he suppressed that phenomenon with just a wave of his hand. And Miao Ling looks at Qin Tian with deeper confusion, unable to see through this master at all, while he calmly smooths his hair and poses like an untouchable expert. The next morning, a rooster crows, signaling the start of a new day. Somewhere in a special area, passionate shouts suddenly echo loudly. A group of golden eagles runs while chanting slogans, treating the morning as prime time for self-training. They believe that if they keep practicing every day, they will eventually escape the claws of that demon and earn a brighter future. But just as the flock is fired up, a giant hand suddenly grabs one golden eagle, and it can only let out a terrified scream. The bird struggles desperately and begs for mercy in pure fear. It cries while cursing the heartless demon, almost fainting as its feathers get plucked clean. Not long after, Qin Tian walks away carrying several fully plucked golden eagles, satisfied that the meat is firm and worthy of a 10,000 mountain delicacy, and today An Miao Ling is in for a feast. In another part of the bamboo forest, An Miao Ling is focused on practicing her sword. She slowly senses the world around her, draws the Bing Li sword, and begins comprehending the ice sword intent. Before long, her eyes snap open, and her battle intent surges fiercely. Sharp sword strikes tear through the air, one after another, making the space around her tremble. Yet after a long session, An Miao Ling sighs softly, because even with memories of her past life, grasping sword intent is harder than expected. Right then, Qin Tian's voice echoes from afar as he holds a wok and loudly calls that it is time to eat, and An Miao Ling coldly replies with just 2 words, not eating. The moment she finishes, Qin Tian appears in front of her like a ghost, holding the wok and blocking her path. In a tone that allows no refusal, he declares she must eat, and this truly shocks her since she did not sense his approach at all. Qin Tian bluntly states that his rules are the rules, leaving An Miao Ling no choice but to follow him back to the table. But the second she sits down, the aroma from the dishes immediately draws her in. With just one light breath, she is secretly stunned, because the scent alone feels enough to melt a person. Qin Tian then grins slyly and brings out a steaming pot of soup, announcing the final main dish, and that suspicious smile makes her roll her eyes. He quickly serves her a bowl and confidently says that after this meal, she might directly step into the first layer of the golden body realm. Hearing that, An Miao Ling looks at him like questioning reality, cautiously taking the bowl and even asking if her master has lost his mind. In the current cultivation system, realms range from mortal shedding, transcendent, spirit movement, golden body, creation, half-saint, clear realm, all the way to emperor realm, each divided into smaller layers. Holding the bowl, she gently blows on it and thinks breaking through a realm is not as simple as eating a meal. Still, she takes a small sip. The instant the soup enters her body, her expression changes drastically, eyes wide in shock as the bowl slips from her hand and shatters. Meanwhile, Qin Tian stays strangely calm, stroking his chin as if he predicted everything. Inside An Miao Ling's body, a terrifying transformation is happening as scorching energy surges through her meridians. The spiritual power flows many times faster than normal, as if her entire body is being rebuilt from scratch. She trembles violently and grabs the table to stay upright, the swelling force pushing her close to her limit. Then a deep explosion echoes within her, and the shackles of her realm shatter instantly. And Miao Ling feels lighter than ever, her face flushed and lips curling unconsciously in satisfaction at the addictive sensation. She drops to her knees, sweat dotting her skin and making her aura even more alluring. Yet what shocks her most is that she truly broke through. Qin Tian, however, stands at a perfect angle, quietly taking in the entire scene. Only after a moment does he cough lightly and pretend to be saying that if he claims he can help her break through, he definitely can, since this soup is made from the 3-legged golden eagle king. The moment she hears those words, An Miao Ling whips her head toward him in disbelief and asks if he really stewed that ferocious beast into soup. Her suspicion toward this master grows stronger, because he cannot possibly be just a simple spirit movement cultivator. Qin Tian pays no attention to her gaze, and instead feels proud of his cooking skills, even thinking he is close to the legendary glowing dish level. After calming down, An Miao Ling slowly walks toward Qin Tian, her lips parted, like she was about to ask something important. But before she could speak, Qin Tian blocked her mouth with his chopsticks and gave a mysterious smile, saying everyone should keep a few secrets. He has his and she has hers. That line made An Miao Ling's heart skip a beat. Did he already figure out her true identity? After finishing the meal, Qin Tian calmly put down his chopsticks, stood up, and teased her to finish the rest. Before leaving, he casually assigned An Miao Ling the task of cleaning the table. Left behind, she puffed up in anger, swearing she would chop off his hands one day for taking advantage of her again and again. After that nutritious breakfast, Qin Tian set off to find more heavenly treasures for his disciple, heading into a land thick with demonic energy. The moment he stepped in, a massive dragon foot slammed down, and an angry roar demanded to know who he was. Beside the Dragon King stood 2 more Demon Kings, accusing Qin Tian of hunting their beasts daily, while a female Demon King shamelessly invited him to stay and drink all night. Facing 3 Demon Kings, Qin Tian looked like he was out for a stroll, saying the captured beasts were well fed and the drinking could wait. Then he got straight to the point. He came to borrow some Demon Emperor blood essence, the more the better. The female Demon King was even more intrigued, but the demon monkey beside her shouted for her to wake up. This man was here to slaughter them. The hot-tempered Dragon King couldn't hold back and charged with his spear, aiming to crush Qin Tian instantly. The demon monkey followed right behind, swinging his iron staff in coordination. With two demon kings rushing him, Qin Tian's eyes turned calm and confident. If they wouldn't lend it, he would just take it. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a simple punch. A loud boom echoed as the demon monkey was blasted away, and Qin Tian casually picked his ear like it was nothing. He then looked at the other two, and told them to attack together, to save time. Realizing he wasn't simple, the Dragon King proposed a combined ultimate move, and the female Demon King agreed with a reluctant smile. In an instant, they unleashed a terrifying joint attack called Wind Thunder Fusion, Thunder Myriad Force, and a violent wave surged toward Qin Tian. Even as the pressure closed in, Qin Tian stood still without any intention of dodging. Only when the attack was about to hit did he slowly speak. "So you're using a fusion technique. What a coincidence, I know a bit of that too." He closed his eyes and formed seals, spiritual power pouring into the ground as he summoned the White Tiger 4 symbols, Lesser Yin formation. At the same time, sword intent around him condensed to an extreme level. Countless golden swords appeared behind Qin Tian, and in the next second thousands of blades shot straight at the two demon kings. The female demon king turned pale, trembling as she muttered, "How was this even possible?" As expected, both demon kings were blasted across the ground, leaving deep cracks that showed the terrifying power. They lay there motionless, completely unable to continue fighting. Just as Qin Tian was posing coolly, he suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he muttered in confusion. Hadn't Miaoling started missing him after only a few days? After collecting the blood essence, Qin Tian returned to Hidden Sword Peak, bragging that he had shown mercy or they would be finished. That night at Hidden Sword Peak, the quiet atmosphere was shattered by a massive explosion. Even the black cat sleeping on a tree was startled awake. Hearing the noise, Miaoling quickly stepped out to check. She looked toward the alchemy room, wondering if her master had really returned. But when she arrived, the alchemy room was almost completely destroyed. Qin Tian crawled out of the rubble, face covered in soot, coughing non-stop like a total workplace accident. At some point, Miaoling was already standing behind him, staring helplessly as he caused chaos the moment he returned. She asked suspiciously, "Don't tell me, you're the one who blew up the alchemy room." Hearing her voice, Qin Tian turned around with a bright smile. "Miaoling, you came at the perfect time." He quickly took out a still warm pill and urged her to take it now, saying he refined it just for her. And Miaoling looked at the pill in confusion. What exactly is this? But the moment she sensed its aura, her eyes widened in shock. This is a Demon Emperor pill? And it's heaven-grade top quality. Even in her previous life, she couldn't easily obtain something like this. Watching Qin Tian quietly wipe the soot off his face, her gaze turned complicated, so he disappeared these days because of her. After cleaning up, Qin Tian grinned and asked why she hadn't taken it yet. Was she afraid it would taste bitter? And Miaoling pouted and pointed at the ruins, saying before worrying about taste, "This place is not suitable for taking a pill." Right then, the alchemy room signboard crashed to the ground, startling Qin Tian. He gave an awkward laugh, admitting it did seem a bit inappropriate. Soon the night returned to silence. And Miaoling went back to her room and swallowed the Demon Emperor pill. Qin Tian sat beside her to help refine the medicinal power. The moment it activated, her body burned like fire, and pain showed clearly on her face. Qin Tian kept channeling spiritual power to stabilize her, thinking her bloodline might awaken further this time. But before he could react, the situation flipped and Qin Tian was suddenly pinned onto the bed by Miaoling. The atmosphere turned dangerous, and the one in control was his disciple. It seemed the pill's side effects had kicked in. Her face flushed red as she stared at him with hazy eyes and whispered, "Master, I want." Qin Tian's face went pale, Miaoling, "Don't tell me you mean." Before he could finish, she sealed his lips, and the room filled with ambiguous sounds. In that moment, Qin Tian could only think that as a transmigrator with a heaven-defying system, this was somehow the greatest crisis of his life. And Miaoling pressed closer and closer, giving him no chance to escape, and Qin Tian truly started to panic, trying to make her wake up. Sadly, his words were useless as she clung to him, and boldly declared she had to do that with her master. She even lost control enough to lightly lick his skin, completely drawn by his scent. Held so tightly he couldn't move, Qin Tian screamed inside, "This Demon Emperor pill side effect is insane." After forcing himself to calm down, he reminded himself to stay righteous. He tried to justify that he was only guiding the power inside her, to help her bloodline awaken, but she hugged him even tighter and demanded to be held. Not long after, a sharp scream suddenly echoed in the room. Qin Tian covered his face with a bite mark clearly on his cheek, complaining about why she loved biting people, while Miaoling just giggled. At the same time, her bloodline began to undergo a huge transformation. A massive ice phoenix phantom appeared in the sky with overwhelming imperial aura, making Qin Tian feel proud of her breakthrough. Just then, the system notified that the rare sign in rate had surged to 60%, and Qin Tian nodded in satisfaction. This trip was worth it. He even staged a dramatic scene in his head, acting like he had sacrificed his youth, thinking his priceless purity had not been wasted. Looking at Miaoling sleeping peacefully in his arms, he poked her soft cheek and muttered that she probably fainted from the bloodline awakening reaction. The room soon fell into deep silence. Only the sound of breathing remained. Qin Tian patiently drank tea beside her until her lashes trembled, and as she woke up blushing, he quickly declared in a serious tone that her master is a righteous man, and everything earlier was initiated by her. Setting down his teacup, he even put on a wise look and reminded her to keep some distance in the future. After all, they were a man and a woman, and also master and disciple. The moment he finished, Qin Tian vanished like the wind, leaving Miaoling frozen as she struggled to process what had just happened. Only after a long while did her memories slowly return, and that was when she realized she had done something incredibly embarrassing. In an instant, Miaoling's face turned red from her ears to her neck, and her emotions exploded from pure embarrassment and anger. Her furious shout echoed everywhere, "Master, get back here right now." But before the chase could even begin, someone hurried over and interrupted. Leading the group was Sect Master Mo Wentian, along with several Peak Masters. The moment he arrived, he immediately asked if her bloodline had awakened, and Miaoling nodded slightly. Hearing that, Mo Wentian's eyes lit up with excitement. A primordial ice phoenix bloodline? Incredible! The ancient scale sword sect is about to gain another Saint Realm expert. The Peak Masters immediately began discussing it. Some argued that Miaoling should no longer stay at Hidden Sword Peak, saying a talent like her was wasted under Qin Tian and needed a stronger master. Even Mo Wentian stroked his chin, finding some logic in that. But Miaoling suddenly cut them off with a cold voice. She firmly stated that her bloodline awakened because of her master. If anyone dared look down on him again, they could leave Hidden Sword Peak immediately. Her firm attitude left Mo Wentian and the others staring at each other in shock. Nobody understood what was going on. Had Qin Tian really bewitched this girl? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a young disciple came rushing over in panic. Seeing him, one Peak Master immediately scolded him for losing face for the sect. But the disciple was practically in tears, his face pale as he reported that the demon race was about to attack the ancient scale sword sect. Mo Wentian remained unusually calm and first told Miaoling and Qin Tian to stay inside. Meanwhile, the Peak Master who had been scolding the disciple turned pale as well and asked if it was true. The disciple could only nod frantically. Without wasting another second, Mo Wentian shot into the sky. He guessed the Ice Phoenix Phantom had alerted the demon race and caused this incident. Soon after, the sect's upper ranks were gathered to prepare for battle. Outside the ancient scale sword sect, all disciples received emergency assembly orders. Everyone looked up at the sky with nervous and confused expressions. High above, the roars grew louder and louder, followed by countless gigantic figures emerging from the clouds. Leading the demon army was an extremely imposing Dragon King. He had come because he sensed the aura of an ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline. The Dragon King's crimson eyes swept across the area before locking onto a target. That aura was definitely coming from here. Facing the sect, the Dragon King threw back his head and released a heaven-shaking roar, demanding that the owner of the Ice Phoenix bloodline be handed over immediately. He even threatened that if they refused, the entire ancient scale sword sect would be drenched in blood today. The pressure from the Dragon King alone created terrifying winds that swept across the sect. Weaker disciples were forced backward, shocked by his overwhelming presence. The Dragon King's roar also affected Miaoling. She steadied herself and quickly recognized the aura as belonging to the Flood Dragon royal clan. Strangely, it felt oddly familiar, as if resonating with something inside her. After thinking for a moment, Miaoling immediately understood. The aura inside the Demon Emperor pill was exactly the same as that Flood Dragon. The pill contained dragon blood, and when that dragon blood clashed with the phoenix blood inside her, it forced her deepest hidden emotions to surface. That was why she lost control back then. As the realization hit her, the blurry memories from the Demon Emperor pill's backlash flooded back, making her even more embarrassed. Without another thought, she rushed straight to Qin Tian's room and kicked the door open, blushing as she shouted if he had done it on purpose. But the only answer was an empty room with nobody inside. Grinding her teeth, Miaoling muttered, "Where did that guy run off to this time?" Meanwhile, facing the Dragon King's aggressive pressure, Mo Wentian showed no fear at all. He stepped forward with icy eyes and mocked, "Just a Flood Dragon Demon Emperor and you dare act so arrogant?" The moment he finished, he slashed out with his sword and sneered, "Where did that big momentum of yours go?" The Dragon King reacted instantly and blocked with his weapon. The violent clash sent shockwaves that forced both of them back. Mo Wentian let out a cold laugh. "With that little strength you think you can flatten the ancient scale sword sect." But the Dragon King remained calm and roared proudly, "Alone I may not be enough." Then he revealed his trump card. "What if you add Qingpeng and Mi Ho? 3 demon emperors together are enough to crush you. They'll be here in 5 minutes. When that happens, how will you protect this sect alone?" Hearing that, Mo Wentian's expression darkened. He didn't expect more demon emperor reinforcements. At the same time elsewhere, Miho was chasing Qingpeng while complaining that he was still reading Chaos Sword God during recovery. Miho was furious, saying focus on healings instead of novels. Now they're late. Qingpeng argued he thought finishing 1 chapter wouldn't delay them. Right then, Qin Tian suddenly appeared in the sky with a relaxed posture. Standing on a massive floating claw, he casually announced, "Contestant number 78 entering the stage. Target locked on the 2 ahead." After that, a harmless-looking paper airplane shot forward like an arrow straight at Qingpeng and Miho. Miho pointed at it in confusion and asked Qingpeng if it was his new toy since it had been following them. Qingpeng quickly denied it, thinking Miho was joking. Before they could react, the paper airplane began emitting a terrifying fluctuation. Miho sensed it and immediately shouted for caution. In the next second, it exploded mid-air, lighting up the sky with a massive blast. The 2 demon emperors were caught in the explosion and struggled to stand back up. Miho asked if Qingpeng was all right, while Qingpeng gritted his teeth. Not dead, but what the hell was that thing? Before they could recover, Qingpeng looked ahead and froze again. Another flying object appeared, this time a giant pot. Yes, Qin Tian was calmly sitting cross-legged on a massive floating pot, smiling gently as he said, "This road is closed. You 2 should head back where you came from." The moment Miho saw him, he stuttered in fear. Qingpeng recognized the guy who beat them badly last time, and his eyes filled with hatred. Seeing Qin Tian here, Miho instantly understood. He asked pale-faced if Qin Tian was from the ancient scale sword sect. Qin Tian clapped and praised him for guessing right, full of sarcasm. Facing this monster, the 2 demon emperors lost all will to fight and turned to flee. Miho even apologized while running. Qin Tian stayed seated on the pot and called out, "Why run before receiving your reward?" Then he directly used the Great Transformation Freedom Art, Dragon Form. A massive hand descended from the sky with terrifying pressure, crushing down on Miho and Qingpeng and scaring them out of their minds. The giant hand easily grabbed both demon emperors and slammed them into the ground. No surprise, the 2 famous demons were flattened in a single move. Looking down from above, Qin Tian curled his lips in disdain. Still as weak as ever, can't even take 1 move. Meanwhile, at the main gate of the ancient scale sword sect, the Dragon King and Mo Wentian were still locked in a tense standoff. After a long stalemate, Mo Wentian spoke first, mocking that half an hour had passed and the reinforcements still hadn't shown up. "Seems your allies aren't reliable." The Dragon King was furious, but could only grit his teeth and order the demon army to retreat. So the demon army that arrived so arrogantly left with their tails between their legs. The Dragon King silently blamed his absent allies, already planning to settle the score, while the disciples below were still in shock, some unable to believe they had just survived. Only after the demon army completely disappeared did cheers erupt everywhere. Everyone praised Mo Wentian, but he barely cared. His mind was already on the fact that the demon race from the barbaric mountain range had noticed an meowling, and it was time to visit that person in the back mountain. Meanwhile, the Dragon King flew away in rage, cursing his 2 absent allies non-stop. A small frog even ran up with tea to flatter him, saying, "Please calm down, my lord." But the Dragon King was furious and grabbed the frog's cheeks, roaring that if those 2 had been strong enough to stall Mo Wentian, they wouldn't have retreated so miserably. Elsewhere, Qin Tian was leisurely flying back, while thinking only about dinner. It had been a while since he ate beast meat, so tonight he decided on braised beast with green pepper. Just thinking about it made him hungry. The next morning, Qin Tian was still sleeping like the dead when sunlight suddenly hit his face and woke him up. He frowned and muttered, "Why is the light so blinding?" A few seconds later, he jolted up like struck by lightning. His room usually only saw sunset, so where did morning sun come from? That was when he realized he had slept through an entire day. Without a meowling waking him up for training, he overslept completely. Her usual voice echoed in his head, "Master, wake up, it's already morning." Thinking about being pushed to train for a whole month, Qin Tian was almost moved to tears. Finally, his peaceful life had returned. So he happily went off to hunt the unlucky beast for celebration, shouting for it not to run. Time quickly passed until dusk. In the quiet bamboo forest, and Myaoling sat alone focusing on cultivation. strange red threads wrapped around her body. She looked up at the sky thoughtfully, giving off a completely different aura than before. Just then, Qin Tian suddenly appeared and curiously tugged at the red threads, grinning as he invited her to dinner. But Miaoling coldly refused, saying she didn't need to eat. Noticing her strange attitude, Qin Tian stepped closer and joked, "You used to be an ice beauty. Now you've changed style again?" She calmly replied, "Don't touch me. This is just a side effect of cultivating the supreme forgetting emotion art." Hearing that technique name, Qin Tian immediately fell into deep thought as if recalling something important. A memory surfaced. The supreme forgetting emotion art was extremely special and could lead to the Emperor realm, but its path revolved around emotion. After understanding, Qin Tian lightly knocked her on the head and said she had completely misunderstood. He switched into lecture mode. Supreme, forgetting emotion, doesn't mean becoming heartless. It means understanding emotion without being bound by it. True freedom and ease is the real meaning. Hearing this, Miaoling seemed enlightened and muttered that she had been wrong. Then Qin Tian took a technique called heart sword art and said neither absolute ruthlessness nor blind affection suited her. As a sword cultivator, she should follow her own heart. He even advertised that it could cultivate straight to the supreme realm, then shamelessly held up 2 fingers and quoted a price of 200 coins. Hearing supreme realm, Miaoling was shocked and asked if that was above the emperor realm. Qin Tian simply smiled and nodded. The moment she heard that, she stuffed money into his hand and snatched the manual like she feared losing it. Qin Tian grinned widely, thinking he found a rich client. But when he looked at the money, his face froze. Instead of 200, there were only 2 lonely coins in his palm. Meanwhile, Miaoling trembled with excitement. Something she never achieved in her previous life was now easily in her hands. Even so, she quickly calmed down and turned to him, softly calling out, "Master." While Qin Tian was still stunned over the 2-coin scam, Miaoling suddenly gave him a bright and adorable smile and gently thanked him. Her radiant smile froze Qin Tian for a few seconds. In his heart, he sighed that maybe spending a little money like that was actually worth it. The next morning, as soon as he woke up, Qin Tian dragged Miaoling back to training to clear the leftover effects of the supreme forgetfulness art. While they were cultivating, a young girl flew in from afar on a flying artifact. The moment she landed, she happily waved at Qin Tian, but he quickly put a finger to his lips, signaling her to stay quiet. The delicate-looking girl curiously asked what everyone was doing. She was Yanqing Ti, Mo Wentian's direct disciple. Qin Tian casually said Miaoling's old technique had issues, so she had to switch paths. Hearing that, Yanqing Ti immediately asked if Miaoling was okay. Qin Tian's expression turned confident. With a sly grin, he said that thanks to his help, Miaoling had switched to an even stronger cultivation method. Yanqing Ti gave him a thumbs up, praising him as expected of little martial uncle. Soon enough, while Miaoling tried to focus, the smell of roasted food kept drifting over. On top of that, the 2 of them chatted non-stop about how great the roasted sweet potatoes were, and how amazing little martial uncle was. In the end, Miaoling snapped and shouted for them to stop. She angrily told them to move somewhere else since she was cultivating. Meanwhile, Qin Tian and Yanqing Ti were already stuffed, rubbing their bellies, as Qin Tian suddenly asked if she understood his true intention. His aura shifted instantly. Qin Tian turned serious and said a cultivator must stay calm in the face of temptation. Only by resisting distractions can one go far on the path of Tao. He concluded that everything just now was to train her mental state. Yanqing Ti nodded along, like it made perfect sense. Miaoling looked at them with clear suspicion. But Qin Tian kept going, even using food as an example, saying delicious dishes get cold if you don't eat them fast. Just as he was getting carried away, he saw Miaoling slowly draw her sword with a dangerous smile. Qin Tian broke into cold sweat and asked what she was doing. She coldly replied that today she would commit the ultimate act of rebellion. And just like that, a chase began. Miaoling ran after him with her sword, yelling about killing her master, while Qin Tian fled for his life. Yanqing Ti followed behind, screaming that his disciple was way too fierce. That night, Qin Tian sat alone under the moon drinking wine, and calmly said a guest had arrived. Soon after, a Monkey King appeared before him. The Monkey King stared at Qin Tian with firm resolve. Qin Tian remained relaxed, sipping wine and saying he should never have come here. Without another word, the Monkey King swung his staff and attacked. After a fierce clash, he was ultimately blasted away and crashed onto the ground. After defeating him, Qin Tian slowly landed and casually picked up the wine jar nearby. The Monkey King immediately roared in anger, shouting that it was his wine and telling him to put it down. Qin Tian calmly stuck a paper with his name on the jar and seriously declared that since his name was on it, it now belonged to him. The Monkey King gritted his teeth in rage, but could do nothing at all. Not stopping there, Qin Tian even pulled out a bag and packed up all the wine, muttering that he would bring it back to drink with Miaoling. While flying back on his claw, he opened the system to check his accumulated rewards. The results made him ecstatic. The Great Freedom Art reached level 11, the Eternal Indestructible Body hit level 1, and he gained a space-time token to summon a spirit body in danger. In his excitement, he howled across the sky. At the bamboo forest of Hidden Sword Peak, Yan Qingti tightly hugged and Miaoling in excitement. She whispered that after 10 years of stagnation, she had finally grasped sword intent, all thanks to Miaoling. And Miaoling softly replied that she also gained a lot from cultivating together. Hearing that, Yan Qingti hugged her even tighter, apologized for her past misunderstanding, called Qin Tian a bad guy, and praised Miaoling for being both beautiful and adorable. As night grew late, Yan Qingti waved goodbye, saying she had to report the good news to her master, and Miaoling smiled and waved back. After seeing Yan Qingti off, and Miaoling stretched and muttered that after training all day, she was covered in dust and needed a bath. With that thought, she headed toward the nearby stream. The moment she soaked into the water, her whole body relaxed, and she sighed at how comfortable it felt. The surroundings were strangely quiet, almost suspiciously so, and Miaoling pursed her lips, knowing that by the usual script, someone would show up right about now. And right on cue, Qin Tian popped his head out of the bushes, shouting that he had prepared a Latinite feast and she should hurry over. At this point, nonsense like this happened so often she barely reacted. Same old trick, dragging her off to eat every single time. And Miaoling flushed in anger and embarrassment, while Qin Tian shamelessly admitted he did it on purpose. With a sly grin, he bragged about digging up an 800-year-old jar of monkey wine and urged her to change quickly. He claimed he would not peek, but his face said otherwise. Before he could say more, a towel smacked straight into his face, and he was kicked out on the spot. Night soon blanketed the area. Qin Tian sat outside, sounding like an old father raising a grown daughter. When Miaoling stepped out in new clothes, she caught his weird smile and asked what nonsense he was thinking now. Honestly, the new outfit elevated her aura completely. She looked stunning. Qin Tian stared so hard he almost got a nosebleed and blurted that the outfit suited her beyond imagination. But Miaoling felt uncomfortable. It looked great, yet certain parts were way too tight. She complained that he must have bought the wrong size, because the chest area was suffocating. The moment she finished speaking, a loud pop rang out as a button burst open. Qin Tian froze for a few seconds and instinctively said something extremely improper, totally failing the beauty test. He then hurriedly begged her to calm down and not silence him permanently over this. The next morning, as usual, Qin Tian woke up early to prepare breakfast. After eating, Miaoling praised his cooking skills, and he happily told her to eat more if she liked it. But suddenly Qin Tian's face turned serious, sensing something. When she asked, he said people from Penglai had arrived at Kunlun again, and it did not seem good. The master and disciple immediately decided to head to the main peak to check the situation. By the time they arrived, the martial arena of Kunlun's main peak was already packed with people. Mo Wentian stood beside an old man and questioned why Penglai elders had been challenging young talents everywhere lately. The old man smiled, saying Bai Xiaohua had hit a bottleneck and wanted sparring to seek a breakthrough. They also said this visit to Kunlun was mainly to see the rumored ancient bloodline holder with their own eyes. With her experience as sect master, Mo Wentian knew they had other motives. She calmly replied that Miaoling was in closed-door cultivation, while the Penglai elder pretended to look regretful. Soon the matches between Penglai and Kunlun disciples began. On the stage stood a white-haired youth named Bai Xiaohua, arms crossed, looking arrogant and impatient. Opposite him was Xuan Lei, son of the Thunder Peak Master. Lightning surged around him as he declared his opponent would regret letting him finish the thunder summoning art. With that, he stomped the ground and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Xuan Lei threw a powerful punch and mocked that Bai Xiaohua better not cry for his mother later. Yet Bai Xiaohua remained frighteningly calm. He simply raised one finger and unleashed the mid-year heaven-grade martial skill. One sword stabilizes mountains and rivers, with clear disdain. In an instant, Xuan Lei was blasted straight off the stage. The entire crowd was stunned. No one expected the fight to end in a single move. Even the Thunder Peak Master's face changed, while others stood there confused, unable to see what had just happened. After the victory, Bai Xiaohua grew even more arrogant, loudly mocking his opponent and driving the Thunder Peak Master red with rage, while pretending to apologize as he belittled Kunlun's strength. Not stopping there, he licked his lips and scanned the Kunlun disciples below like he was picking his next prey. He pointed at them one by one, arrogantly asking who was worthy to fight him. When no one answered, Bai Xiaohua let out a mocking laugh, clearly looking down on all of Kunlun. Seeing morale hit rock bottom, Yan Qingti stepped forward and asked to fight. If he kept humiliating them, Kunlun's spirit would be crushed. Mo Wentian nodded but told her to be careful. Before stepping onto the stage, Yan Qingti suggested calling and miaoling as well. Mo Wentian was confused, thinking the girl was still too inexperienced. But Yan Qingti said her master had no idea what was really going on. She revealed that under little martial uncle's guidance, An Miaoling had already grasped sword intent. Even she herself had reached the realm of having a sword in her heart without holding one. Mo Wentian was stunned. Qin Tian teaching sword Dao was shocking enough, but helping An Miaoling comprehend sword intent was unbelievable. Yan Qingti answered firmly, swearing every word was true. Only then did Mo Wentian realize why Qin Tian always felt unpredictable. He had been hiding his strength all along. Even the Penglai elder nearby was secretly surprised. Not wanting to keep him waiting, Yan Qingti stepped onto the stage to accept the challenge. Bai Xiaohua turned and smiled confidently at her. He raised one finger and proposed a high-stakes bet. Since Kunlun's senior sister was fighting, they should wager a slot to enter the carefree secret realm. His voice echoed across the arena. If she won, Penglei's slot would go to Kunlun. If she lost, Kunlun must hand one over. Mo Wentian immediately realized this was their true goal. Yan Qingti did not agree right away and looked at her master. At that moment, a voice transmission told her to accept, so she nodded. Bai Xiaohua slowly lifted his sword and pointed it at Yan Qingti, his eyes burning with battle intent. Without wasting words, Yan Qingti attacked first. Bai Xiaohua countered with sword intent as well. When she unleashed her clear wind sword intent, he was visibly surprised and finally grew serious. After several fierce exchanges, Bai Xiaohua lost patience and decided to go all out, claiming he would show her a higher realm. He declared that the next level of sword intent was complete fusion with sword techniques. Then he unleashed a heightier heaven-grade sword skill. The moment the Gale sword appeared, the entire stage was swallowed by a terrifying storm of sword energy. Yan Qingti could not withstand it and was blasted away. Even her sword was knocked from her hand. Blood spilled from her mouth as the sword storm lifted her into the air before slamming her down hard. Mo Wentian shouted her name in panic, while Bai Xiaohua laughed proudly, admiring his own display. But at that very moment, a sword suddenly shot down from the sky and stabbed into the center of the arena. Bai Xiaohua frowned at the unexpected blade, confusion written on his face. Right after that, a figure descended from above with decisive force. Qin Tian arrived like a true protagonist, catching Yan Qingti smoothly and calmly, saying they were here. She weakly called out, "Little martial uncle." His entrance instantly drove the female disciples into a frenzy. Some praised his looks. Others envied Yan Qingti for being in his arms. Hearing the commotion, Bai Xiaohua's face twisted. He could not understand what they found so handsome about Qin Tian. Meanwhile, Yan Qingti complained softly about the pain, and Qin Tian gently comforted her. But when Bai Xiaohua's gaze shifted to An Miaoling, he froze on the spot. His attitude changed instantly. He hurried over, politely introducing himself as Penglei's top disciple and one of the 3 great young prodigies. It was obvious he was completely captivated by An Miaoling's beauty. When the Penglai elder saw An Miaoling appear, he secretly smiled. The true target had finally shown up, and now he wanted to see how talented she was beyond her ancient bloodline. Seeing Bai Xiaohua approach An Miaoling, Qin Tian immediately slapped his hand away and called him a toad, telling him to stay away from his disciple. Bai Xiaohua exploded in anger and fired back, calling Qin Tian a country bumpkin. But the moment he finished, both An Miaoling and Yan Qingti spoke up. One called him master, the other little martial uncle. Bai Xiaohua froze on the spot, his brain lagging for a few seconds. Then he suddenly remembered a rumor. Kunlun had a so-called useless little martial uncle who was absurdly handsome. Realizing this, Bai Xiaohua shot up and stared straight at Qin Tian, clearly identifying his target. Qin Tian met his gaze without backing down. Bai Xiaohua smugly declared that those women were just bewitched by Qin Tian's face, and he would prove that strength was the only truth. After saying that, he let out a strange laugh, completely lost in his own fantasy world. Qin Tian did not bother arguing. He simply told An Miaoling that the guy's smile screamed bad intentions and she should teach him a lesson. She obediently agreed. Qin Tian confidently said 3 moves would be enough, and Yan Qingti cheered her on. Once the duel was confirmed, the crowd outside burst into discussion, wondering if An Miaoling could really win. Some said she had cultivated for only a dozen years and stood no chance. Others pointed out her ancient bloodline and believed her growth might defy logic. Up above, Mo Wentian frowned at Qin Tian still holding Yan Qingti and asked how long he planned to keep carrying her. Yan Qingti blushed, while Qin Tian shamelessly claimed he was just keeping her warm due to her injuries. Mo Wentian clearly did not buy it. On the stage, Bai Xiaohua planted his sword into the ground and began calculating. In his view, An Mieling's cultivation could not possibly surpass Yan Qingtis. Feeling confident, he imagined turning this battle into his personal stage show, displaying power while impressing the beauty. He put on a gentlemanly act and invited An Mieling to make the first move. But the moment he finished speaking, a streak of swordlight shot toward him so fast he could barely react. An Mieling appeared beside him with a chilling blade and cold voice, saying that if her master had not told her to hold back, that strike alone would have ended him. Injured and humiliated, Bai Xiaohua's face darkened. He angrily claimed she only managed to hurt him because he went easy. He immediately counterattacked with full power, fusing sword intent with his technique, and unleashing one sword, stabilizes mountains and rivers. Yet An Mieling casually swung her sword and shattered the attack with ease. Bai Xiaohua froze in disbelief. An Mieling bluntly stated that his swordsmanship was flashy but hollow, all appearance and no core. She then decided to show him what true sword Dao looked like. With a decisive slash, countless cherry blossoms bloomed mid-air, forming a breathtaking scene. But hidden within the beauty was terrifying sword intent, proving that intent was the true essence. Bai Xiaohua's face shifted from pale to green to purple. It was clear his confidence was collapsing, because that storm of cherry blossoms was not gentle at all. It rushed straight at him with crushing force. Seconds later, the arena echoed with Bai Xiaohua's miserable screams. The disciples below were stunned. The so-called Penglai genius now looked like a moving punching bag before An Mieling. When the last petals faded, Bai Xiaohua was completely exhausted, kneeling on the stage in shock, muttering 4 words, "Great completion sword intent." His eyes went hollow, as if all his pride had just been shattered. He still could not accept losing this badly. And Mieling's icy voice rang out, crushing his last bit of hope. In this world, nothing is impossible. Then she raised her jade-like hand, preparing to end the fight with one final move. Bai Xiaohua had lost all composure. He could only tremble and let out weak sounds. And Mieling unleashed Woodbone Ice Seal. Facing that killing blow, Bai Xiaohua even pictured his old mother back home. Above, Mo Wentian and Qin Tian had watched every second. Mo Wentian was surprised to see Bai Xiaohua completely suppressed. A wave of frost swept the arena and froze everything instantly. When the ice slowly melted, Bai Xiaohua's figure appeared. He was frozen in a kneeling pose, like he was publicly confessing his sins. The result was obvious. Kunlun's disciples erupted in cheers. To them, junior sister An was now unbeatable among the young generation. On the high platform, Mo Wentian smiled faintly, clearly in a great mood. The Penglai elder's face turned dark, but he still honored the bet and threw the carefree secret realm token to Mo Wentian. She caught it gracefully and laughed in satisfaction. After that, Leng Ya supported the utterly defeated Bai Xiaohua and left Kunlun in silence. Yet when no one noticed, a strange smile curled on Leng Ya's lips. It seemed the thing he sought had finally appeared. After the shocking battle, Qin Tian and Yan Qingti rushed over to congratulate An Mieling. They praised her non-stop, but unlike her icy demeanor in battle, she now covered her face shyly and denied it softly. The scene shifted to a desolate land. There, Leng Ya bowed respectfully to a mysterious figure, reporting that he had found a suitable body with an ancient bloodline and great completion sword intent. Deep inside a dark cave, a half-human, half-demon woman let out a chilling laugh. She said that once she seized that body, ruling the entire eastern continent would be within reach. She was the palace master of Heavenly Demon Palace, Mu Yishui. Faced with that tempting promise, Leng Ya simply lowered his head in respect. Soon Mu Yixue's cold and sinister voice echoed through the cave again. She gritted her teeth at the mention of the ruthless empress, and swore that once she returned, she would make her repay their old debt 100-fold. As for the carefree secret realm that Mo Wentian had just won, it was extremely rare. Kunlun, Penglai, and Taibai had to pay a huge price to open it. It opened once every 20 years and was filled with rare herbs and high-grade treasures. Anyone who entered hoped to change their fate. At this moment, An Mieling and Yan Qingti stood with the other disciples listening to the rules. 2 laws were absolute. First, only those below the Nirvana realm could enter. Anyone above would be expelled instantly. Second, only 9 people could enter each time. The tokens in their hands were the keys to enter the secret realm. After reminding them they had only 7 days to seek opportunities inside, the elder announced departure and said he would wait outside for good news. Once everything was ready, the elite disciples of the 3 great sects stepped through the spatial gate into the carefree secret realm. The moment An Mieling entered, the token that Leng Ya had secretly tampered with activated. Elsewhere, Mu Yishui immediately sensed that her target had entered the secret realm. She ordered her subordinates to bring the prey to her at once, and they quickly accepted the command. Inside the secret realm, An Mieling was surprisingly relaxed, strolling around while casually eating fruit. But after walking for a while, she realized she had lost Yanqing Ti and the others. She even wondered why no one mentioned getting separated inside. Just then, a rustling sound came from the bushes, and Miaoling instantly became alert, took a defensive stance, and demanded whoever was hiding to come out. A rustle in the bush sends her slashing on instinct, but it's just a black crow, and she exhales in relief, heart still racing. Yet the moment the crow vanishes, a strange scroll suddenly appears on the ground. It lies there quietly, like someone placed it on purpose. Curious, and Miaoling opens it, thinking this might be the lucky chance her masters always talk about. Inside is a detailed map marking the exact location of the heavenly phoenix sacred fruit. The moment she sees the name, her eyes light up, because absorbing it could push her to the peak of the Nirvana realm, just one step from the creation realm. Without hesitation, and Miaoling follows the map, clearly excited as she heads for the fruit. In the shadows behind her, the same crow watches silently, its red eyes glowing with something sinister. Not long after, Miaoling arrives at the marked location. Seeing several heavenly phoenix sacred fruits in front of her, she can barely hide her joy, as breaking into the creation realm now feels inevitable. But just as she steps closer, countless blood-red chains burst out and bind her instantly. And Miaoling immediately realizes she has fallen into a formation designed to seal movement. The eerie chains tighten around her limbs, while ghostly cries and laughter echo through the air. Then Mu Yixue slowly appears beside her, greedily claiming this body will be hers, but Miaoling only smirks and exposes her as a Saint Realm remnant soul trying to seize a body to reincarnate. Mu Yixue is still gloating when her expression suddenly changes, because Miaoling's body is slowly freezing into solid ice. Furious at being tricked, Mu Yixue shatters the ice statue and screams in rage, unable to believe she was played by a mere girl. The moment she finishes shouting, she strikes behind her and orders the hidden one to come out. And Miaoling stops hiding and calmly steps forward, as if everything went exactly as planned. But when Mu Yixue sees her face clearly, her emotions spiral out of control. That face reminds her of the ruthless Empress from years ago, while Miaoling stays calm and coldly asks who she is. Grinding her teeth in hatred, Mu Yixue roars that the Empress destroyed her heavenly demon palace, and even wiped out her physical body. After hearing that, Miaoling only frowns for a few seconds, and casually says she truly does not remember. That answer drives Mu Yixue insane, like being crushed and not even remembered. She scans Miaoling from head to toe and suddenly laughs madly, guessing the missing Empress must have reincarnated. And Miaoling simply gives a mysterious smile and says, "Who knows, if you want answers, try it yourself." That attitude only convinces Mu Yixue even more, and the fear in her heart completely fades. She roars and charges forward, mocking that the Empress no longer has her Emperor realm cultivation. Countless twisted vines erupt from Mu Yixue's body, and in her eyes, Miaoling is just a weak Nirvana realm cultivator ready to be slaughtered. Facing the sudden attack, Miaoling reacts instantly and retreats. She draws the icy sword and counters, her icy strikes slicing the demonic vines apart. The two clash fiercely, their figures colliding and vanishing across the battlefield. But overall, the situation slowly turns against Miaoling. Attacking non-stop, Mu Yixue sneers as she realizes the sword in Miaoling's hand is a rare emperor weapon. That discovery excites her even more, as if she hit the jackpot with both a genius body and an emperor-level weapon in reach. The more she thinks about it, the crazier she becomes, pressing harder and shouting for the Empress to surrender, since she does not want to damage her new body. Even while being pushed back, Miaoling stays cold, cutting down vines, and saying Mu Yixue is just a Saint Realm remnant who lost her body. She calmly explains that the Xiaoyao secret realm suppresses all power above the Nirvana realm, so she has nothing to fear. Anyone stronger must seal their cultivation to enter, and Mu Yixue is no exception, as her sword light slices a thin cut across Mu Yixue's cheek. But Mu Yixue only lets out a creepy laugh and says that is true in theory, because in this world, no rule is ever perfect. The moment she finishes speaking, her aura rapidly recovers, clearly exploiting a flaw in the secret realm. Mu Yixue reveals her true presence, and a terrifying pressure erupts from her body. And Miaoling's face changes instantly, because that aura is clearly at the half-saint level. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yixue disappears from sight. Then she appears right behind Miaoling, whispering that she is a half-saint on the verge of entering the saint realm. Giant spider-like legs burst from her back and lock Miaoling in place, as she laughs greedily at finally claiming the body she wants. And Miaoling struggles, but it is useless, and she grits her teeth, not even sure when she was restrained. Mu Yixue leans close and murmurs that bringing power beyond Nirvana into this realm cost her an enormous price. Even with death looming, Miaoling refuses to give up, screaming in her mind for her soul to recover, because she cannot fall here. Her enemies are not all dead, and her old grudges are not settled, so she refuses to end like this. Right now, she has only one thought. Even if Mu Yixue is a sealed half-saint, she must kill her. But cornered with no way out, and Miaoling finally calls for the only person who can save her, her master Qin Tian. She secretly activates the small token hidden on her body and thinks it is time for Shizun to step in. At the same time, in a small city far from the secret realm, Qin Tian suddenly senses the signal from an Miaoling. The scene flashes back 3 days earlier, when Qin Tian and an Miaoling sat on a rooftop waiting for the Xiaoyao secret realm to open. Before she entered, Qin Tian carefully prepared everything and gave an Miaoling a special token, warning her to activate it if her life was in danger. He stressed that she must keep it hidden and never lose it. Holding the token, an Miaoling innocently asked if that meant hiding it inside her clothes. Qin Tian gave a sly smile and said, "When the time comes, your master will jump straight out of the token to save you." Hearing that, an Miaoling immediately tucked it into her chest, without hesitation, and obediently agreed. She even seriously reminded him to be careful when appearing, making Qin Tian almost get a nosebleed as he turned away awkwardly. Back to the present, Qin Tian is strolling through town, assuming an Miaoling has already entered the secret realm with Su Gang. With a small bag on his shoulder, he looks thrilled, like he is finally enjoying some freedom. He even skips along the street, drawing curious looks from the crowd. Qin Tian stops at a roadside restaurant, orders food, and soon a steaming bowl of beef noodles is placed in front of him. Staring at the fragrant noodles, he almost drools, praising the specialty of Changming City. But just as he is about to take his first bite, the space-time token sends an urgent distress signal from an Miaoling. Qin Tian's face changes instantly as he recognizes the signal, while elsewhere Bai Xiaohua, still wrapped in bandages, casually orders drinks, unaware of anything. Inside the secret realm, Mu Yixue continues to restrain an Miaoling and coldly asks if this is the Empress trump card. She snatches the token from an Miaoling's hand and mocks her, saying all this struggling is pointless. After saying that, she casually throws the token aside, not taking it seriously at all. But at that exact moment, the token suddenly shines with intense light. A hand reaches out from a crack in space and firmly grabs it. Qin Tian steps out wearing a monkey mask, mockingly asking who said this thing was useless, making Mu Yixue turn around in shock. Her answer is a heavy punch flying straight at her face. The terrifying force sends Mu Yixue crashing into a rock wall behind her. Qin Tian catches an Miaoling with one arm, his voice turning gentle as he asks if she is hurt and what happened. After setting her down, he looks around and asks why Qing Tixitu is not with her, and an Miaoling coughs lightly before catching her breath. She says it is easier to directly transmit her memories to him, and Miaoling gently touches Qin Tian's forehead. In an instant, the entire situation becomes clear in his mind. After understanding everything, Qin Tian concludes that Leng Ya and that woman were working together, using Bai Xiaohua to find a suitable body, while an Miaoling notices his mask and asks why he is wearing something so ridiculous. Qin Tian removes the mask with a smug grin, saying it lets him use half-saint power without being rejected by the realm, leaving her confused. He explains that by hunting a beast inside and using its soul as camouflage, the realm treats him as part of it. And Miaoling instantly realizes Mu Yixue must have killed a beast of similar level, and Qin Tian nods proudly at her sharp thinking. While they talk, Mu Yixue is horrified by Qin Tian's strength, as one punch nearly shattered her soul, and she recognizes the beast's soul on him as the Saint King Spirit Leopard from the core area. She quickly realizes she cannot seize the Empress's body now, nor defeat Qin Tian head-on, so she decides to use her final move. Her body begins to swell and twist grotesquely as she screams in hatred that they forced her to become a beast. And Miaoling marvels at how fast her master arrived, and Qin Tian proudly boasts that when he says he will show up, he means it. Suddenly, the ground trembles violently, and both of them tense up as something rises from below. Mu Yixue has transformed into a gigantic, horrifying spider and charges at them, vowing to kill them both. The spider spits out a massive blob of venom, unleashing the move called Venom Queen's Poison. Qin Tian dodges swiftly and shouts for an Miaoling to retreat, while she backs away and tells him to be careful. In contrast to the tension, Qin Tian stays calm, clenching his fist and striking head-on. His punches explode like a storm, one after another without pause. But after transforming, Mu Yixue's outer shell is unbelievably tough, tanking the attacks and sneering that this is weaker than before. Even Qin Tian admits the spider shell is absurdly sturdy and hard to break. Mu Yixue counterattacks, opening her mouth and releasing a piercing shriek called Demoness Howl. Facing the devastating sound waves, Qin Tian is forced to retreat repeatedly. He quickly calculates his next move, realizing the biggest problem is breaking her defense. Before he can adjust, countless twisted vines burst from the ground and bind him. In a split second, a branch brushes his robe and corrodes it instantly, clearly carrying deadly poison. That forces Qin Tian to focus even harder on dodging. From afar, and Miaoling sees the danger and shouts in panic, while Qin Tian's expression finally turns serious. He instantly realizes he has stepped into the spider web ceiling formation. In a flash, countless spider threads shoot out and wrap tightly around his body. Within seconds, he is completely sealed inside a giant white cocoon. Mu Yixue laughs proudly at the sight, while Miaoling hides behind a tree, sweating as her master is fully restrained. But at that moment, a sudden idea flashes through her mind. Mu Yixue is still laughing arrogantly, convinced victory is hers. She then turns her malicious gaze toward Miaoling, ready to finish her off. Yet inside the cocoon, a cold light suddenly bursts out. Streams of sword chi tear through the spider silk from within. Qin Tian soon breaks free, landing firmly with a sharp icy sword in hand. As he lands, he calmly says he almost forgot he still had the Ice Li sword, and Mu Yixue is stunned, seeing the cocoon shattered so easily. After escaping, Qin Tian immediately shifts to offense, this time going all out. He forms hand seals rapidly, starting with the Sun-Moon seal, followed by the Body seal and Poison seal. Then the Heart seal and Treasure Gourd seal appear one after another. Finally, all the power merges into a triple seal fusion. Under that terrifying pressure, Mu Yixue can only scream in despair. She desperately stacks layers of defense to block the incoming strike. But it is all useless, as Qin Tian crushes everything and breaks through. Mu Yixue's armor shatters completely, her body collapsing as she lets out one final scream before disappearing. After the battle ends, Qin Tian stands there, looking overwhelmingly dominant. He smirks and names the final move, Green Lotus stands alone. As the aftermath fades, Mu Yixue's body turns to ash and vanishes into the air. Qin Tian casually tosses the sword back to Miaoling, telling her to hold on to it carefully, and hints there is more good news. He walks to the red fruits by the cliff and says he finally found them, and Miaoling realizes they are the immortal phoenix sacred fruits, still intact. Qin Tian plucks them and tells her this fruit has fate with her, so absorb it while he stands guard. Not long after, Miaoling's aura surges violently as she successfully breaks through. At the same time, Qin Tian's system notifies him that his disciple has reached the peak of the Nirvana realm, and he gains 20% more reputation points. Feeling the power flowing inside her, Miaoling says that with some closed cultivation at Hidden Sword Peak, she can step into the creation realm, while Qin Tian suddenly drives a chain into the cliff, saying there is one more thing to handle. Curious, Miaoling asks what else is left. Qin Tian's chain shoots deep underground as if tracking something. A moment later, he pulls hard and laughs, saying he finally caught him hiding over 1,000 meters below. As he drags the chain up, a bound figure is pulled from beneath the earth. The captured person is none other than Leng Ya, the one who aided Mu Yixue. Miaoling recognizes him as the Grand Elder of Penglai, while Leng Ya lies bound on the ground, bitterly saying everyone thought her junior granduncle was useless, yet they were all fooled. With all threats removed, Qin Tian sighs in relief and laughs, saying he suddenly misses his unfinished bowl of beef noodles and leaves the old man for her to handle. Miaoling asks softly if he is leaving already, and Qin Tian reassures her that he will pass the remaining spirit leopard power to her. Thanks to that, she will temporarily possess half-saint level strength. Qin Tian tells her he will wait at Hidden Sword Peak, then vanishes instantly, clearly rushing back for his unfinished beef noodles. The moment Qin Tian leaves, the chain binding Leng Ya loosens on its own. Leng Ya quickly breaks free and sneers at Miaoling, mocking that Qin Tian was too confident to leave a half-saint rookie behind, but she calmly replies that he can try and see. Leng Ya draws his weapon as his aura explodes, shouting that he wants to see her true ability. A terrifying heavenly demon slash comes crashing down, yet as she dodges, Miaoling feels her body become unbelievably light. She is surprised by how agile she is now, realizing this is the gap brought by realm and bloodline. Leng Ya keeps pressing forward, mocking that her useless master never taught her how to use half-saint power. This time, Miaoling moves with a mysterious footwork and lightly steps onto the tip of his blade. Her Empress aura fully awakens, eyes cold as ice, as she calmly says she was only getting used to her new strength. Elsewhere in the secret realm, Yan Qingti and the others are frantically searching for Miaoling, calling her name everywhere. Just then, Miaoling slowly walks out and softly says she is here, making Yan Qingti spin around. Seeing her safe, Yan Qingti rushes over with red eyes and hugs her, asking what happened, and Miaoling only smiles awkwardly and says it was just an accident. The group surrounds her with questions, and she casually makes up a story about a strange red gem appearing in her hand when entering the vortex. Meanwhile, Tian rushes back to the restaurant, yelling about his beef noodles, only to freeze when he sees the bowl is gone. Looking down, he finds the shattered bowl on the floor, completely empty. His face darkens instantly, furious and confused about what just happened. Just then, chaos erupts outside with shouting and someone yelling for the princess to run. A panicked young girl is blocked by a man in black, who leans against the wall and mockingly asks where the princess thinks she is going. He looks at her like prey and coldly tells her to surrender. He even threatens the civilians, saying she would not want her people dragged into this. Cornered, the girl looks completely helpless. Inside the restaurant, Qin Tian is still holding the broken bowl, mourning his untouched noodles like he lost a treasure. Seeing him, the girl rushes over, introducing herself as Princess Ming Yilian of Yangming Kingdom, and desperately asks for help. The men in black arrogantly tell Qin Tian to get lost and not interfere. Already angry about his noodles, Qin Tian snaps and yells that they are too noisy and cannot they see he is grieving. Without another word, he uses dragon transformation art and throws a punch at the man in black. A massive crater instantly appears where the man stood, clearly erased from existence. Ming Yilian collapses to the ground, staring at the crater in shock at such terrifying strength. She grabs Qin Tian's hand gratefully and invites him to the palace to repay him, but he refuses, saying he has other matters. As soon as he finishes speaking, he jumps onto a pot and flies away, leaving Ming Yilian calling after him. Watching his figure disappear into the sky, she sighs softly that he left so quickly. Then she smiles slyly, holding a glowing recording stone, relieved she captured his appearance to send to intelligence for investigation. As Qin Tian flies away, he calculates that in Miaoling and the others will take time to return, so he might as well visit home. At the Qin residence, the entire estate is covered by a massive glowing formation. The moment Qin Tian lands, his expression changes as he recognizes it as a saint-level formation set up at his own home. The Qin residence was completely lifeless. No smoke, no movement, clearly abandoned for over half a month, and Qin Tian could only pray his parents were safe. The emptier it looked, the more uneasy Qin Tian felt, so he suppressed his aura, landed softly on the roof, and slipped inside. But the moment he touched down, he stepped on a loose brick. A mechanism instantly triggered, and the brick popped up, putting Qin Tian on full alert. He narrowed his eyes and scanned the area, ready for whatever ambush was coming. Instead, two tiny objects slowly floated up from beneath the brick. When he looked closely, he realized they were puppets, shaped exactly like his father and mother. The puppets spoke in his parents' voices, saying the family and servants had gone traveling, then warned him to be careful before the message abruptly cut off. Qin Tian's face twisted at the broken warning, completely confused about what he was supposed to watch out for. On his way back, he kept calculating heavenly stems and earthly branches on his fingers like a real fortune teller. No one knew what he was calculating, but his grin said everything. He was sure today was insanely lucky. With that thought, Qin Tian opened the system interface and checked in. The reward wheel spun wildly before slowly coming to a stop. The system offered two choices: upgrade all learned martial skills, or receive a little master capture ball. Hearing that weird name, Qin Tian's mood dropped instantly as he stared at the round ball rolling on the ground. He picked it up and examined it for a long time, still clueless about what this thing was. Annoyed, he smashed the ball on the ground and yelled that after 749 days of check-ins the system gave him this, then shouted not to think a new interface could fool him because he had already beaten Po Kimon. What the hell? Right then, a glazed fox tiger suddenly dashed over from afar. It leaped high and flew over Qin Tian's head, forcing him to look up. But the ball on the ground suddenly lit up and sucked the glazed fox tiger inside. Qin Tian froze on the spot, his entire worldview shattered. The ball kept flashing, as if it had just completed something. Qin Tian's face twitched as he finally accepted that this was basically Po Kimon for real. Holding the ball, he stared at it suspiciously, and wondered how long that beeping sound would last. When it kept ringing non-stop, he even suspected it might go on all day. Just then, a burly man carrying a giant hammer arrived and roared at the Nirvana Realm Brat to hand over the box containing DG Qingqiu. Qin Tian simply turned his head and calmly said the legendary DG Qingqiu should not look that weird. The muscular man's eyes lit up the moment he saw Qin Tian's face, excited by how handsome he was. His attitude flipped instantly as he moved closer, kneading Qin Tian's shoulders while rambling that the glazed fox tiger must be DG Qingqiu being hunted by Di Ming, and promised pleasure and cultivation gains, since he was a Saint Realm expert. After speaking, the musclehead kept rubbing Qin Tian with a very suspicious expression. At that moment, an oddly familiar and haunting background music seemed to play in Qin Tian's head. His hair stood on end as he quickly backed away, shouting for that perverted guy to stay away. The burly man froze, deeply hurt, Qin Tian's words stabbing straight into his heart. He gritted his teeth in grievance, unable to believe someone dared call him that. In a frenzy, he pulled out a massive clamp and roared that he would crush Qin Tian so he could never speak again. The terrifying clamp combined with his muscular body shook the ground, each slam blasting apart chunks of earth. Qin Tian hugged the strange ball and kept dodging, silently admitting this guy's strength was truly terrifying. The burly man's eyes turned bloodshot as he chased Qin Tian, screaming for him to return the box. But Qin Tian kept provoking him, scoffing that the disgusting pervert should stop framing him because the box was clearly his. That only drove the big guy crazier as he charged with the clamp, vowing to smash Qin Tian into minced meat. Everywhere the clamp struck was obliterated, trees and boulders crushed without mercy. One ran for his life, the other chased like a mad beast, turning the forest into disaster ruins. The chase dragged on until midnight, and Qin Tian finally rested on a tree branch. He looked at the ball in his hand and sighed. It really had been beeping all day, totally unacceptable. Right then, the ball suddenly reacted. Qin Tian focused closely and was thrilled to see the beeping finally stop. Down below, the burly man was clearly exhausted. He panted like he was about to collapse, cursing that the brat ran like a monster. Qin Tian still had energy to spare, and before leaving he waved mockingly, saying goodbye pervert, better never meet again, while the big guy gasped behind him like he was about to cry. The man tried to chase a bit more, but had no strength left, forced to watch Qin Tian disappear, furious to the point of exploding. Flying on his familiar pot, Qin Tian shook the strange ball and wondered if the glazed fox tiger inside was edible. Over at Kangjian Peak, the glazed fox tiger woke up and looked around warily, confused because this place was nothing like Diming. After thinking for a moment, it guessed someone must have saved it from the pursuit. At the same time, Qin Tian sat cross-legged sipping tea, looking relaxed as he teased that the fluffy girl had finally opened her eyes, making the glazed fox tiger instantly spring up with fur bristling. Qin Tian calmly took another sip and introduced this place as Kangjian Peak, claiming he had saved her from the enemy. The glazed fox tiger scanned him from head to toe and sneered, saying a weakling at Spirit Movement Realm could never save her from a Saint Realm expert. Qin Tian only shrugged with a mysterious smile, saying that flashy Saint Realm guy had already been blasted into the sky by him. Ignoring her doubt and silent attempt to escape, he slowly explained that when she fell into the ball she activated a preliminary contract with his artifact, so she could not leave it beyond a certain range. As soon as he finished, Qin Tian pulled out the ball and shouted dramatically, and the glazed fox tiger, trying to crawl away, was instantly dragged back by an invisible force like a hooked fish. Panic flashed across her face as she demanded the contract be get true, saying she had urgent matters, while Qin Tian stroked his chin and claimed the manual said forcefully canceling the preliminary contract would make her body and soul explode. He even pretended to read an invisible panel, adding that to avoid that fate she must complete the official contract, or after 3 days she would still go boom. The glazed fox tiger ground her teeth in rage, refusing to believe such nonsense and accusing him of trying to scare a child. Qin Tian just smiled leisurely and told her to check her sea of consciousness to see if the contract mark was real. Half believing she did so, and moments later her face turned pale. Sure enough, a strange mark truly existed in her sea of consciousness, just as he said. Cornered, she switched tactics, putting on watery eyes and saying countless great forces were hunting her, and anyone involved would be dragged into massive karma. But when Qin Tian heard the word karma, his eyes lit up, and he laughed that he was not afraid of karma, he only feared having none. Hearing such outrageous confidence, the glazed fox tiger was speechless, and concluded she had met a delusional madman, so for now, she would pretend to cooperate and wait for a chance to steal the ball and escape. Seeing the fox start to waver, Qin Tian quickly proposed an official contract for just 100 years, or it would end once her realm surpassed his, and her eyes instantly lit up. She changed her attitude on the spot, confidently saying such easy terms should have been mentioned earlier, because once she recovered her strength she would surpass this human anyway, so signing was fine. Just like that, the contract was completed. What she did not know was that she had fallen into Qin Tian's sweet trap, as the system announced a successful master-servant contract with DG Qingqiu, rewarding him with the Heavenly Fox Supreme Art and the top-grade Emperor artifact, the Heavenly Fox Pearl, while she happily believed she would crush him once she regained her cultivation. But in her excitement she pulled at her wounds, and sharp pain spread through her body, making her realize her injuries were far worse than she thought. Seeing the fox look like an abandoned animal, Qin Tian sighed dramatically, as if he carried all the burdens of the world. After sealing the deal, he dusted off his clothes and casually said, "Little veggie ball, I am going for a walk. Food is there if you want it." Hearing that embarrassing nickname, the fox almost exploded with rage, mentally cursing that he and his whole family were the real veggie balls. She glared at the table full of dishes and declared she would rather starve than touch a bite. Reality hit fast as her stomach growled loudly in betrayal. Unable to resist hunger, she dragged herself to the table, convincing herself she was only eating to recover and escape that jerk later. She cautiously picked up a piece of meat, then immediately devoured it, like someone might steal it. The moment she swallowed, warm spiritual energy spread through her body, and her bald patches visibly regrew fur, shocking her as she realized it was Demon King meat. Only then did she understand Qin Tian was far from ordinary, and she had truly stepped into something huge. Staring at the pile of Demon King meat, she calculated that finishing it might push her beyond the spirit movement realm. Night fell over Kangjian Peak. By the quiet stream near Wuwei, a sudden scream shattered the forest's silence. Qin Tian was holding the fox tightly as she struggled to be released, while he shamelessly claimed he was worried, since she was injured and weak. Bathing alone would be dangerous. Furious, the fox clung desperately to a bamboo branch by the bank. But when Qin Tian pulled hard, the bamboo snapped and both lost balance. Man and fox tumbled straight into the stream. The unlucky fox plunged into the water and disappeared beneath the surface. Qin Tian sat there blankly, still processing what had just happened. He started shouting, "Little fox, where are you? Hey, where did you go?" Instead of the fox, a stunning beauty slowly rose from the water, her voice filled with killing intent as she cursed him. Qin Tian froze, his brain lagging behind the scene. The girl lunged forward and pinned him down, several soft foxtails swaying behind her, beautiful yet deadly, as she angrily scolded him. But instead of panicking, Qin Tian's eyes locked onto her chest, nosebleed bursting out as he stammered that it was insanely huge, unbelievable. He even shamelessly looked her up and down, concluding the fox looked amazing in human form, which made her want to kill him on the spot. She glanced at herself and finally realized she had truly transformed into human form. Snapping back, she screamed and dove into the water to cover herself, only her head above the surface as she ordered Qin Tian to get out, while he calmly wiped his nosebleed and took out a shining pearl, saying he had planned to give her this. She sneered at him, calling him a lustful old wolf who thought she would fall for that trick. But the moment she saw the item clearly, her expression froze. Because it was the heavenly fox pearl, formed from the total spiritual power and laws of a celestial demon before death, just as the Fox clan had heavenly fox pearls, and the Dragon clan had heavenly dragon pearls. No matter the race, these were all top-tier emperor artifacts, treasures almost impossible to find. The pearl was insanely tempting, but Qin Tian's condition was shameless beyond words. He grinned wickedly and said, "If you want it, kiss me." The fox girl rejected him instantly, saying one emperor artifact was not worth a kiss, keep dreaming. Qin Tian was not done. He pulled out another cultivation manual and said if she kissed him, she could have both the heavenly fox pearl and this technique. She laughed arrogantly, thinking it must be some random skill. She proudly said the Fox clan already had the nine-tailed heaven scripture, the top emperor scripture, so they did not need any heavenly fox supreme art. Qin Tian just shrugged and told her not to judge too fast, read it first. Then he casually tossed the book to her. She caught it and started flipping through, still muttering that nothing could suit the Fox clan better than the nine-tailed heaven scripture. While she read, Qin Tian soaked in the stream, whistling out of boredom. The more she read, the more her expression changed. Doubt turned into shock as she realized the technique pointed directly to the legendary heavenly fox realm. In hundreds of thousands of years, only one heavenly fox had ever appeared, and even that required insane luck and treasures, so if she mastered this, taking revenge on Di Ming would be effortless. Trembling, she looked up to ask if he truly meant to give it to her, but Qin Tian was gone, making her call out in panic. He was already sitting on the bank with a cup of wine, calmly saying a gentleman keeps his word, leaving her stunned at when he moved. Qin Tian took a sip and sighed that hot springs with strong wine were true enjoyment, then teased that this deal was too good to refuse, right? Her face flushed red as she struggled internally, before finally gritting her teeth and agreeing. She closed her eyes like heading to battle and said, "Fine, a kiss it is." Qin Tian immediately leaned forward with obvious anticipation. The distance between them shrank to almost nothing. Suddenly, a bone-chilling killing intent tore through the air. A sword shot across and split the stone table beside them in half. The blade passed Qin Tian's face so close that cold sweat poured down. Just a bit more and he was done. The fox girl turned pale, instantly thinking a powerful enemy had arrived. But the one who stepped forward was Miaoling, radiating terrifying frost, saying she rushed back to Kangjian Peak to to keep her promise to her master. From her tone, Qin Tian knew he was in trouble and tried to explain, but before he finished, An Mioling attacked with killing intent. His miserable screams echoed everywhere, clearly getting beaten badly. 5 years passed in a blink. Beneath a majestic waterfall, the fox demon sat cultivating with colorful tails, swaying behind her. Waves of powerful aura spread from her body. After years of recovery, Bai Xiaoru finally returned to the semi-saint realm, unable to hide her joy. But right after breaking through, she rushed off with killing intent to confront Qin Tian since their contract was still not get true. At the same time, Qin Tian's system notified him that his pet Bai Xiaoru had recovered to semi-saint realm, rewarding him with 9th grade aptitude and an upgraded check-in reward. And as he nodded in satisfaction, Bai Xiaoru stormed in while An Miaoling calmly greeted him good morning, making Bai Xiaoru realize surpassing this man was harder than reaching the heavens. She pointed at him angrily and cursed him as a deceitful, shameless scoundrel. The scene shifted to a dark land filled with flickering green lightning. A respectful voice greeted Demon Saint, and a cold, oppressive voice asked why the three were here instead of their own territory. They were the 3 monkey kings beaten by Qin Tian before, now bowing as they reported they had found the trace of the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline. When they reported the target was at Gulun Sword Sect, the Demon Saint's voice turned icy, recalling how he was ambushed by 3 old monsters years ago, and he ordered all demon clans to gather and flatten Gulun in 3 days. The demons scattered at once to summon their forces, clearly preparing for a bloodbath. Mo Wentian sensed the Demon Saint's return and rushed to consult the ancestor, learning that the barbaric mountain range was launching a war, and was told to unite with Penglai and Taibai, while the 3 ancestors handled the rest. Mo Wentian bowed and accepted the order. As for Qin Tian, he happily checked in and received rewards like the low-grade Purple Sword Supreme Platform, Level 12 Authorization Freedom Art, and second stage Eternal Undying Body, while below him An Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru cheered as they stepped into the Saint Realm. 3 days later, the Demon Saint personally led a tidal wave of demon beasts, with demon kings roaring behind him and urging their troops to crush the Sword Sect. Mo Wentian led his forces out to meet them, commanding all 3 sects to defend to the death. In an instant, both sides clashed, and the battlefield turned into a bloody chaos. At one corner, Sulan unleashed the Taiyi Cloud Light Sword, her sword intent slicing through the wind. But Qing Peng blocked the strike with brute force. She counterattacked with a violent surge of demonic power. Suddenly, strange vines burst from the ground beneath Sulan and wrapped tightly around her. Within seconds, she was completely bound. She could barely move. Just as Qing Peng prepared the finishing blow, An Miaoling appeared and stood before Sulan, declaring coldly that her opponent was her. Qing Peng licked her lips in excitement, saying the Ice Phoenix bloodline had finally shown itself. An Miaoling smiled faintly and told Sect Master Su to rest, leaving the blue bird to her. While the battlefield shook the heavens, Qin Tian and Bai Xiaoru stood at a distance like they were watching a show. Bai Xiaoru tugged his sleeve anxiously, scolding him for being heartless, yet Qin Tian kept observing silently. And Miaoling charged forward with her sword, as Qing Peng roared and used Great Rock Spread's wings to meet her. Their powers collided, shaking heaven and earth with shockwaves tearing through space. Explosions rang out like endless thunder. A massive purple beam shot into the sky, its pressure so terrifying that weaker cultivators fled in fear. The blast cleared away the dark clouds above, leaving an empty sky. Qing Peng swung her giant hammer like a madwoman, but An Miaoling dodged with incredible agility. Seizing an opening, An Miaoling spun and delivered a powerful kick straight to Qing Peng's face. The blow forced Qing Peng back, winds exploding around her. She barely steadied herself, furious that a junior of lower realm had struck her face. Holding her swollen cheek, she roared that ruining her beauty was unforgivable. From that moment, Qing Peng went completely berserk. She swore to break An Miaoling's limbs on the spot. The giant hammer rained down like a storm, and the gap in realms was still enormous. An Miaoling's expression grew heavy as her spiritual power neared its limit. Meanwhile, Qing Peng kept pressing forward. This time she closed the distance and launched a vicious uppercut kick to An Miaoling's chin, and though it seemed dodged, it still landed. An Miaoling was sent flying, blood spraying from her mouth mid-air. Qing Peng rushed after her, giving no chance to recover. An Miaoling was slammed into the ground, stones exploding everywhere. Not stopping there, Qing Peng flew into the sky and activated the secret art Nine-Winged Feather. A massive sphere of lightning formed above her, clearly a killing move. Seeing this, countless people below screamed An Miaoling's name in panic. Even Bai Xiaoru could not stand still anymore, and prepared to rush out, shouting for Qin Tian to save An Miaoling. But Qin Tian casually grabbed Bai Xiaoru by the collar and told her to relax, saying an Miaoling would be fine, leaving her dangling in midair kicking and yelling to be put down. His eyes never left the battlefield as he calmly thought that the semi-saint power he gave and Miaoling last time clearly wasn't fully used yet. In the distance, an Miaoling struggled to her feet and leaned on her sword to steady herself. Up in the sky, Qing Peng gathered thunder again, grinning viciously as he prepared to finish her off. Miaoling tried to widen the gap, knowing this was the last of her strength. Right at that critical moment, the necklace on her chest suddenly shattered. A terrifying force exploded out as an Miaoling screamed, her aura surging wildly, and a massive phoenix phantom appeared behind her. The sight turned Qing Peng pale, and for a split second he even felt like he would die at this woman's hands one day. But before anything could happen, another sudden change hit the battlefield. The dark sky was torn open by a blinding beam of light. Qing Peng saw it, and instantly cursed through gritted teeth. The hidden ancestors of the three sects had finally stepped in and blocked the demon saint's giant dragon claw mid-air. The three ancestors stood before An Miaoling, told her to leave this to them, and urged her to help Mo Wentian instead, and after a brief hesitation she agreed. While the battlefield was in chaos, Qin Tian ran off rummaging through items, picking one up, then tossing it aside like none of them were good enough. Bai Xiaoru followed in confusion until Qin Tian found something that made his eyes light up, claiming his instincts told him he was about to make a super cool entrance. Back in the sky, the demon saint's massive claw was still locked in a stalemate with the three ancestors. A devastating explosion erupted in the heavens, shockwaves spreading everywhere, yet the demon saint seemed completely unharmed. The three ancestors then activated the three talents formation at the same time. From the void, a colossal sword slowly formed and slashed toward the demon saint's carriage, the legendary eternal great sword. The demon saint recognized it instantly and sneered, saying he had seen this trick 300 years ago. He opened his dragon mouth and unleashed a destructive dragon breath to counter it. But this time, the eternal great sword was far stronger, piercing through the dragon breath, crushing the dragon phantom, and blowing the sky apart with the aftermath. Even the demon saint's carriage was shattered into pieces. Only then did his true form appear, a young-looking boy with an aura so oppressive it was suffocating. With just one finger, he stopped the giant sword mid-air. He flicked that finger lightly, and the sword exploded, then coldly remarked that destroying his carriage showed some skill, but defeating him was still far too naive. As soon as he finished speaking, another massive dragon claw condensed in the sky. This time it targeted An Miaoling. Mo Wentian's face changed instantly as he shouted her name. Even An Miaoling felt despair, thinking this time it was truly over. But at the most dangerous second, the artifact at her chest suddenly lit up. A giant golden arm burst from the void and smashed the demon saint's dragon claw into pieces. The one who appeared was Qin Tian, glowing ridiculously bright, and even wearing a paper hat, looking absurd yet shouting like a savior descending. The demon saint frowned at the bizarre sight and demanded to know who he was, while Qin Tian calmly asked if he was being called. Below, An Miaoling felt both embarrassed and annoyed, muttering that this guy showed up without any warning as usual. Ignoring her glare, Qin Tian dramatically introduced himself as the Sword Arrival Envoy, guardian of the Gulun Sword Sect, making Miaoling almost lose it at his shameless act. The demon saint didn't buy it at all and threw a punch, roaring that today he would flatten the Gulun Swords Sect, then unleashed the soul-suppressing dragon claw. To his shock, Qin Tian blocked the attack as if it were nothing. The demon saint's expression changed completely, unable to believe what just happened. Qin Tian then casually swung his sword, slicing through the demon saint's defense as easily as cutting paper. Smiling, he lectured him and asked if he had never heard of the supreme life and death sword, a weapon so terrifying even coffins would pop open to greet it, pure shameless bragging at its finest. The demon saint's veins bulged as he snarled, telling Qin Tian to stop showing off, since it was just a slightly stronger Emperortier weapon. Qin Tian simply raised his sword and said, "Then, take another strike." The demon saint immediately reinforced his full-body defenses. Qin Tian swung again, this time with terrifying force behind it. The demon saint formed a massive dragon claw, trying to block it head-on. But the moment they clashed, his defense shattered like thin paper. The sword light didn't stop and kept charging forward, making the demon saint's eyes widen in shock. Looking at his severed arm, he couldn't believe even his hardened dragon skin couldn't withstand it. His body was blasted far away before crashing down and exploding against the ground. Even Qin Tian looked a little surprised. He scratched his head and muttered, "That was over already." On the other side of the battlefield, the Dragon King had also been beaten down and was curled up on the ground. Mo Wentian dragged it over to An Miaoling and anxiously asked if she was badly hurt, but she said she was fine and asked if everything was settled. Mo Wentian glanced at Qin Tian's back in the distance and said it was basically handled, then wondered who that man was to send the demon saint flying with one sword, almost making An Miaoling reveal her master's identity. But she quickly realized that with such a ridiculous look, Qin Tian clearly didn't want to expose himself. So she made up a story, saying it must be a backup left by Ancestor Jiang and activated by her master, leaving Mo Wentian half convinced but nodding anyway. He even smiled in relief, saying if it was that person, then this battle would end soon. Hearing that, An Miaoling froze, not expecting him to actually believe it. As for the demon saint, that blow had completely shattered his pride. Veins bulging, he forced a twisted smile and coldly admitted he had underestimated the Gulun sword sect. His severed arm began regenerating at extreme speed, almost fully restored in the blink of an eye. Feeling the surging power inside his body, he grew wildly excited. Then he unleashed the Dragon Pool's secret art, Extreme Dragon Transformation. A horrifying explosion of energy erupted in the sky, shockwaves sweeping across the battlefield. Mo Wentian's face changed as he sensed the aura, far more terrifying than before. The demon saint's body swelled with bulging muscles as he threw his head back and laughed madly. He claimed that being pushed to the brink of death by Qin Tian allowed him to break through, and now below the Emperor realm, he was invincible. Mo Wentian's pupils shrank at the pressure, while An Miaoling felt uneasy, unsure if her master could still win. The demon saint arrogantly declared that with the Ice Phoenix bloodline added, he would become the demon emperor, ruling all beasts. He then looked down at the Gulun sword sect and coldly told them to choose how they wanted to die. But before he could enjoy his dominance, a chilling sword light swept across his neck. The demon saint's confident gaze froze instantly. The entire battlefield fell silent. Qin Tian stood there with his sword and casually blew on the blade like he had just done something trivial. He calmly said he had planned to play a bit longer, but the guy just talked too much. After the demon saint fell, Qing Peng and Mi Ho were quickly captured by Mo Wentian, one cursing him as a crude man no one would ever love, while the monkey cried like the world had ended because the demon saint died too fast. Qin Tian slowly walked to the demon saint's corpse and took out a gourd. With a sly grin, he remarked that a golden dragon saint realm body was top-tier material for pill refining. After collecting the corpse, he dusted off his hands and said he was heading back, leaving An Miaoling stunned and asking what about her. Qin Tian gave her a suspicious smile and told her to wait a bit longer, sending chills down her spine. Then he turned into a beam of light and shot straight into the token at her chest. The familiar scene made An Miaoling blush red with anger as she gritted her teeth and called him annoying. In the distance, Mo Wentian walked over and asked if the sword arrival venerable had already left, while An Miaoling immediately played dumb. She casually said that was the one who saved the sword sect this time. It was just a pity they couldn't thank him properly. But then Mo Wentian pointed at her chest suspiciously, saying it looked bigger than before, and even seemed to be smoking, leaving her frozen on the spot. With the demon saint's corpse in hand, Qin Tian immediately began refining a new batch of pills, flames roaring inside the furnace as thick smoke rose into the air. Bai Xiaoru sat outside the alchemy room, resting her chin on her hand and yawning from boredom. She complained that Qin Tian had been inside for almost half a day and still hadn't come out. Seeing a few small birds pecking at grains, she even muttered to them, asking if they were as free as she was. And before she knew it, she dozed off right there. After a while, a soft voice called her name. Bai Xiaoru slowly opened her eyes. It was An Miaoling, who sighed helplessly and asked why she was sleeping out here again and where her master was. The moment she saw Miaoling back, Bai Xiaoru hugged her like a savior, whining that someone finally came, while Qin Tian was still inside refining pills. But when An Miaoling saw thick black smoke seeping out from the door crack, she had a bad feeling just like last time. And sure enough, a massive explosion rang out as the alchemy room blew apart, making Bai Xiaoru scream, thinking the mountain was under attack. An Miaoling, however, stayed terrifyingly calm and simply sighed that her master's alchemy room exploded again. Smoke and dust quickly filled the entire area. Qin Tian coughed his way out of the rubble, and An Miaoling told Bai Xiaoru to clear the smoke first. Bai Xiaoru pulled out a fan artifact and gave it a light wave, instantly summoning a gust that swept all the smoke away. And Miaoling nodded in approval, finally able to breathe properly again. Meanwhile, Qin Tian stood in the ruins grinning like he struck gold, shouting that he succeeded. The system immediately notified him that he had refined a special item called Holy Dragon Essence, and even rewarded him with a Saint Pill recipe and materials. That night, The two girls were awkwardly changing into outfits Qin Tian specifically requested. Bai Xiaoru stared at the clothes in her hands, completely confused about what weird thing this was. And Miaoling was calmer, saying compared to the strange outfits her master made her wear before, this one was already normal. She even confirmed this was the most decent version so far. But Bai Xiaoru still blushed hard since the outfit was way too tight and embarrassingly revealing. And just like that, the night training officially began. The moment Qin Tian appeared, a small undergarment flew straight into his face, making his nose bleed instantly. After everything was set, the two girls lay face down in tight black swimsuits right in front of him. Qin Tian stood behind them with a suspicious smile, looking half serious and half shameless. He rubbed his hands and suddenly pressed a finger on Bai Xiaoru's back, loudly shouting the name of a technique that sounded very questionable, making her jolt as strange energy ran through her body. Then he moved to Miaoling and began the so-called cultivation massage, his fists moving like a machine, so fast it looked unreal as force seeped into her muscles and meridians. But that still didn't satisfy him, so he sped up even more, his movements turning dizzying. After a wild session, Qin Tian suddenly slowed down and tapped Bai Xiaoru's acupoints one by one with precise accuracy. His hand slid down gently, fingers slowly moving toward the lower point on her back. The moment he pressed hard there, her body instantly stiffened. Qin Tian was now panting heavily, sweat covering his body, looking both exhausted and suspicious. Even he didn't expect things to turn out like this. A giant question mark popped up in his mind, as he couldn't understand how the situation went this far off track. To understand it, we have to rewind half an hour earlier, when Qin Tian first proposed this absorption support method, and the two girls immediately rejected it. Holding his swollen cheek from being slapped, Qin Tian looked wronged and asked why not. The two girls stared at him warily, saying no one believed in some massage that boosts spiritual absorption, and to them he was clearly just looking for an excuse to touch them. Treated like a criminal, Qin Tian sat down and explained that at their current level, they couldn't fully refine the golden dragon blood essence without his help. He first targeted Bai Xiaoru, asking if she didn't want to grow stronger quickly and break the contract by surpassing him. Then he tempted Miaoling, saying this was a rare chance to rapidly increase her cultivation. After hearing him out, the two girls began to waver and secretly exchanged glances. After a brief private discussion, Bai Xiaoru finally agreed, but she warned him that if he tried anything funny, he was finished. And Miaoling nodded as well and agreed to give it a try. And that was how the awkward scene unfolded. Bai Xiaoru's face turned bright red as she kept telling him to slow down because she was reaching her limit. And Miaoling wasn't doing much better and hurriedly complained that her master was moving way too fast. At that moment, a crafty look flashed across Qin Tian's eyes as his hands moved in even stranger ways, as if he had finally been waiting for this moment. The next second, he unleashed his famous acupoint technique. His fingers shot across both girls' bodies at incredible speed. In an instant, the room echoed with their startled cries, completely caught off guard. But Qin Tian was even faster than their reactions, and his fingers firmly landed on the final target. After completing the finishing move, Qin Tian leaned back with a satisfied look, while the two girls were so annoyed that they each punched him straight in the face. Bai Xiaoru gritted her teeth, sat up, and pointed at him, insisting he was obviously doing it on purpose. Rubbing the bump on his cheek, Qin Tian shamelessly argued that she could doubt his character, but never his unique technique. He even tried to grab Bai Xiaoru's hand to prove the results. But before he could touch her, the two girls teamed up and beat him up together. After the chaos ended, the two girls quickly noticed that their spiritual energy absorption had increased dramatically, far beyond expectations, while Qin Tian stood nearby looking incredibly proud. Just then, the system announced that Miaoling had successfully broken through, and Qin Tian received Saint-grade talent along with a bonus Signin reward percentage. Hearing that, Bai Xiaoru's attitude changed instantly, and she immediately admitted she had wrongly blamed him. But right after that, Miaoling leaned close and whispered something suspicious into her ear. After hearing it, Bai Xiaoru revealed a dangerous smile, and a revenge plan seemed to be taking shape. And Miaoling suddenly stepped forward and hugged Qin Tian, gently calling him master, instantly melting his defenses. Bai Xiaoru perfectly played along and hugged him from the other side, leaving Qin Tian completely confused. He froze and stammered, asking what they were planning and why they were covering his eyes. The only answer he got was the extremely dangerous laughter coming from both girls. After the battle with the demon race, a peaceful morning finally arrived. Qin Tian was still sleeping like a log in bed, even though sunlight had already filled the room. Beside him, Miaoling was hugging Bai Xiaoru while sleeping soundly, and the whole room felt unusually peaceful. Outside in the courtyard, a proud rooster stood tall, as if preparing for its own performance. It puffed out its chest, clearly ready to let out a world-shaking crow. But before it could, a woman's voice suddenly interrupted, loudly calling for benefactor Qin. The shout woke Qin Tian up, and he walked outside grumbling, complaining about whoever was ruining his sleep so early. Back inside, Bai Xiaoru was still half asleep and turned to ask Miaoling what was happening. Outside, the girl kept shouting for benefactor Qin non-stop, as if she was afraid nobody could hear her. Qin Tian and Miaoling finally came out, and the first thing he did was tell her to stop shouting. Standing before them was a young girl who looked overjoyed when she saw Qin Tian, while he took a moment to recognize her as the girl he had casually saved before. Seeing this, Miaoling curiously asked if they knew each other. Qin Tian immediately gave his disciple the ultra-condensed version of the story, basically saying he saved her, and a few things happened afterward. Somehow, Miaoling still understood everything. After the quick explanation, Qin Tian finally asked why she came looking for him. The moment he asked, the girl put on a pitiful expression, her eyes glistening as if she were about to cry. She clasped her hands together and begged him, saying he had saved her life once before, and she hoped he could save her again. Before anyone could react, she dropped to her knees and revealed her wish. She wanted to escape being dragged into the struggle for the imperial throne. According to her, her younger brother feared she would compete for the throne, so he planned to marry her off far away to eliminate future trouble. Rumors even spread that whoever married the princess would secure eternal peace between the two nations. Outsiders kept praising her beauty, saying anyone who married her would be blessed for 3 lifetimes. Those words terrified her, so she fled the palace, knowing without strong backing she would become nothing more than a political tool, which is why she wanted to take Qin Tian as her master and seize her own fate. After hearing everything, Qin Tian didn't answer right away and silently calculated something, while Miaoling softly called out to him, sensing his suspicious expression. After a moment, Qin Tian said he could accept her as a nominal disciple, but she had to meet one condition. The girl quickly asked what it was, and Qin Tian pointed straight at her, declaring he wanted the royal Hua Sui Ming. Hearing that, she hesitated, since Hua Sui Ming was extremely precious, and normally only the heir qualified to use it for breakthroughs. Qin Tian just smirked and boldly declared he would help her become the heir, and in return she would give him Hua Sui Ming, a fair trade that left both her and Miaoling stunned. The girl stared at Qin Tian, her shock slowly turning into determination. She clenched her fists, her voice far firmer than before. In the end, she agreed, and promised to do everything to help him obtain Hua Sui Ming, making Qin Tian nod in satisfaction. From that moment on, she officially became his nominal disciple and respectfully addressed him as master. But not long after, the peaceful atmosphere was shattered by desperate cries for help. It turned out Qin Tian was chasing Ming Yilian with a shining staff, asking in confusion why she was running. Ming Yilian's hair was a mess, tears streaming down her face as she ran for her life, screaming that if she didn't run she would actually die. Qin Tian refused to stop, and seriously asked whether those desperate eyes and tears could really change her fate. Ming Yilian completely broke down, crying that she didn't want to be the heir anymore. In her panic, she tripped and fell hard to the ground. The fall only made her cry louder as she begged Qin Tian to spare her. But Qin Tian showed no mercy, charging forward with the staff and shouting that if she wanted to change her destiny, she had to stop running and face him, while she scrambled up and kept fleeing in terror. Qin Tian continued chasing her nonstop with the staff, yelling for her to stop, while she ran with everything she had, crying that this training would kill her sooner or later, as Bai Xiaoru casually ate fruit and watched like a show, asking Miaoling if this hell training was really useful, and Miaoling calmly sipped milk tea and said she had no idea. The scene then shifted to the palace of the Yangming kingdom, as night fully fell. Inside a deathly silent room, a weak female voice begged someone to let her go. The young girl inside was being strangled, her face pale as she struggled in despair. But the person before her had no intention of stopping, and coldly asked if she hadn't once said she would give him everything. The one attacking her was Ming Guangjian, the prince of Yangming, his eyes blood-red and aura dark as he said if she must blame someone, blame the imperial sister and that old man for forcing him to this point. The girl could barely breathe and weakly called out, "Your Highness." Soon after, she lost her life from suffocation, and only then did Ming Guangjian slowly release his grip. A twisted smile appeared on his face as he said he had fulfilled the request. He stood up and looked toward the dark corner of the room, reminding the other party to keep their promise. At that moment, a cold wind suddenly blew in through the window. Along with it, a shadowy figure rushed into the room like a ghost. A red-haired man appears, his voice dark and heavy, calling Ming Guangjian the new emperor of Young Ming Kingdom. He promises the demon sect will support him with everything they have. That man is none other than Mo Tianlun, the demon sect master, and he looks like pure trouble. Meanwhile, on Qin Tian's side, the vibe is completely different. Bai Xiaoru boldly declares war, saying since spells are allowed, don't blame her for bullying, and instantly unleashes Fox Flame. And Miaoling stands behind with her Emperor Tie weapon and calmly tells Ming Yilian to charge. Facing a two-unknown, Bai Xiaoru immediately yells that no one said it would be unfair. Before she can react, a fireball shoots straight at her. Bai Xiaoru screams as the opening move hits insanely hard, totally unreasonable. Behind her, and Miaoling keeps cheering Ming Yilian on, and even though she is exhausted with a huge bump on her head, she still grits her teeth and answers. And Miaoling gets more into it, shouting like she is watching a real match, and Qin Tian sees the whole scene from above. Watching the chaos, Qin Tian suddenly feels like he is training battle pets, and the more he looks, the more it fits. After being pressured until she can barely breathe, Bai Xiaoru finally raises her hand and asks for a break. Ming Yilian grips her sword tighter, her aura clearly stronger, and then Miaoling says the brutal training paid off, making Ming Yilian smile. But that smile fades fast as the memory of that hellish training flashes back, turning her face pale. Ming Yilian trembles and says she never wants to repeat that life or death running training again, and even Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru agree she has at least stopped running away. Right then, a strange sound comes from Ming Yilian's body. She awkwardly explains, it is a special communication artifact her father gave her. Ming Yilian quickly checks it and realizes her father is trying to contact her. A light screen suddenly appears in front of everyone. On it is the Emperor of Young Ming Kingdom, looking panicked, trying to speak, and Ming Yilian calls out to him in shock, but he only manages to shout that she must not return. Right after that warning, a bloody hand suddenly pierces through his chest. The horrifying scene freezes the three girls in place, their faces pale. Then Ming Guangjian rips apart his father's body and tosses it aside like trash. Seeing this, Ming Yilian completely breaks down and screams for her father. She cries at the screen, begging him to answer, while Ming Guangjin takes over the image with a cold, twisted smile. It seems Ming Guangjin's plan has finally succeeded. He casually throws the corpse aside and coldly tells Ming Yilian that the emperor is dead. He even licks the blood on his hand with sick pleasure and blames everything on his sister. Ming Yilian refuses to accept it and keeps shouting why he did this, hoping it is all fake. But Ming Guangjian steps on their father's corpse and says he was supposed to be the heir. Yet after learning Ming Yilian joined Gunan Sword Sect, the emperor wanted to pass the throne to her. So for the throne, he struck first and calls it all her fault. Those vicious words push Ming Yilian out of control, and she screams that she will kill him, but Bai Xiaoru quickly holds her back. On the other side, Ming Guangjian keeps mocking her, even pretending to be scared just to fuel her rage. He shamelessly says that if she had obediently gone for the political marriage, none of this would have happened. At that moment, Mo Tianlun appears beside him and coldly praises him for a job well done. The demon sect master then reminds him that the sacrifice ritual in Changming City is about to begin as agreed. He pats Ming Guangjian on the shoulder, asking if he has any regrets, and Ming Guangjian smirks, saying the demon sect is the true hero behind his rise. They make sure the whole conversation is transmitted to Ming Yilian, and Ming Guangjian even lets the demon sect do whatever they want to the citizens. And Miaoling, who has been silent, immediately recognizes the man as Mo Tianlun. Realizing their cruel scheme, Ming Yilian angrily demands to know why they allied with the demon sect. But Ming Guangjian does not bother answering and destroys the communication artifact, cutting off the screen. Ming Yilian screams in despair, begging them to come back. She keeps asking what they plan to do to the people of Changming City. Bai Xiaoru tries to calm her down, but Ming Yilian almost breaks into tears, saying the demon sect wants to sacrifice the entire city. Bai Xiaoru then points at Qin Tian, who is lazily lying on a tree eating watermelon, saying only her master can save Changming City and deal with semi-saint Mo Tianlun. Hearing that, Ming Yilian's eyes light up with hope, like someone grabbing a final lifeline. While everyone is tense, Qin Tian just keeps eating and mutters that trouble never stops coming. At the same time, screams echo across Changming City, throwing the whole place into chaos. Citizens run in panic toward the gates, carrying whatever they can. They think escaping the city means surviving, so they rush forward desperately. But just as they near the gates, countless blood-red tentacles burst from the ground and wrap around them. No matter how hard they struggle, it is useless, and desperate cries fill the air. The entire city is drowned in screams and fear, like a living hell. In seconds, those captured are dragged into a massive sea of blood until even their fingers vanish. After devouring countless lives, the sea of blood slowly shrinks into a dark red sphere, and the one behind this massacre is none other than Mo Tianlun. Staring at the blood sphere, he says this sacrifice has finally allowed him to break through. Right then, a mysterious figure steps out of the shadows and congratulates Mo Tianlun on entering the Saint Realm. The newcomer looks bizarre, bald with strange markings around his eyes, radiating pure evil. In his hand is a black book that feels ancient and dangerous. He says Mo Tianlun is now qualified for deeper cooperation with his faction, and their next target of cooperation is the royal palace of Yangming Kingdom. As for Ming Yilian, once she returns to the palace, she immediately kicks the doors open and shouts Ming Guangjian's name. But the scene inside makes her face turn pale. A massive serpent tail coils around the throne, with two other strange figures beside it. The one on the throne is a three-headed monster, and two of those heads are desperately calling for help. And looking closely, they are Ming Guangwei, Ming Guangbao, and Ming Guangjian fused into one body. Even Qin Tian and his two disciples are stunned, while Ming Yilian almost collapses as she calls out to her brothers. At that moment, Mo Tianlun slowly steps out with a cold smile, saying they finally arrived. The bald man with the black book looks straight at Qin Tian and greets him like an old acquaintance. Qin Tian stays calm, rubbing his chin and asking what they did to the princes. Mo Tianlun casually lifts one head and explains that Ming Guangjian wanted more power, so he used a secret fusion technique to combine the three brothers and force a breakthrough, while the middle head laughs madly and tells Ming Yilian she can never save them. He even adds that Ming Yilian joining Gunan's sword sect put huge pressure on Ming Guangjian. Hearing that, Ming Yilian trembles in rage and calls him a beast. She draws her sword and charges forward, ready to risk everything. But the moment she reaches them, an invisible barrier blocks her completely. Ming Yilian grits her teeth, furious that they had already set up a barrier in advance. Only now does Qin Tian notice the strange bald man and directly ask who he really is. The bald man slowly opens his book and says they should change locations before introductions. As each page flips, a strange light begins spreading outward. In an instant, that glow completely engulfs the space around them. And just like that, everyone vanishes from their original spot. When they open their eyes again, they are standing in a boundless desert with no end in sight. Ming Yilian raises her hand to shield her face from the raging sandstorm, looking stunned. Bai Xiaoru yells as sand flies straight into her eyes, suffering the moment she arrives. The two princes trapped inside the fused monster can only weakly call out to Ming Yilian for help. Mo Tianlun appears in the desert too, his eyes locking onto and meowing as he says he never expected to meet her again. He even claims he has missed her to the point of madness. Facing her old enemy, and meowing coldly replies that she missed him too, enough to want him dead immediately. Her smile turns icy, killing intent barely hidden, completely intolerant of his twisted obsession. Meanwhile, the bald man separates Qin Tian to another area, and finally introduces himself as Wen Na, a saint-level disciple of the Bald Sect and a clone of the Space Book, one of the 9 divine books. He adds that his true body is currently confronting the Qin family in the universe of all heavens. Hearing that, Qin Tian frowns, especially at the words Qin family and universe of all heavens. After a few seconds, he bluntly asks what nonsense he is talking about. Wen Na is just about to explain further when Qin Tian suddenly claps his hands as if remembering something crucial, leaving Wen Na stunned. He recalls the last time he returned home and met the strange puppets left by his parents. Back then, they said his parents went traveling and told him to be careful of the book. At the time, Qin Tian had no idea what that meant. Only now does he realize that the book his mother warned him about is the very one in front of him. Thinking about it, he feels his parents are hiding way too many secrets. After connecting the dots, he turns serious and asks what the Qin family did to deserve being targeted. Wen Na begins explaining that it all traces back to the birth of the universe of all heavens after the Great Void Calamity. To prevent the newborn universe from falling into chaos, the 9 divine books emerged to maintain order and keep everything stable. But sometimes errors still appear, and Qin Tian and his father are prime examples. According to Wen Na, people like them break balance and push the universe toward destruction. So their mission is to erase all system errors like the Qin family. As he speaks, Wen Na draws power from the heavenly book, black and golden energy erupting and forming a cloak behind him. He confidently declares that once fused with the heavenly book, he is invincible. Then Wen Na laughs and clenches his fist, proclaiming that for the peace of the all heavens, Qin Tian must die. But Qin Tian is not impressed by the speech. He is staring at the human book fusion cloak, thinking it looks insanely cool. His eyes light up, already wanting a power like that for himself. At that moment, Wen Na launches forward, with a punch called head-piercing critical fist. Qin Tian answers with Tao transformation free dragon fist, grinning that it looks cool, but he is about to smash it. Their fists collide head-on in the next instant. The clash releases terrifying shockwaves, tearing the surrounding space apart. The sea below explodes into towering waves as both Qin Tian and Wen Na are blasted backward. After steadying himself, Wen Na narrows his eyes, saying Qin Tian looks like spirit movement realm on the surface, but must be hiding his true power. He never expected Qin Tian to be this strong, already stepping into the saint realm like him. Qin Tian just smirks, saying praise sounds nice, but coming from him, it means nothing. Wen Na keeps trying to shake him, saying if Qin Tian lives, the world will collapse and even Yin ruling, Bai Xiaoru, and Ming Yilian will die because of him. But Qin Tian shrugs it off, saying he is not stupid enough to believe one-sided claims. The heavenly book grows impatient and urges Wen Na to finish Qin Tian with its power. Wen Na confidently declares that before she can even react, Qin Tian will already be dead. The divine descent erupts and Wen Na's aura skyrockets. Qin Tian's face changes instantly, as Wen Na's cultivation jumps straight into the Emperor realm, completely outrageous. Before he can fully process it, Wen Na closes the distance at extreme speed and lands a heavy punch that blasts Qin Tian away. He gives him no chance to breathe, unleashing a relentless barrage that forces Qin Tian on the defensive. With the final blow, Wen Na smashes Qin Tian deep beneath the sea. Floating in the air, he looks down coldly and says, "It is over." Meanwhile, the other battlefield is just as intense. Ming Guangjian laughs while overpowering Ming Yilian, mocking her for training so long at Gunan sword sect with barely any improvement. As he finishes speaking, he fires 3 energy arrows straight at her. She struggles to dodge, frustrated because his attack speed is too fast to approach. Ming Guangjian sneers, asking if that is all she has. At that moment, Bai Xiaoru suddenly circles behind him, finding a chance to strike. But what she sees makes her freeze on the spot. Behind Ming Guangjian is the face of Ming Yilian's father, eyes wide open in shock. The old emperor stares at Bai Xiaoru and stammers, asking what she plans to do, shocking her completely. The head opens its mouth to attack, yet still manages to shout for her to stay away. At such close range, Bai Xiaoru cannot dodge, and can only raise her arms to block, knowing this is bad. A powerful shockwave bursts from the head, slamming into her and sending her flying. Ming Yilian cries out in panic, shouting Bai Xiaoru's name. Ming Guangjian glances back and laughs, saying their father is still very useful. The old emperor keeps screaming for Ming Yilian to run. He urges her to live well and leave immediately, while Ming Guangjian coldly tells him to stop moving, and hearing her father's voice, Ming Yilian trembles as she calls out, "Father." Seeing her father turned into this, her tears finally fall uncontrollably. Even without control of his body, he still tries to force her to escape. His eyes strain as he shouts for her to leave right now. Looking at him, Ming Yilian recalls her childhood, when she once hid in fear in a corner. Back then, her father found her and made her younger brother apologize for scaring her with a mask. He gently comforted her, saying everything was fine. He patted her head and smiled warmly, teasing that how could a princess be so timid. He promised he would always protect her, so she never needed to be afraid. Back to the present, Ming Yilian looks at him through tears and calls out, "Father." Ming Guangjian tries to interrupt, but her father ignores him and keeps telling her to leave. That scene reminds Ming Yilian of the palace incident years ago. It was her father who shielded her and ordered her to leave until everything was settled. He firmly commanded the guards to take her away, even as she cried and resisted. His face was stern, repeatedly telling her to go, leaving her no chance to object. Now his expression grows more twisted, his voice turning frantic as he shouts for her to stay away. His face quickly distorts, eyes glowing blood red as his final consciousness fades. After the initial shock, Ming Yilian becomes strangely calm and says this time, she will not run. Once the monster fully takes control, its power explodes, making the air around them feel unbearably heavy. Ming Guangjian laughs madly, mocking that even in death their father still loves his sister, so he might as well absorb him completely. Ming Yilian tightens her grip on the sword and charges forward, having always been protected by her father. But this time, she will be the one protecting him. Back to Qin Tian's battlefield. As Wen Na looks down at the sea, he suddenly sees a giant fish rising with someone on its back. Before he understands what is happening, the fish bursts out of the water and shoots into the sky, leaving him stunned. A figure then lightly steps off the fish and lands on the water as if nothing happened. It is Qin Tian. He looks at Wen Na and smirks, admitting that attack was indeed dangerous. If he were any weaker, he would be done, but now it is his turn. As he speaks, he pulls something out from the void. It is only a sword hilt, yet it feels incredibly ominous. When Qin Tian slowly draws the blade, a pitch-black sword appears, spreading deadly killing intent everywhere. This is the life and death sword. Wen Na is surprised but forces himself to stay calm, saying even an Emperortier weapon cannot defeat him. Qin Tian simply smiles and says, "Then let us try." He instantly dashes forward and unleashes absolute death silence. Wen Na confidently raises an energy barrier, believing his divine power makes his defense unbreakable. But the heavenly book senses extreme danger and screams for him to dodge. In a blink, Qin Tian appears behind Wen Na and coldly asks who told him that this is just a normal emperor weapon. Only then does Wen Na truly feel fear, but it is already too late. The heavenly book turns into a cloak to shield him, its voice trembling as if it recognizes something. Yet the cloak is split in half and completely destroyed by the devastating power of the life and death sword. After the battle, Qin Tian sighs that this is the first time he has gone all out like this. Seeing his own hand corroded by the sword's energy, his gaze hardens, realizing he must grow stronger. Relying only on a weapon will eventually lead to disaster. At that moment, the system sends a notification, saying his will to become stronger unlocks the path of mortal refinement. The path of mortal refinement means sealing spiritual power, entering the mortal world, tempering the heart, and comprehending one's true self. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, Bai Xiaoru is covered in injuries, collapsed on the ground in a miserable state. Ming Guangjian laughs proudly, even forcing their father to watch the fate of the daughter he always favored. He wants to prove that all that favoritism was meaningless. Ming Yilian is tightly bound by his serpent tail, unable to resist, as Ming Guangjian declares that only the strongest can inherit the throne of young Ming, and that person can only be him. Ming Yilian struggles in pain, but can only desperately call out to her father. Ming Guangjian laughs even crazier, mocking that all she can do is cry and run, yet their father still wanted to pass the throne to someone so weak. As he speaks, he tightens his grip, causing her unbearable pain. On the other side, Bai Xiaoru forces herself to stand despite her injuries. She stretches out her hand toward Ming Guangjian, gathering a small ball of energy, her breathing faint. Under her breath, she softly whispers two words, "Ancestor Totem." Elsewhere, the battle between Mo Tianlun and An Miaoling has reached a critical stage. Mo Tianlun confidently says that in this space, it is just the two of them, and this time she has nowhere to run and no one to save her. And Miaoling releases a chilling frost aura and coldly replies that he really thinks she is still the weak saintess of the demon sect from years ago. Sensing her aura, Mo Tianlun is slightly shocked that she has stepped into the semi-saint realm in such a short time. But before he can finish speaking, An Miaoling swings her sword and charges to kill him, while he remains calm. He immediately unleashes demon earth dragons, as he is now a true saint. Countless massive earth dragons rise from the ground, forming a siege around An Miaoling and attacking all at once. But those attacks couldn't even slow her down. An Miaoling slips past them and instantly summons the Ice Phoenix. From the void, a massive frost phoenix appears, bringing bone-chilling cold and raging wind. The Ice Phoenix dives straight at Mo Tianlun with overwhelming force. Facing it, Mo Tianlun raises his hand, forms a sinister energy sphere, and unleashes Shattered Asura. The two ultimate moves collide mid-air and explode, shaking the entire battlefield. Then a gigantic purple beam crashes down from the sky right onto Mo Tianlun. As the dust clears, a colossal Asura stands revealed, with Mo Tianlun seated inside, surrounded by giant arms holding deadly weapons. He looks at An Miaoling with disdain, and tells her to stop resisting and return to the demon sect as the saintess. The Asura gathers power in its palm, forming a massive demonic energy sphere. Without hesitation, he hurls it straight at her. But at that moment, a sharp slash rings out and space itself splits apart. The sword strike cuts the energy sphere clean in half mid-air. From the light, An Miaoling emerges and launches her final move, Void-Breaking Slash. Mo Tianlun can't hide his shock, completely caught off guard. Still, he sneers and says dodging one move doesn't mean she has won. An Miaoling calmly replies that they'll see soon enough. The moment she finishes, Mo Tianlun unleashes another killing move. Black demonic aura surges around him and condenses into a deadly void circle. From its center, a terrifying shockwave blasts toward An Miaoling. Each strike tears through space and pierces her figure, but they hit nothing and vanish. It was only her afterimage, while her real body waits for the perfect moment. Even so, Mo Tianlun stays alert and scans the battlefield carefully. Suddenly, countless five-colored butterflies appear and gather into An Miaoling's true form. Seizing the chance, she swings her sword and unleashes Lotus Sword Rain. The sudden counterattack makes Mo Tianlun cry out in disbelief. But it's already too late. Her blade completes a flawless arc. That strike pierces straight through the giant body of Mo Tianlun. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Bai Xiaoru uses the last of her strength. As she shouts, a giant fox phantom spreads its arms and forms an energy cage around Ming Guangjian. Caught off guard, Ming Guangjian freezes and looks around warily. Not giving him time to react, Bai Xiaoru forms seals and shouts, "Seal." In an instant, the fox arms tighten and trap Ming Guangjian inside the prison. Because of that, Ming Yilian finally escapes danger. She collapses and gasps for air like she just survived death. While maintaining the seal, Bai Xiaoru urgently calls out to Ming Yilian. She says she can only hold him for a short time, and the rest is up to her. Hearing that, Ming Yilian grips her sword tightly with determination. Inside the seal, Ming Guangjian struggles madly and demands to be released, while Ming Yilian's hand trembles. At that moment, Qin Tian's voice echoes in her mind, telling her to stop running. He once said she always chose to run, even becoming a disciple just to escape responsibility, and someone like that could never be an emperor. Back then, she said she didn't want to be the successor anymore. But Qin Tian reminded her that an emperor cannot break their word, and quitting now is too late, forcing her to face her own weakness. Ming Yilian tightens her grip on the sword, her eyes turning firmer than ever, and she decides she will never run again. Sensing danger, Ming Guangjian switches tactics and tries to break her mentally, asking if she really dares to strike. He brings up Guang Hui and Guang Bao, saying their souls are still inside him, and reminds her their father stands behind him. But Ming Yilian does not hesitate for even a second and swings her sword down. All her resolve and will are poured into that single strike. Ming Guangjian can only scream in despair. He refuses to accept dying here because he still dreams of becoming emperor. Yet it is already too late, and Ming Yilian personally ends his life. In his final moment, he seems to see his childhood self in his father's arms before whispering a farewell. Meanwhile, Miaoling's battle is not over yet. With one arm severed, Mo Tianlun roars in hatred, unable to accept that someone who has not trained 100 years can surpass him. And Miaoling coldly says power built on evil sacrifices is just a castle on sand, impressive but doomed to collapse. Her words stab straight into Mo Tianlun's pride, driving him into madness. He loses control, attacks wildly, and shouts that he will drain her dry and use her as a furnace to break into the Emperor realm. Facing his frenzy, and Miaoling only gives a faint smile. She gently swings her sword and releases a slash so fast the eye can barely follow. After striking, she turns and walks away as if it is already over. Only then does Mo Tianlun realize his body has long been split in two. As he dies, he still mutters about his foolish dream of the Emperor realm before collapsing. And Miaoling steps beside his corpse and coldly says he will not be lonely in the underworld. She drives her sword down and declares the demon sect's evil path will soon join him. But after the battle, something feels very wrong. The moment Mo Tianlun dies, the artificial space begins to crack and collapse. Bai Xiaoru looks around in confusion, while Ming Yilian turns pale in panic. Suddenly, two puppets shaped like Qin Tian's parents appear before him, and the father greets him warmly. The mother puppet cuts him off and tells him to get to the point. The father then explains that seeing them means Qin Tian touched the divine book and passed the illusion. It also means the mechanism inside the puppets has activated to help him condense the divine book's power. Watching the divine book restore itself, Qin Tian is stunned. The puppets say they know he has many questions, but answers must wait until they return. For now, his only task is to cultivate at all costs and reach the Emperor realm. Holding the divine book, Qin Tian cannot help but marvel at how unbelievable this all is. On the cover, two clear words appear, Fang Kong. Though still puzzled, Qin Tian regains his resolve and vows to break into the Emperor realm. Time quickly passes after the Great War. In the Nether Kingdom, a grand coronation ceremony is held. Tens of thousands of soldiers kneel before the new ruler. Cheers for the Empress echo everywhere, as Ming Yilian officially becomes the Queen of the Nether Kingdom. She gently raises her hand, signaling everyone to rise. The crowd responds in unison and stands. The current Ming Yilian is no longer the weak girl from before, but a true ruler with calm authority. Her eyes drift into the distance and stop at a floating cauldron, and the sight instantly reminds her of someone. The sight reminds her of the days with Qin Tian, Yin Ruling, and Miaoling, and Bai Xiaoru. A quiet sadness rises in her heart because she can no longer return to Hidden Sword Peak with them. While lost in thought, something soft suddenly presses against both her cheeks. It is Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru hugging her tightly, telling her they understand her choice to stay for the Nether Kingdom. Caught between them, Ming Yilian blushes and stammers that she can barely breathe. Nearby, Qin Tian rubs his face and says if anyone dares bully her, she can always come back because Hidden Sword Peak will forever be her home. Ming Yilian's eyes light up as she asks if that is true, and Qin Tian nods without hesitation. Back to the present, she smiles softly and silently thanks everyone who stood by her. As for Qin Tian's group, sitting on the flying cauldron, and Miaoling asks where they will go next after getting the nether flower, and Qin Tian confidently says their next stop is Hidden Spirit Forest. He proudly claims that while they were helping Ming Yilian rebuild the palace, he was gathering intelligence everywhere. In reality, it looked more like he was gossiping around, but he says he finally found news about the Holy Spirit fruit. Bai Xiaoru throws him a suspicious look and asks An Miaoling if she believes him, and she flatly says no. Even so, Qin Tian firmly decides to head to Hidden Spirit Forest, one of the most famous forbidden lands of Eastern Province in Xiao Continent. The moment they enter, Qin Tian looks around and sighs at how massive the forest is. And Miaoling suggests they split up and regroup at sunset, and both Bai Xiaoru and Qin Tian agree. The three quickly separate and search in different directions, and the result is exactly what you would expect. After a full day with 0 results, Qin Tian can only sit by the fire roasting meat. Still, he proudly praises his cooking skills, saying the meat is so good it almost glows. Suddenly, rustling sounds come from a nearby bush. Qin Tian turns his head and something unexpected happens. Bai Xiaoru suddenly rushes out of the bushes and crashes straight into him. The impact sends the meat skewer flying into the air. Luckily, the precious meat does not fall to the ground, because An Miaoling appears and casually catches it with a cold expression. She calmly sits down and continues roasting like nothing happened. Meanwhile, Qin Tian is pinned down by Bai Xiaoru and can barely breathe. Realizing the awkward position, Bai Xiaoru jumps up in embarrassment, while Qin Tian secretly feels that the accident was not so bad. After the chaos, the three gather around the fire again to eat, but this time Bai Xiaoru becomes unusually quiet. Even An Miaoling stays silent in thought. Seeing the awkward mood, Qin Tian finally asks what is wrong. He jokes that one looks like an ice queen in debt, and the other like she was chased by dogs all day. The two girls try to speak at the same time, but both fall silent, so Qin Tian tells Bai Xiaoru to go first. Bai Xiaoru says she ran into people from the D Alliance outside the forest. They were extremely tyrannical and killed anyone who got in their way, so she had no choice but to keep avoiding them. Hearing that, Qin Tian curiously asks why the Dai Alliance is chasing her so fiercely. Bai Xiaoru pauses for a moment and starts recounting the war between the Red Sky Empire and the Great Liang Empire. Strangely, both empires were eventually ruined by a mysterious third force. Before the war, she had met the two emperors inside a secret realm. Because of that, the Dai Alliance blamed everything on her and branded her as the mastermind. An Miaoling frowns and asks why Qingqiu did not protect her, and Bai Xiaoru explains that the D Alliance has already stirred up all of Central Province against her. While calmly eating barbecue, Qin Tian says she does not need to worry because he will protect her and clear her name. Hearing that, Bai Xiaoru happily jumps over to hug him, and Qin Tian panics and tells her not to hand out good guy cards so casually. Qin Tian then turns to his cold-faced disciple and jokes why she looks unhappy today. That question reminds An Miaoling of a conversation she once overheard about Shangwei Kun bringing people from Kun Yuan Empire to Hidden Spirit Forest. The other person had sighed that since the order was given, they had no choice but to obey, and they were clearly soldiers of Kun Yuan Empire. Thinking about it, An Miaoling remains silent. Seeing her stay quiet, Qin Tian tries to ease the tension. He reminds her they have been together for years, and neither he nor the little fox would ever betray her. And Miaoling's hand trembles slightly as she struggles internally. After a long pause, she admits her identity is not as simple as it seems. Finally, she confesses that she is a reincarnated expert, once known as the Heartless Empress. Bai Xiaoru is instantly shocked by the title, while Qin Tian stays unusually calm. His reaction freezes both girls on the spot. Noticing their stares, Qin Tian suddenly pretends to be shocked, and Bai Xiaoru looks at him in pure disdain. Ignoring his acting, An Miaoling continues and says that in her previous life she entered a deadly forbidden zone with Kun Yuan Great Emperor, Mu Shu Patriarch, and Blood Domain Patriarch. But the three of them had plotted against her and pushed her into a prepared formation trap. They tried to forcibly refine her, and their real goal was her low-grade Emperor weapon. So once her identity is exposed, those people will never let her live. Qin Tian calmly picks up a piece of meat and says this debt must be repaid, even if he has to walk through fire for her. He hands the freshly grilled meat to An Miaoling, while Bai Xiaoru keeps eating without caring about her image. Qin Tian wonders if a low-grade Emperor weapon is really worth risking everything, and Bai Xiaoru explains that only true big shots in the Emperor realm can own one. And Miaoling adds that Xiao Continent lacks materials and master refiners capable of forging Emperor weapons. Hearing that, Qin Tian secretly calculates that if the system ever teaches him to forge emperor weapons, he would never lack resources again. After that, the three continue their dinner, as if nothing happened. The scene shifts to Two Realms Mountain, the border between Eastern and Central Province, where purple clouds suddenly gather. News spreads that a Peak Emperor Realm's secret realm has appeared, but only cultivators below Saint Realm can enter. Inside a grand palace, Prince Lan Yang of the Divine Blue Empire decides to send their half-saint geniuses to seize the opportunity. On the other side, Sword God Valley refuses to sit still, and Jian Wuken orders all half-saint disciples to head to Two Realms Mountain. Even Di Pengquan of the Vast Heaven Empire, a third-layer Emperor Realm expert, sends his empire's geniuses to compete. Time passes quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days go by. After days of silence, chaos finally erupts. A massive explosion shakes the entire forest. In the smoke, Kun Ren roars with his warhammer and warns the Dai Alliance to get lost because his soldiers found the Holy Spirit fruit first. Facing him are three men laughing mockingly, asking where his soldiers are since they all seem dead. They declare that only Kun Ren is left, and the treasure now belongs to them, the three half-saint brothers of the Dai Alliance, Wu Men, Wu Ting, and Wu Shi. Furious, Kun Ren charges again, saying he must bring the Holy Spirit fruit back to Kun Yuan Great Emperor. The two sides clash instantly, because in this world the rule is simple, the strong take everything. While they fight, Qin Tian and the two girls hide in the shadows and wait for the perfect moment. And Miaoling moves like lightning and summons the Ice Phoenix to block Kun Ren. Bai Xiaoru unleashes countless wind blades and forces the three brothers to retreat. With one wave of attacks, she separates the three into different positions. Kun Ren roars angrily and demands to know who dares ambush the nobles of Kun Yuan Empire. And Miaoling answers coldly that she is here to take his life. The Dai Alliance trio also shout their names, but Bai Xiaoru laughs and says she loves beating people from the Dai Alliance. One of them immediately draws his bow and aims at Miaoling, but the arrow is completely blocked by Bai Xiaoru's water wave before it reaches her. While the two girls hold the enemies back, Qin Tian remains unusually relaxed. He quietly moves toward the Holy Spirit fruit and mutters that he will take it while they keep fighting. But just as he is about to grab it, he senses something very wrong. The swamp below begins bubbling violently with eerie sounds, and Qin Tian instantly becomes alert. Seconds later, a massive creature rises from the swamp and blocks his path. Its body is so huge it covers the sky, and Bai Xiaoru freezes in fear at the sight. Even Kun Ren loses his earlier arrogance and stares in horror. Everyone stops fighting because they realize the treasure is guarded by a demon beast. It is a terrifying multi-headed python, each head staring at them like prey. Qin Tian looks up at it and casually wonders if it would taste good stir-fried with chili sauce. But things are far from over as the ground keeps shaking. Another snakehead suddenly bursts from underground and lunges at Miaoling. She barely dodges in time and counters with Ice Phoenix Slash. Unfortunately, the attack cannot break the python's steel hard scales. And Miaoling is shocked that even the Emperor weapon's power leaves no damage. The other snake heads also start attacking everyone, and one of the Dai Alliance brothers screams in fear. Before he can escape, a snake head swallows him whole. The horrifying scene sends chills down everyone's spine. Only Qin Tian stays strangely calm as one snake head approaches him. Oddly, the python does not attack, and instead seems wary of him before slowly backing away. Meanwhile, in other areas, blood has already splattered everywhere. One of the Di Ming brothers could only stare, as his own brother was swallowed whole right in front of him. The giant python was so fast he didn't even get the chance to react. After finishing its prey, the snake head pulled back with an arm still hanging from its mouth, while the heads facing Qin Tian acted tame, and the others kept slaughtering like mad. Soon enough, the next victim was another of the Ban Sheng trio. The last brother watched both of them get eaten, and screamed their names in pure despair. And Miaoling finally realized this was no ordinary demon snake. But before she could finish her warning, the next scene left her speechless. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Tian was casually sitting on top of the giant python's head, like he was out for a ride. With a flower in his mouth, he winked at Miaoling and said the snake seemed scared of him, so he tried commanding it and it actually obeyed, then even asked if he looked handsome. And Miaoling got so mad, she threw her flying sword at him and yelled why he didn't act sooner. The surviving Di Ming disciple stood there, stunned, unable to believe someone could control the treasure guardian beast. Qin Tian dodged the sword and yelped, while Miaoling fumed below, and the Di Ming disciple trembled as he asked who Qin Tian really was. Already annoyed, Qin Tian shot him a cold glance as if telling him to get lost. The moment their eyes met, the man froze in fear. Qin Tian didn't bother talking and ordered the python to deal with him. The man panicked, threw off his hat, and ran while screaming for help. A chaotic chase broke out in the forest, but the ending was obvious. He became the python's next meal. After taking the Holy Spirit fruit, Qin Tian scratched his head, feeling like he forgot something important. Turns out Bai Xiaoru was hiding behind a tree, shaking in fear from the monster earlier. Later, Bai Xiaoru ate ice cream and casually asked if the alchemy room would explode again. And Miaoling calmly replied it definitely would, since it always does, and Bai Xiaoru nodded in agreement. Right then, strange rumbling noises came from the alchemy room. Not long after, a massive explosion shook the place. The blast was so strong it blew the signboard outside the room into pieces. But the two girls stayed calm, like they were used to it, and one even said it finally exploded. Qin Tian walked out of the smoke looking like a mess, clothes torn and face dirty, yet grinning because he finally succeeded. He proudly showed Miaoling a pill bottle and said it was the Saint Boost pill, letting cultivators below 3rd level Saint Realm break through one minor realm, but only once. And Miaoling admitted the pill was top tier, but told him to put on proper clothes first. After cleaning up, Qin Tian told her to refine the pill because he would need her to go somewhere with him later. Curious, she asked where, but he only said she would find out in time. She muttered that her master loved acting mysterious. Qin Tian tossed the pill bottle over, and Miaoling quickly caught it. He reminded her to focus fully when refining it, since he would not help absorb the medicinal power this time. Hearing how heaven-defying the pill was, Miaoling beamed and asked if it was really for her, while Qin Tian casually said he made it for both of them, and Bai Xiaoru stared at it with obvious envy. Suddenly, Miaoling stepped closer and gave Qin Tian a quick kiss on the cheek. Before Qin Tian could even process it, she smiled and walked away. Qin Tian stood there grinning like an idiot, wondering if she actually liked him. While Qin Tian was still enjoying his life victory moment, Bai Xiaoru pouted and softly said she wanted one too. Qin Tian instantly turned to her with sparkling eyes. In the blink of an eye, morning had already arrived. Qin Tian looked disappointed, thinking she wanted something special, but she was only eyeing the immortal pill. He looked at her and asked if she was ready. Bai Xiaoru nodded obediently, her eyes glued to the pill. She stared as the pill slowly floated toward her. With a snap of Qin Tian's fingers, Bai Xiaoru jumped up and bit it. She refined it on the spot without hesitation. Bai Xiaoru held her face in pure bliss, like she had just tasted heaven. Qin Tian's gaze then drifted to the foxtail swaying behind her. Without thinking, he rushed forward and hugged the soft tail. The more he hugged it, the more addicted he got, saying it felt just as soft as he imagined, while Bai Xiaoru blushed and trembled. She turned and scolded him as a pervert, since a fox clan's tail was not something to touch casually. Qin Tian acted innocent, hugged it tighter, and said what's wrong with touching a little. Bai Xiaoru almost cried, saying only a life partner could touch her tail, but Qin Tian had already fallen asleep holding it, mumbling that he would just raise her in the future. The next day, Qin Tian prepared for his system check-in. He stood with hands clasped and prayed to every deity he could think of, from Taishan Laojun to Jesus. After the dramatic ritual, the system interface finally appeared. Qin Tian took a deep breath and pressed the button, hoping for something insane. The system voice rang out, granting Tha Ho Tu Tai Divine Art to level 13, Eternal Undying Body to 3rd stage, and a top-grade Ancestor Spirit Pearl that boosts cultivation and restores spiritual power. But Qin Tian clearly looked unsatisfied with the rewards. He pointed at the sky in frustration, feeling like the system played him again. Just then, Miaoling walked over and asked what he was doing, and Qin Tian instantly switched back to a serious face. He said he needed her to join him in an Emperor Realm secret realm with cultivation limits. These secret realms were usually left behind by peak Emperor Realm experts seeking a successor. Inside were not only techniques and martial skills, but also Emperor-grade herbs, and possibly even an Emperor weapon. Of course, the chance of finding an Emperor weapon was tiny, as an old man stroked his beard and explained, while his disciple looked at him in awe. People nearby discussed that this realm likely belonged to Guiyang Great Emperor from 30,000 years ago, but others mocked that rogue cultivators had no chance against major factions. He pointed around and said the 3 strongest forces near Liangji Mountain had all arrived. They glanced at the distant geniuses and sighed. All 3rd-level Ban Sheng, personally taught by peak great emperors. Some even fought saints without losing, and someone bitterly wished they would get stomach aches and miss it. At that moment, Lan Feng, prince of the Shenlan Empire, arrived and greeted everyone. A beautiful woman replied that anything involving an emperor weapon was impossible to miss, and she was Mu Qingqing, daughter of the Ice Spring Empress of the Haoshan Empire. Then a cold voice declared the emperor weapon of Guiyang Great Emperor must belong to Sword God Valley, and the speaker was Jian Beishan, their successor. As tension rose among the geniuses, Lanfeng suddenly pointed into the distance and told everyone to look at who just arrived. From afar, a figure stepped through the air, radiating overwhelming presence. It was an Miaoling, now wearing a mask that hid her face. The moment she landed near the secret realm, all eyes turned to her. Jian Beishan narrowed his eyes, sensing her sword intent was no weaker than his. Mu Qingqing grew curious, guessing this masked woman was a genius from another region. Lanfeng was different. The moment he saw her, desire sparked, and even with her face covered, he was sure she was a top beauty, while Mu Qingqing just smiled at his predictable lust. Lanfeng walked straight toward an Miaoling. She coldly asked what he wanted. Lanfeng arrogantly introduced himself as the Prince of Shenlan Empire and ordered her to remove the veil. He even reached out to tear it off, but an Miaoling calmly dodged. Annoyed, she drew her sword, pointed it at him, and told him to get lost. Instead of anger, Lanfeng laughed with interest, because her single strike had already broken his protective aura and lightly injured him. The crowd erupted, shocked that she wounded the Shenlan prince so easily, and many suspected she was a genius from central Zhongzhou. Lanfeng secretly assessed her and saw she was only second-level Bansheng, yet her sword intent was terrifying. His eyes locked onto her sword, concluding it was at least a half-emperor weapon, maybe even a low-grade emperor weapon. Greed flashed in his eyes as he unleashed his royal bloodline and threatened her to leave the sword behind or forget about leaving alive. An Miaoling mocked him, saying his strength was mediocre, yet he spoke like a true tyrant, just like a Shenlan prince. She then put away the Ice Phoenix sword and said she did not even need a weapon to deal with him. Furious, Lanfeng charged forward, vowing to show her the might of a prince. He slashed aggressively, but an Miaoling simply tilted her body and avoided it with ease. In the next second, she grabbed his collar. At the same time, her Ice Phoenix suppressed the blood serpent he summoned. Using the momentum, she flung Lanfeng into the air and smashed him down like a sack. The Prince of Shenlan Empire was left sprawled on the ground in utter humiliation. The spectators were even more stunned, as his saint-grade royal bloodline was completely suppressed by hers, making everyone wonder what terrifying bloodline she possessed. Even beaten badly, Lanfeng still grinned greedily, seeing her as a walking treasure, wanting both her sword and bloodline. Unable to endure it, he shouted for Longshu to step in and suppress her. And Miaoling showed clear disdain, the classic move of calling an elder when you cannot win, as Longshu slowly stepped out and pressured her with his voice. She narrowed her eyes, fully alert. Longshu released his third-level Saint Realm aura and demanded she follow him back to Shenlan Empire, saying it was her honor to be favored by the prince. But before he could approach, something changed, and his pupils shrank in fear. A pitch-black sword chi tore through space, and though Longshu defended with all his power, he was still blasted away. He crashed down beside Lanfeng in embarrassment. His stiff gaze locked onto the void before an Miaoling, where a pale hand slowly emerged, holding a dark, chilling sword. A lazy voice echoed from the void, mocking that she also had someone backing her. The one who acted was Qin Tian, who leaned close to an Miaoling and teased that young masters are not the only ones with bodyguards, as she smiled and obediently replied to her master. After taking that sword strike, Longshu was terrified, helped Lanfeng up, and urged him to retreat and settle it after leaving the secret realm, and though furious, Lanfeng agreed. Before leaving, the prince turned back and threw out a nasty threat at an Miaoling. The crowd felt disappointed the show ended so fast, and some even said injured rivals meant less competition, but others warned them not to be stupid and to run far if those groups really fought inside. Soon, the Liangji secret realm was about to officially open. And Miaoling glanced into the distance and realized Lanfeng and Jian Beishan had likely teamed up already. Just then, a female voice spoke from behind her. It was Mu Qingqing with a friendly smile, saying she also noticed the alliance and wanted to cooperate, splitting any treasure equally. Though cautious, and Miaoling thought for a moment and agreed. Not long after, the space gate finally opened, and the crowd erupted in excitement. Through the crack, an endless desert could be seen, heat waves rising like a living furnace. The cultivators rushed in without hesitation. More and more people poured into the secret realm. Soon cries of despair echoed everywhere. Some cursed Gu Yang Great Emperor for banning flight and forcing them to walk the desert, while others said save your breath, because the real bloodbath would be at the ancient city ahead. Under the brutal desert conditions, many began to collapse from exhaustion. Even top geniuses barely made it through, panting and drenched in sweat, with Lanfeng and Jian Beishan arriving first and sighing in relief. Others staggered behind them in miserable states, some foaming at the mouth, others crawling and begging for help. Corpses lay scattered along the path, proof that many had already died, and this was only the beginning. After traveling further, the ancient city of Guyang appeared, its massive gates slowly closing. A master and disciple barely slipped inside before it shut. The disciple was still shaken, but the master reassured him that entering meant temporary safety. Yet the moment the gate fully closed, an invisible formation activated and sealed the entire city. Not long after entering, something felt terribly wrong. The master panicked while the disciple's voice turned twisted and eerie. He chased after his master with resentment, sounding like something no longer human. While fleeing, the master spotted a room with a half-open door. Without thinking, he rushed inside and slammed it shut. Outside, the disciple banged on the door and screamed to be let in. The master held the door with all his strength, realizing this secret realm was a deadly trap. Not only was flight forbidden, even their cultivation was sealed, turning everyone into mortals. After a while, the outside suddenly went silent, making him wonder if that thing had left. Seeing no movement, he finally turned to inspect the room. Inside were shelves filled with jars of all sizes. Curious, he stepped closer and saw the label Saint Boost Pill written on them. His eyes lit up like he struck gold, thinking he had found great fortune. When he opened a jar, it was indeed full of pills, clearly priceless. But suddenly, a hand shot out from inside and grabbed him, and a familiar voice made his soul nearly leave his body. It was his disciple. The disciple crawled out of the jar and clung to his master, whispering for him to stop running. The disciple no longer looked human, black bleeding eyes and a twisted smile, dragging his master down to hell with him. Content reference Suicide, Index 0. Soon only the master's miserable screams echoed inside the room. Content reference Oasite, 1 Index 1. While chaos reigned inside, the elders outside still waited at the entrance. Content reference Oasite, 2 Index 2. Qin Tian floated in the air, scanning big names like Jian Wuchen, Lan Yi Wang, and Mu Yun. Content reference Oasite, 3 Index 3. Seeing all the heavyweights gathered, he secretly smiled. This trip would be worth it. Content reference Oasite, 4 Index 4. The corner of his lips curled up, sensing the system reward this time would be special. Content reference Oasite, 5 Index 5. He opened the system panel and muttered that things inside the realm had to speed up. Content reference Oasite, 6 Index 6. Deep inside the realm stood an ancient palace filled with a mysterious aura. Content reference Oasite, 7 Index 7. The 4 strongest geniuses gathered there, their spiritual energy draining into a sphere held by a meditating statue. Content reference Oasite, 8 Index 8. Above the statue, a strange vortex spun wildly, devouring their power. Content reference Oasite, 9 Index 9. And Miolang and the others looked dazed, completely under control. Content reference Oasite, 10 Index 10. Qin Tian slipped out from Miolang's sleeve and noticed the eerie silence. Content reference Oasite, 11 Index 11. When he saw the statue, he instantly understood the problem. Content reference Oasite, 12 Index 12. The vortex grew stronger, the suction increasing non-stop. Content reference Oasite, 13 Index 13. Knowing there was no time, Qin Tian moved to save them before their energy was drained dry. Content reference Oasite, 14 Index 14. He pulled out the life-death sword without hesitation. Content reference Oasite, 15 Index 15. Then he slashed straight at the sphere above the statue. Content reference Oasite, 16 Index 16. With one strike, the sphere shattered, and the absorption stopped instantly. Content reference Oasite, 17 Index 17. The statue's eyes snapped open and roared, "Who dares ruin my plan?" Content reference Oasite, 18 Index 18. Seeing Miolang awake, Qin Tian decided to slip away safely. Content reference Oasite, 19 Index 19. He dove back into the token hanging on her chest. Content reference Oasite, 20 Index 20. And Miolang was still dizzy but slowly regaining clarity. Content reference Oasite, 21 Index 21. Mu Qingqing also woke up, realizing they had fallen into an illusion since entering the realm. Content reference Oasite, 22 Index 22. Lin Yang stared at the statue in horror, guessing it absorbed the blood essence of dead geniuses, while Jian Beishan concluded it was likely the corpse of Guyang Great Emperor trying to revive. Content reference Oasite, 23 Index 23. The massive statue slowly stood up, its hoarse voice echoing through the hall. Content reference Oasite, 24 Index 24. Since the secret was exposed, Guyang revealed his true savage form and vowed to bury them all here. Content reference Oasite, 25 Index 25. Mu Qingqing called for teamwork, as only the 4 of them remained, and Lin Yang reluctantly agreed. Content reference Oasite, 26 Index 26. Guyang Great Emperor unleashed overwhelming pressure, seeing them as fuel to restore his emperor realm. Content reference Oasite, 27 Index 27. Without hesitation, the 4 charged at him together. Content reference Oasite, 28 Index 28. And Miolang activated Heart Sword Art, her sword intent exploding. Content reference Oasite, 29 Index 29. Mu Qingqing used Haoshan art and moved like lightning. Content reference Oasit, 30 Index 30. Jian Beishan, even blindfolded, unleashed his heaven sword form with terrifying sharpness. Content reference Oasite, 31 Index 31. Lin Yang ignited a sea of flames and struck with blue flame 20 strikes. Content reference Oasite, 32 Index 32. Facing them, Gu Yang used his ultimate move Blade Mountain Hell from the 18 Hells. Content reference Oasite, 33 Index 33. The battle became a brutal clash between 4 young geniuses and a revived great emperor. Content reference Soasit 34 Index 34. The entire palace was torn apart by the shockwaves. Content reference Oasit 35 Index 35. After the final collision, Gu Yang appeared with a severed finger and his sword fallen. Content reference Oasite 36 Index 36. He muttered about life and death with empty eerie eyes. Content reference Oasite 37 Index 37. In the end, Myolang and the others claimed victory. Content reference Oasite, 38 Index 38. Not long later, everyone reappeared at the realm's exit. Content reference Oasite, 39 Index 39. And Myolang supported Mu Qingqing, who was clearly badly injured. Content reference Oasite, 40 Index 40. The moment he saw them, Lin Yang shouted that Gu Yang Great Emperor's storage ring was in Mu Qingqing's hand. Content reference Oasite, 41 Index 41. Jian Beishan instantly steps in, shoves Lin Yang aside, and reports that Gu Yang Ren is with Princess Hoshan. In the blink of an eye, an invisible domain spreads out, and the whole area turns suffocating. Mu Yun coldly warns them that this is no different from declaring war on the Haoshan Empire, but Lan Yang Wang only gives a fake smile while Jian Wuchen says his target is Gu Yang Ren. Lan Yang Wang keeps pressing forward, and claims that if the two of them join forces, Mu Yun stands no chance. Jian Wuchen even starts dividing the spoils. The Emperor weapon goes to Sword God Valley, and Mu Qingqing with all her treasures goes to Lan Yang Wang, who grins like he wants to squeeze out every last coin. Mu Yun refuses to back down and is about to strike, but her eyes suddenly freeze as she senses something. Her attack stops halfway. Out of nowhere, Qin Tian appears behind the two men, casually placing a hand on their shoulders, and joking if they plan to bully his disciple. He looks at them with clear provocation, and suggests they fight him instead. Seeing them stay silent, Qin Tian adds that if they lose, everything ends here. Mu Yun stares at Qin Tian in a daze, her cheeks flushing, because this man is both handsome and terrifyingly unpredictable. Meanwhile, Jian Wuchen and Lan Yang Wang turn pale, shocked that they never sensed Qin Tian's arrival. They refuse to believe he is only at the spirit movement realm, because that level cannot even fly. The two instantly separate and demand to know Qin Tian's identity. Qin Tian plays dumb and says he is just here to watch the fun. Jian Wuchen has a fiery temper, so he immediately draws his sword, furious enough to kill on the spot. Lan Yang Wang attacks at the same time, thinking Qin Tian is just bluffing. But every strike is dodged with ease, and Qin Tian calmly tells them to keep coming. Then Qin Tian pulls out the life and death sword, and the moment it appears, space itself begins to tremble. Mu Yun watches in shock, because just the act of unsheathing the sword releases a terrifying pressure, making her question who he really is. Holding the life and death sword, Qin Tian stays relaxed and tells them to use their strongest moves. The two finally sense the danger and quickly retreat, no longer as arrogant as before. Lan Yang Wang frowns in caution, knowing the man in front of him is far from simple. Jian Wuchen stares at the sword with fear, instinct telling him this is more than just an ordinary emperor weapon. While the outside is tense like a drawn bowstring, the juniors inside the domain are strangely relaxed, because they are literally playing chess. Jian Beishan looks at the board and starts feeling that something about this situation is completely wrong. Lin Yang confidently plans his next move and says his father will handle the fight outside, while Mu Qingqing smirks and says her aunt is not easy to deal with either. Lin Yang keeps glancing at An Myolang with caution, since this woman is not someone he can casually provoke. The moment An Myolang turns to look at him, he panics and pretends to focus on the chessboard. Right then, Qin Tian's voice suddenly echoes in An Myolang's mind, asking if she is all right. Realizing it is her master, An Myolang responds immediately, and Mu Qingqing proudly smiles because now it is 2 versus 2. Lin Yang's face turns pale as he remembers this woman has a terrifying master backing her up. Outside, Qin Tian keeps checking on the situation, and An Myolang honestly says she is fine, and they are just playing chess inside. The moment she says that, Mu Qingqing and Jian Beishan quickly cover her mouth, because their elders are fighting to the death while they are calmly playing chess. After confirming An Myolang is safe, Qin Tian finally relaxes, clearly feeling much more at ease. Right then, Lan Yang Wang explodes in anger and throws a punch, shouting that Qin Tian dares to look down on him. But before the punch even lands, Mu Yun raises an ice pillar and blocks it. Lan Yangwang roars at her to stay out of it, and Mu Yun coldly replies she is just protecting her niece, then takes him on herself. Qin Tian is slightly surprised, but quickly agrees to let her handle Lan Yangwang. Lan Yangwang shatters the ice pillar and crazily charges at Mu Yun. At the same time, he tells Jian Wuken to deal with that arrogant brat. Jian Wuken smirks with confidence and accepts immediately. He then unfolds his own domain, the Forbidden Space Technique. In an instant, Qin Tian is dragged into a separate space, completely cut off from the outside world. Jian Wuchen is certain no one can help Qin Tian now, while Qin Tian is actually curious, since this is his first time experiencing an Emperor Realm domain. After sensing his surroundings, Qin Tian realizes the gravity and pressure here are far stronger than normal. To resist it, he must burn spiritual power, yet he cannot absorb any outside energy because the domain seals it off completely. Not wanting to waste time, Qin Tian strikes first and activates the eternal undying body. Jian Wuchen observes carefully and concludes that Qin Tian is not using a domain, but relying purely on his physique to endure the pressure. He instantly judges Qin Tian as a body cultivator, while he himself is a sword cultivator known for overwhelming attack power. The two draw their swords at the same time. Jian Wuchen counters sharply, and Qin Tian charges in with the life and death sword and the heart sword art. The moment the blades collide, the entire space trembles from the massive explosion. Jian Wuken's arm goes numb, and he is secretly shocked by Qin Tian's physical strength and sword skill. Realizing close combat is not working, he quickly changes tactics, because a true sword cultivator is not limited to one physical blade. Another radiant light sword slowly condenses in Jian Wuken's hand. Without hesitation, he slashes it down. For a split second, it seems the strike has cut Qin Tian. But Qin Tian dodges at the last moment, and the sword chi splits the ground open with a deep crack. From the smoke, Qin Tian walks out calmly, brushing off his shoulder and casually praising that sword cultivators do have some skill. He smirks and says, since he has taken one strike, it is only fair to return the favor. Jian Wuken's face finally changes, because he clearly saw the hit land, yet Qin Tian is completely unharmed. Qin Tian reminds him that he has received one sword, and now it is time for him to answer with the heart sword art. He simply flicks his sleeve, but an invisible sword intent shoots toward Jian Wuken at terrifying speed. Because the attack is completely unseen, Jian Wuken does not notice at all, and is still confused about what Qin Tian just did. Only when his body is torn apart and blood sprays everywhere does he panic. And worst of all, the sword intent cuts into his origin, making the wounds impossible to heal even inside his own domain, even slicing apart his blindfold. Jian Wuken can hardly believe it, thinking this kind of power belongs to a peak great emperor, and as he is heavily injured, his domain collapses. Mu Yun, who is fighting Lan Yangwang, senses the disturbance and immediately stops to look over. As the domain vanishes, Jian Wuchen falls from the sky covered in blood with lifeless eyes, while Qin Tian lands gently as if nothing happened. Seeing this result, Mu Yun smiles proudly and asks Lan Yangwang if he still wants to continue. At the same time, Miaolang and the others are freed from the sealed domain. Lan Yangwang sees Jian Wuchen lying motionless and shouts in panic for his martial uncle. In the end, they can only retreat while throwing out a few excuses to save face. Qin Tian and An Miaolang look at each other and laugh, while Mu Qingqing keeps staring at Qin Tian, thinking this man is unbelievably handsome. Qin Tian casually pats his disciple's head and praises her, and An Miaolang happily takes out her storage ring to show him. Mu Yun then steps forward and introduces herself as Mu Qingqing's aunt, and Qin Tian politely replies that he is An Miaolang's master. Mu Qingqing's eyes suddenly light up and she calls Qin Tian Uncle Qin. Qin Tian's face twists instantly, pointing at himself like, wait, am I that old already? He quickly corrects her, saying he is still a certified handsome young man, and Mu Yun drags Mu Qingqing to apologize, making her softly change it to Senior Qin. Before parting, Mu Yun warmly invites them to visit the Haoshan Empire, but Qin Tian says he has been away from Kunlun Sword Sect too long and needs to report back first. Even so, Mu Yun gives him a token for future contact, and Qin Tian accepts it without hesitation. After that, he and An Miaolang officially set off on their return journey. On the way back, Qin Tian eagerly waits for the system reward, and soon a notification confirms a perfect completion, granting a top-grade Emperor weapon forging method and 2 extra check-in chances. Hearing this, Qin Tian is so happy he almost jumps on the spot, because an Emperor weapon forging method is insanely rare. Seeing her master this excited, An Miaolang wonders what strange episode he is having again, while Qin Tian just keeps laughing like he might float into the sky. 3 months later, in Huashou village of the Haoshan Empire, Qin Tian is busy forging iron when An Miaolang walks over, yawning. After greeting him, she complains she is bored to death, since it has been 3 whole months since they left the secret realm. It turns out that after returning to Kangjian Peak, Qin Tian sealed everyone's spiritual power and storage rings, calling it tempering the heart in the mortal world. Watching him hammer iron every day, An Miolang finally asks what he is doing, and Qin Tian mysteriously says he is cultivating a peerless divine skill and will show them tonight. Right then, Bai Xiaoru walks in half asleep and casually asks the most random question, "Is it lunchtime yet?" Qin Tian and An Miolang both turn to her, and Qin Tian teases that for 3 months she has only eaten and slept like a fox disguised as a sow. That night, when Qin Tian announces he wants to forge an emperor weapon, both girls stare at him in shock. Bai Xiaoru even checks his forehead for fever, while An Miolang checks his pulse, but Qin Tian just smiles confidently and tells them they will soon see how amazing he is. Qin Tian finally begins the real forging process and tells the 2 girls to place their hands where he arranged. He assigns them control of the furnace and formation, while he steps up with the hammer, and since all spiritual power is sealed, everything relies purely on physical coordination. Once ready, Qin Tian raises the hammer high and shouts to begin. The hammer strikes explode in rapid succession, each blow heavy as a mountain, using the myriad overlapping 1,000 hammer method. And Miolang watches in shock because each strike is half a level stronger than the last, yet every blow lands precisely on the same point. The billet is not damaged at all. Instead, impurities are constantly removed, and even in her previous life, she had only heard of such a technique, not seen it, especially without using any spiritual power. Even Bai Xiaoru is stunned, because normally sustaining the myriad, overlapping 1,000 hammer method consumes terrifying stamina and takes days to complete. But just 3 seconds later, Qin Tian's hammer suddenly stops. He pants heavily and declares he cannot continue. That is enough for today. And Miolang thinks she heard wrong. Like, wait, you are quitting already. But when the 2 look back at the forging table, their expressions freeze, because a fully formed blade has already taken shape. And Miolang's eyes widen as she stammers, unable to believe what she sees. Bai Xiaoru stands there with her mouth wide open, completely stunned. Even Qin Tian stares at the finished product, as if he himself does not understand what just happened. After picking up the blade to inspect it, he beams with excitement and declares its name will be the Dragon Pattern Emperor Blade. Right then, a strange noise comes from outside the door, instantly drawing Qin Tian's attention. Bai Xiaoru opens the door and finds 2 people lying unconscious right in front of the house. She quickly runs back inside to inform Qin Tian about the situation. The 2 unconscious people are then brought in for treatment. After a quick check, An Miolang says their injuries are not too serious, and she has already bandaged them up. It is late at night, and since they do not look like villains, Qin Tian lets them stay for the night, while everyone else goes to rest. In the middle of the night, the young boy suddenly screams in his sleep, calling out someone's name in fear. Qin Tian hears it and grows suspicious, guessing he is having a nightmare. But at that moment, the old man's body shows a strange change, and Qin Tian immediately recognizes it as a death curse. Inside the old man's body, his heart is bound by countless black chains, with foreign objects piercing deep into it. The next morning, An Miolang and Bai Xiaoru continue treating the old man. Not long after, the old man slowly regains consciousness. The young boy, now much better, carries a bundle of firewood and happily greets him, while Qin Tian stands aside with a loudspeaker, urging him to hurry because there is still plenty of wood left to chop. The boy's face twists when he hears the amount has doubled, and the old man quickly thanks the 2 girls for saving his life. But Qin Tian bluntly says, chopping 100 jin of wood is already a bargain, otherwise the old man would be dead within a month. Hearing that, the boy panics and turns to confirm with his grandfather. Even the old man's attention is fully drawn to Qin Tian's words. Qin Tian calmly sips his tea and directly asks why the old man carries a death curse. The old man and the boy exchange looks before honestly introducing themselves as Zong Wu and his only grandson Zong Yan. Zong Wu begins telling the story, saying not long ago he followed Luo Ho, the sect master of Luosha sect, to search for a treasure. During that trip, they discovered something extremely valuable. The moment Luo Ho saw it, he went crazy with excitement because it was a half-step emperor weapon. Zong Wu was equally shocked and confirmed he was not mistaken. In fact, there were 3 blades, all at the half-step emperor weapon level. Greed took over, and Luo Ho wanted them all, so he secretly attacked Zong Wu and planted a vicious curse called the life-ending death curse. At first, the curse could still be removed, but Luo Ho deliberately stalled for time, and by the time Zong Wu escaped, it had fully fused into his body. Since then, his life force has been constantly eroded, and he can only suppress it with cultivation, making Zong Yan realize something terrible must have happened to their sect. Zhang Wu's face darkens as he reveals that after obtaining the half-step emperor weapon, Luo Ho massacred the entire clan to silence them, and he barely managed to save only Zhong Yan. With the divine weapon in hand, Luo Ho went insane and ordered a bloody purge, laughing wildly as everything was wiped out. Hearing the full story, Zhong Yan's face hardens in fury, clearly unable to accept such cruelty. In contrast, Qin Tian remains calm and simply asks who the strongest person in Luosha's sect is, and what Luo Ho's current realm is. Zhang Wu answers that Luo Ho is the strongest, and has reached the second layer of the Emperor realm. Qin Tian casually pours tea and smirks, saying second layer of the Emperor realm sounds acceptable. He then sets a condition, saying if Zhang Wu wants to learn the sitting forgetting longevity scripture, he must first swear an oath to the heavenly Tao, which for cultivators is like gambling with their own karma, risking total cultivation loss, or even soul destruction. Zhang Wu's face changes instantly, because although Qin Tian saved him, asking for such an oath right away is heavy pressure. Seeing his hesitation, Qin Tian gently reminds him that the death curse is not fully removed and could kill him anytime, and only the sitting forgetting longevity scripture can cure it completely. But exchanging life always comes with a price. Zhang Wu asks in a low voice what that price is. Qin Tian sets down his teacup and calmly answers, everything. Then he suddenly laughs and says he is joking. He only needs Zhang Wu to serve as his guard. Hearing that, Zhang Wu finally breathes in relief, immediately agreeing to become his protector and swear the heavenly Tao oath. However, he makes one single request. He wants to protect Zhong Yan. Meanwhile, at Luo Ho's residence, thunder roars across the sky. Luo Ho sits at his table, eyes locked on the 3 emperor weapons in front of him. Suddenly his face stiffens, pupils shrink, and cold sweat pours down. A terrifying sense of danger hits him, and he mutters that someone seems to be targeting him. At the same time, in Qingyun City, inside a painting shop, a young man is overwhelmed with excitement, because from the painting's artistic intent, he can almost hear the vast and silent ocean, stumbling upon a rare opportunity. He admits he has been stuck at the first level of the mortal realm for too long, without comprehending water intent, and this landscape painting fits him perfectly for a breakthrough. Without hesitation, he decides to buy it. When he asks the price, the shopkeeper smiles and says 100,000 spirit stones, but with a 20% discount today, only 80,000. The number freezes him on the spot. 80,000 is no joke. Even though his heart aches, he grits his teeth and throws down the money bag, because as long as he breaks through, it is worth it, and the shopkeeper happily thanks him. Carrying the painting away, he looks like he just lost half his life, each step heavy with heartbreak, while the shopkeeper instantly turns to welcome the next customer. As the young man consoles himself that money is only external, upstairs in a tavern, and Miolang and Qin Tian stand watching the bustling street below, and Miolang asks if they really came all the way to Qingyun City just to buy ordinary paintings, and Qin Tian folds his arms mysteriously, saying this is the most prosperous place in the region. She hums softly, but still feels something is off, sensing things are not that simple. Qin Tian keeps a serious face and says real gold fears no fire, so his disciple must trust him completely. But right then, seductive voices from the brothel next door shout that the ladies are awake, and daytime comes with a 50% discount, instantly shattering Qin Tian's expert image. Without another word, An Miolang slams her master to the ground and twists his arm with loud cracking sounds, interrogating him about buying paintings and half-price deals downstairs. Qin Tian cries miserably, feeling his bones about to break, yet inwardly protesting that he is only completing a system mission. While trying to maintain dignity, Qin Tian suddenly receives a system notification, activating a mortal world tempering mission, one branch requiring him to accumulate 1 million spirit stones, the other demanding fame known by 1 million people with unknown rewards. After returning to Kangjian Peak, Qin Tian summons Zhang Wu, who respectfully enters, while Qin Tian leisurely drinks tea and remarks they have lived together for nearly 2 months. As he speaks, he pulls something from his robe, and since Zhang Wu's death curse is fully removed, and his cultivation restored to second layer Emperor realm, Qin Tian says he can leave tonight. Zhang Wu is so shocked his eyes widen as he stares at Qin Tian, because what Qin Tian takes us out is a butcher knife, casually handing it over as a temporary weapon. Seeing Zhang Wu still stunned, Qin Tian naturally explains that it is the kitchen pig slaughtering knife he uses daily, perfect for chopping meat, slicing vegetables, and peeling fruit. Zhang Wu nearly collapses, because upon closer look, a terrifying aura bursts from the blade, clearly a genuine emperor weapon, a treasure fought over with bloodshed, yet Qin Tian hands it out like a market tool, and worse, it looks exactly like an ugly butcher knife. The moment Zhang Wu grabs the divine weapon, everything changes. Killing intent explodes as he storms straight to Luosha's sect, roaring for Luo Ho to come out and face him. Luo Ho steps out calmly, arrogant as ever, mocking Zong Wu while his two guardians release their own killing aura. He raises a hand in pure disdain, thinking Zong Wu just came to die. Zong Wu says nothing, slowly pulls out his butcher blade, and coldly tells him, "Hope you can still laugh later." The butcher blade is fully revealed. Luo Ho's side freezes for a second, eyes wide in disbelief. Then they burst into laughter, mocking him for bringing a kitchen knife to a life-or-death battle. Zong Wu grits his teeth and declares he will wipe out Luo Ho's entire bloodline today. Luo Ho keeps sneering, even mocking the Zong family for being too poor to afford a real weapon. He smugly reminds him that the Zong clan was already exterminated by his own hands. That sentence snaps Zong Wu's last restraint, and he charges forward in fury. Luo Ho snorts and draws out a gleaming half-step emperor weapon, confident Zong Wu is courting death. Their powers collide head-on, shockwaves turning into a raging spiritual storm. Luo Ho goes all out, using both of his half-step emperor weapons to block Zong Wu's strike. But after only a few exchanges, cracks begin spreading across his swords. With a sharp explosion, the first sword shatters, and Zong Wu slams down toward the second. Overwhelmed by the force, Luo Ho is forced back again and again, his arrogance gone. The last half-step emperor weapon is split in two on the spot. Luo Ho turns pale, staring at his destroyed weapons in disbelief. Even Zong Wu is shaken by the blade's power, then laughs wildly, revealing it is a true emperor weapon. Unable to resist, Luo Ho panics and calls for the elders, while Zong Wu hacks down relentlessly. Seeing the danger, the two elders quickly form seals and activate the secret art, Luosha Asura. In an instant, a gigantic skeleton wrapped in dark spiritual energy appears in the sky. Luo Ho shouts for defense and retreats behind them. Zong Wu pauses briefly, eyes locked on the massive skeleton. The skeleton roars and charges at him with savage force. Countless eerie runes swirl around it like a flock of black crows. The runes fuse into its body, making it even larger and more terrifying. From behind the barrier, Luo Ho orders the elders to stall Zong Wu, and they pour out all their spiritual power. Meanwhile, Luo Ho pulls out a familiar human puppet, preparing to use his old trick again, the death curse. The empowered skeleton lets out a mad roar and throws a massive punch forward. Even with an emperor weapon in hand, Zong Wu retreats cautiously instead of clashing head-on. He then glances at Luo Ho and shouts, "Do you think hiding behind that shell can save you?" Zong Wu activates the Zong clan's ultimate technique and unleashes his full power, declaring they underestimated the emperor weapon. In a flash, countless sky-splitting blade lights erupt and blanket the entire area. The seemingly solid defense is shredded into pieces in an instant. The two elders suffer backlash, coughing blood as they are blasted away by the shockwave. With all obstacles gone, Zong Wu locks onto Luo Ho with killing intent, but Luo Ho only laughs strangely and says he is too late. The death curse is complete. Luo Ho instantly activates the puppet and screams, "Death curse, activate now." In a split second, Zong Wu feels an invisible hand crushing his heart. Luo Ho goes even crazier, pouring more power into the curse, swearing not to let him escape again. The pain in Zong Wu's chest grows unbearable, forcing him to clutch his heart. The cursed chains tighten harder and harder, and Luo Ho grins like victory is certain. But at that critical moment, the invisible seal binding Zong Wu's heart suddenly explodes into pieces. The death curse is completely shattered, and Luo Ho watches his puppet break apart in horror. Zong Wu recovers fully and coldly reveals that Qin Tian taught him a technique that specifically counters the death curse. Luo Ho's face turns pale as a terrifying guess forms in his mind. But Zong Wu gives him no time, swinging his blade and telling him to ask his questions in the underworld. With a single strike, Luo Ho's body is split in two. Even at his last breath, he cannot accept such a crushing defeat. After taking his revenge, Zong Wu returns to Kanjin Peak. The moment he sees Qin Tian, he respectfully returns the butcher blade with both hands and offers thanks. Then he bows again and asks if Qin Tian can answer one question. He cannot hold back his curiosity about the blade's true origin. Qin Tian proudly smiles and says he forged it himself because the kitchen needed a new vegetable knife. Zong Wu freezes as Qin Tian casually adds that he planned to spend 3 days forging it, but it only took 3 seconds. Zong Wu feels his soul leave his body, realizing this emperor weapon was made in 3 seconds. At this point, everything about Qin Tian is beyond his understanding. Qin Tian sets the blade down and calmly says if Zong Wu stays absolutely loyal, he will grant him a real emperor weapon in the future. Zong Wu trembles and asks if that is truly possible. Qin Tian sips his tea and adds that even Zong Yan, his grandson, will receive one someday. Hearing that, Zong Wu immediately drops to his knees. With a serious face, he swears to devote his life to Qin Tian. He then honestly admits that he once doubted him. Qin Tian simply raises an eyebrow and waits for him to continue. Zhang Wu explains that although he felt grateful, he still carried many suspicions in his heart. Back in his memory, on the way to Luosha sect, he kept staring at the butcher blade in confusion. He could not understand who would forge an emperor weapon into a kitchen knife like this. He even thought Qin Tian was just comforting him with a temporary weapon. All he could do was sigh while holding the blade. But with one casual swing, a sky-tearing blade aura erupted. The ground ahead split open into a massive, terrifying ravine. Only then did Zhang Wu realize how monstrous the blade truly was. Qin Tian suddenly remembers and asks if that huge trench outside was his doing, and Zhang Wu quickly lowers his head to apologize. But Qin Tian waves it off and says there is a bigger problem, because Zhang Yan fell into that trench this morning and is still stuck down there. Hearing that, Zhang Wu's face instantly changes, and his voice starts trembling. Qin Tian calmly nods and confirms, yes, that trench was made by your strike. At the bottom of the ravine, Zhang Yan is crying his lungs out and screaming for help. He even wails that he has not gotten married yet. Tears and snot everywhere, no dignity left at all. Meanwhile, in Qingyun City, two young women step into the painting shop. Qin Tian was yawning lazily, but the moment he sees customers, he switches to a warm smile and greets them. One girl explains she came to pick up 3 famous sword paintings she ordered earlier, and Qin Tian immediately brings out a carefully wrapped scroll. He casually mentions that Zhang Wu asked him to paint them a few days ago. The girl suddenly recalls Zhang Wu once saying he was not the true owner, nor the one who created those artistic masterpieces. She stares at Qin Tian in shock and asks if all the works here were painted by him, and he calmly says yes. Doubt rises in her heart because he has no cultivation aura, yet his paintings contain profound artistic intent. Just then, her eyes land on a book beside the table. She carefully asks if Qin Tian wrote it and requests to read it, and he agrees without hesitation. The book is titled Legend of the White Snake, about 2 immortal fairies punished and reincarnated as snake spirits. After years of cultivation, one becomes Bai Suzhen, the other green snake, and on a rainy day at West Lake, Bai Suzhen meets Xuxian. While she is completely absorbed in reading, Qin Tian finishes packing the paintings for her companion. The girl is fully drawn into the story, unable to pull herself away. But when she turns the page, she only sees a single line telling her to wait for the next chapter. She blurts out in frustration, "Why does it end at the best part?" Qin Tian casually asks what she thinks of the story, and she immediately praises it as incredibly captivating. She only complains that it is far too short. Qin Tian coughs awkwardly, knowing he is just rewriting a story from his previous world. Suddenly, the girl's eyes light up as if she just had an idea. She introduces herself as Lin Yuan from the Lin Merchant Guild and proposes to print and distribute the book together. Qin Tian is pleasantly surprised, feeling like luck has finally arrived. He quickly agrees, and Lin Yuan generously offers that the guild will take only 20% of the profit. On the way back, her companion asks if that deal makes any money, and Lin Yuan explains the real value lies in publicity. After hearing the explanation, the companion looks at her with admiration. Within a month, Legend of the White Snake becomes a sensation across Qingyun City. The explosive success hits the rival Qingmu Guild like a heavy punch, and urgent news echoes through their hall. The middle-aged man seated above remains calm and slowly asks what caused the panic. Qing Yu from the Qing Clan Merchant Guild reports that Legend of the White Snake is sweeping the entire city, draining all their customers. Hearing this, Qing Hongming's face darkens and he orders an emergency meeting at once. When everyone gathers, he slams the table and demands a solution, or they can all pack up and leave. Among them, manager Chen An lowers his head, cold sweat pouring down. Steward Li Li steps forward to report something, and Chen An instantly senses danger. He recalls how Qin Tian once brought the manuscript to them, and he personally drove him away. Li Li exposes the whole story, blaming Chen An for missing such a golden opportunity. Chen An turns pale and drops to his knees, begging for forgiveness. He admits his mistake and pleads for one more chance to fix everything. Soon after, Chen An rushes to Qin Tian's shop and repeatedly kowtows an apology. He even grabs Qin Tian's leg and cries, asking to reconsider cooperation with Qingmu Guild. Qing Yu stands behind, thinking that with enough sincerity and spirit stones, they might still win him back. But Qin Tian calmly says he accepts the apology, yet forgiveness is another matter, then moves to close the shop. Qing Yu refuses to give up and quickly calls out to stop him. She steps closer, speaking in a soft and tempting tone to persuade him. She even offers double the spirit stones, promising to satisfy any request if he agrees. The meaning behind her words is obvious to anyone listening, but Qin Tian slowly raises one finger. He lightly flicks her forehead and coldly says one word, "Leave." The door slams shut in front of them, leaving Qingyu frozen outside. Being rejected so bluntly makes her grind her teeth in anger, doubting if Qin Tian is even a normal man. Furious, she turns and vents all her anger on Chen An, until an old voice suddenly calls her name. She turns around in shock and recognizes the newcomer as Master He. A bald old man with a sly smile says he was just passing by Qingyun City to pay a visit. Sometime later, at the Lin Merchant Guild, a maid brings breakfast to Lin Yuan while she studies a report about a new third-grade pill released by Chengyi Guild. The pill costs only slightly more, but works far better, causing heavy inventory pressure for the Lin Guild. The maid gently reminds her to eat, mentioning she has an appointment with that gentleman today. At the same time, inside Qin Tian's shop, Lin Yuan arrives with a bag of spirit stones, handing him last month's profits from White Snake. Qin Tian casually asks if the Lin Guild has been facing some trouble lately. Lin Yuan gives a bitter smile, surprised that even he has heard about it, while Qin Tian calmly says he only knows a little. Qin Tian calmly analyzes that as long as the Qing clan's alchemist supports the rival, the Lin Guild has almost no chance to fight back. Lin Yuan sighs, saying no high-level alchemist is willing to come to a small place like Qingyun City. Qin Tian snaps his fingers and smiles, asking what if he can provide third-grade pills. Lin Yuan freezes, suspecting he might know a powerful alchemist, but he only tells her to return in 7 days. Not long after, thick black smoke keeps rising from Qin Tian's residence. Inside the sealed alchemy room, a massive explosion erupts, even startling the dog outside. The door bursts open, and smoke floods out everywhere. Qin Tian coughs his way out, fanning the air, followed by Zhang Yan. In Zhang Yan's hand is a light golden pill. He beams with joy and announces that the 4th-grade pill is finally a success. Zhang Wu is thrilled, praising his grandson for mastering both 3rd and 4th-grade alchemy in just 7 days. Meanwhile, Qin Tian collapses to the ground in deep self-doubt. He stares at himself in disbelief, wondering why every time he guides alchemy, the furnace explodes. The more he thinks about it, the more absurd it feels, as if he is cursed when it comes to refining pills. Sometime later, at the Qing Clan Merchant Guild, Qing Yu angrily kicks Chen An, demanding to know where all their pill customers have gone. In contrast, the Lin Guild is packed with people fighting to buy 3rd and 4th-grade pills. In another room, loud laughter echoes happily. The middle-aged man reading a book is Lin Zhou, Lin Yuan's father, praising his daughter's excellent move. But Lin Yuan looks hesitant and says she has something difficult to say. Lin Zhou tells her to speak freely, and she explains everything. She reveals Qin Tian's condition that if the Lin Guild wants continued support, they must join him. She even adds that he claimed Emperor-grade pills and Emperor weapons would be possible in the future. Lin Zhou asks again to confirm if those were truly his words, and she nods. He sighs, saying young people often become arrogant after gaining some ability. Yet after thinking it over, he decides to personally meet this mysterious gentleman. Upon receiving the news, Qin Tian sits on an extravagant golden chair, wine in hand, with Zhang Wu standing behind him. Lin Zhou enters politely and greets Qin Tian with great respect. His eyes quickly fall on Zhang Wu. Just the pressure from this old man makes Lin Zhou feel suffocated. After sensing carefully, his face changes drastically, realizing Zhang Wu is an Emperor Realm expert. He bows even deeper, introducing himself as the head of the Lin Guild, thinking that if even a subordinate is Emperor Realm, Qin Tian must be far more terrifying. Qin Tian just sneers and says his daughter already told him everything he promised. And yes, even Emperor weapons and Emperor-grade pills are real. But right now, the Lin family isn't strong enough to handle that level, so they should grow first, while he supports them from the shadows. To raise the pressure, Qin Tian casually throws his kitchen knife straight at Lin Zhou. The blade slams into the ground right by his shoe, almost scaring his soul out of his body. Qin Tian stays calm and tells him to pick it up and take a look. Lin Zhou stares at the knife on the ground, still doubtful. At first, he thinks it's just an ordinary kitchen blade and casually picks it up. But the longer he holds it, the more he realizes this thing is anything but normal. When he senses its true nature, he freezes on the spot, because this kitchen knife is actually an Emperor weapon, which is completely insane. Qin Tian smiles and says, it's the Azure Dragon pattern Emperor blade, and he forged it mainly for cooking. He even claims food tastes better when made with an Emperor weapon, and Zhang Wu nods seriously from behind. An Emperor Realm Guard was already terrifying, and now, there's an Emperor-grade kitchen knife too, so Lin Zhao's mental defense completely collapses. Without hesitation, he drops to his knees and swears loyalty to young Master Qin on behalf of the entire Lin family. Deep down, Hez screaming that this isn't just some senior, this is a true super boss, and missing this golden thigh would be unforgivable. Right then, Qin Tian calls Zhong Yan inside. Zhang Yan walks in immediately, making Lin Zhou curious about who this guy is. The moment he appears, he strikes a flashy pose and introduces himself as the most handsome man in the universe, and an alchemist named Zhang Yan. Qin Tian is speechless, and Lin Zhou starts wondering if he kneeled a little too fast. Qin Tian quickly explains that this is their faction's alchemist, and Zhang Yan happily confirms it, shocking Lin Zhou again. Looking at the young face, Lin Zhou doubts him and asks what rank of pills he can refine. Zhang Yan proudly raises 4 fingers and says he used to refine only 2nd-grade pills. But after Qin Xiansheng guided him, he can now refine 4th-grade pills, and all the pills supplied to the Lin family were made by him. Hearing this, Lin Zhao's attitude changes instantly. He rushes over and hugs Zhang Yan while laughing loudly, saying with him around, crushing the Qingmu Merchant Guild is just a matter of time, while Zhang Yan screams to be put down. Qin Tian calmly concludes that he has provided both manpower and resources, so if the Lin family still can't crush Qingmu, they don't deserve to be his subordinates. Lin Zhou immediately vows to go all out to destroy the Qingmu Merchant Guild, while Zhang Yan is still dangling in the air crying for help. At the start of the next month, the Qingmu Merchant Guild releases new products to attract customers, but it barely works. By mid-month, Qingmu is so empty, they launch a 3-day clearance sale, yet the Lin family counters with even bigger discounts and steals all the traffic. By the end of the month, the Qingmu Merchant Guild has no customers left and can only put up a notice to transfer the shop in despair. Inside Yijing Flower Pavilion, Qin Tian picks up the account books to review the recent business performance. After checking, he's satisfied, because in just 1 month, the Lin family forced Qingmu to burn through nearly half their inventory. But when he flips to another record, he notices something strange, since sales of healing spirit pills and spirit boost pills have surged abnormally. Zhang Wu explains that the spiritual energy around Qingyun Mountain has suddenly grown denser, and rumors say a treasure is about to appear, so constant fights have driven up demand for those pills. Hearing this, Qin Tian immediately turns his attention to the system interface. As expected, the system pops up a new mission, saying the Azure Dragon Vein will appear in the Qingyun Mountain range this month, boosting spiritual energy within 30 kilometers, and Qin Tian realizes this time the target is a land vein. He quietly starts thinking about what that really means. A moment later, his eyes light up as he understands that every system mission has been guiding him toward core cultivation pillars, like resources, reputation, Dao companion, techniques, and spiritual land. His aura shifts completely as he realizes he relied too much on the system before, and what he truly lacks isn't strength, but a strong enough Dao heart to compete in this world. Zhang Wu senses the change instantly and is shocked by how different Qin Tian feels now. The system congratulates him on his enlightenment and says once he seizes the Azure Dragon Vein, the mortal heart tempering mission will also be complete, so Qin Tian knows he has to act. He tells Zhang Wu that in a few days they will head to Qingyun Mountain to join the fun, and Zhang Wu respectfully agrees. Sometime later, Qin Tian leads everyone flying on swords toward Qingyun Mountain. After landing, Zhang Wu retracts his flying sword and confirms they have arrived. Sensing the surroundings, he notices spiritual energy gathering in one direction and concludes that a major treasure is truly about to appear. Bai Xiaoru excitedly raises her hand and says since they are already here, they might as well go treasure hunting. But right then, 2 figures suddenly descend from the sky behind her. The flirtatious man says he only came to test his luck, yet he unexpectedly found the target their alliance leader wanted, while the woman with a fan smiles, clearly pleased. Bai Xiaoru panics and hides behind the group, while Zhang Wu coldly asks the newcomers who they are. The man scans the group and laughs, saying having this many people around is a bit troublesome. The woman folds her fan and introduces herself as 4-Leaf Clover from the Dai Alliance, and the man beside her calls himself Dice Demon. Without wasting time, 4-Leaf Clover stares at Bai Xiaoru and demands they hand her over, and Miaolang steps forward first, blocking Bai Xiaoru and declaring she is one of them and will never be handed to the D Alliance. 4-Leaf Clover doesn't argue and immediately makes her move. Zhang Wu reacts instantly and prepares to deploy his domain. But the moment the domain activates, everyone is dragged into another space, and Zhang Wu feels his power being heavily suppressed. His face changes as he announces his domain can no longer function. Dice Demon laughs proudly and explains he sacrificed all other domain abilities to gain this single overpowering effect. Then he bursts into manic laughter and welcomes them to the game of life. As his words fall, a giant chessboard materializes around them. Dice Demon begins explaining the rules, saying in this space everything is judged absolutely by the eye of judgment within his domain. This round, they will play 4 Spirit Movement Realm Disciples of the Hidden Sword sect sent to Qingyun Village to eliminate a lurking demon, and every action depends on rolling a 10-sided dice. The green dice decides the tens digit, the white dice decides the units, and the lower the number, the higher the success rate. Rolls from 1 to 5 count as a critical success with bonus rewards, while 95 to 99 mean critical failure and extra punishment, and he tells them to pick up the dice in their hands. And Miaolang realizes 2 dice have somehow appeared in her palm, while Qin Tian looks quite interested, clearly finding this game amusing. Dice Demon laughs loudly and announces that the game has officially begun. Right after that, puppet avatars representing each character appear on the giant board. Qin Tian's puppet comes first, equipped with a basic flying sword, swordsman robes, recovery pills, and nearly perfect stats, especially insane physique, making him smile at the system's favoritism. Next is Miaolang, also a swordsman with a basic flying sword and balanced stats, but she immediately complains that her puppet looks way too ugly. Bai Xiaoris' character is built as a mage, holding a magic broom and wearing robes specialized in 5 elements spells, and she nods, saying it actually feels pretty accurate. Finally comes Zhongwu as a saber warrior, wielding a massive blade with skills focused on brute force and berserk power, which suits his style perfectly. Once character creation is done, Dice Demon continues the story, as the group arrives at Qingyun Village and meets the village chief, Zhang Wo. The chief's puppet steps forward and gratefully says the Taoist masters have finally come to save them. He explains that recently zombies have appeared around the village, and thick fog blocks anyone who tries to leave, trapping everyone in fear. 4-Leaf Clover crosses her arms and watches with a smile, while Dice Demon asks what Qin Tian's group plans to do next, offering 2 choices, leave or investigate further. Bai Xiaoru immediately jumps up and chooses to investigate clues about the zombies. She asks when the zombies first appeared, and the chief says 3 months ago, a loud explosion came from the mountains, and since then 1 zombie has appeared each month, totaling 3 now. And Miaolang carefully asks about the win condition, and what happens if they fail the game. Dice Demon laughs and praises the question, explaining they must uncover the real culprit behind Qingyun Village to win and leave the domain. If they fail, their souls will be sealed inside these puppets forever, which changes everyone's expression except for Qin Tian, who stays calm. Qin Tian smiles and says it seems they only have one path forward, while Zhongwu thinks his master looks like he's actually enjoying this. After entering the village, Dice Demon narrates their investigation, but despite questioning villagers all day, they gain almost nothing useful before night falls, and they rest in a room provided by the chief. The village chief respectfully tells the 4 Taoists to rest there for the night. At this point, Dice Demon pauses and exchanges a glance with 4-Leaf Clover as if preparing the real show. He laughs and announces the true drama begins now, as while they sleep, zombies silently approach, and he starts determining how many will attack tonight. 4-Leaf Clover activates her ability on the zombies, and prays that the best luck favors young Master Dice Demon. Dice Demon rolls the dice, with 50% chance for 1 zombie, 35% for 2, and only 15% for 3. The result lands on the most dangerous outcome, and he grins wildly, declaring a critical success, meaning all 3 zombies will attack tonight. At that moment, a zombie puppet suddenly appears right in front of Qin Tian's group on the board. Dice Demon explains that due to the critical success, the zombies are fully enhanced, and their cultivation rises by 1 realm, all reaching peak spirit movement realm. Now it's 4-Leaf Clover's turn to oversee the battle, and she smiles, saying the player side goes first, so roll the dice. Zhongwu volunteers immediately, rolls a 3 and a 5, and Dice Demon announces a successful hit as Zhongwu slashes off the 3rd zombie's left arm. The blow deals heavy damage, dropping the zombie's health from 30 down to 10. Next, it's Miaolang's turn to roll the dice. She throws them confidently, saying, "Shell finish the job," and the result comes out beautifully. Dice Demon announces she successfully casts Frozen Sword Art, freezing zombie number 2 for 2 turns, and cutting its health from 30 to 20. Then Bai Xiaoru excitedly grabs the dice, saying now it's her time to shine. The 2 dice roll across the board, and at first it looks like a terrible outcome. But at the last second, the numbers flip into a critical success. Dice Demon shouts that it's a major success, and 4-Leaf Clover adds that Bai Xiaoru has activated a powerful mid-ear spell. Bai Xiaoru cheers and commands her puppet to unleash wind-sweeping clouds. A violent tornado tears through the battlefield and crushes 2 zombies instantly. Bai Xiaoru jumps in joy, thinking it's over, and Miaolang praises her, but Qin Tian feels it won't be that simple. Sure enough, 4-Leaf Clover confirms that at the last moment, zombie number 1 triggered the Endure skill, which only appears on a critical success. This skill forces it to survive with exactly 1 health point and grants it an immediate action. In the end, zombie number 1 survives with 1 HP, while the other 2 are completely destroyed. Dice Demon rolls the dice again with a smug grin, saying now it's his turn to counterattack. The result is another critical success with extremely low numbers. Zombie number 1 activates Devour, absorbing the corpses of its allies to fully recover and break through to the Golden Body Realm. In an instant, its health jumps from 1 to 30, then surges up to 50. Everyone's faces change at this insane comeback. Only Qin Tian remains calm, silently observing everything. The evolved zombie now shows Golden Body Realm cultivation, 50 health points, Devour to heal by eating corpses, agility to act twice per turn, and Poison Claw that can infect others into zombies after 7 rounds. Dice Demon declares that since it evolved into the Golden Body Realm, it gets priority to act first. He rolls again and lands yet another critical success. The zombie lunges at Qin Tian's group and uses Poison Claw on Zhongwu and Miaolang. And Miaolang's health drops from 21 to 10, and she becomes poisoned, while Zhongwu falls from 22 to 11 and is also infected. Even worse, the wounds on the puppets instantly appear on Zhongwu's real body outside the domain. His face turns pale as he warns everyone that damage to the puppets reflects directly onto their real bodies. Dice Demon laughs eerily and admits this is the true power of his domain, and while it applies to both sides, the question is whether Qin Tian's group can survive long enough to even touch their puppets. 4-Leaf Clover adds that inside this domain, she has overwhelming luck and can almost roll any number she wants. Bai Xiaoru is furious and calls them shameless, but Dice Demon doesn't care and reminds them that the zombie still has agility, so it gets another action. The dice roll again, and it's another blatant critical success. Dice Demon orders the zombie to use Twin Poison Claw on Zhongwu and in Miaolang again. He laughs wildly, thinking one more hit will finish them off. But right then, Qin Tian finally speaks, calmly saying things might not go as they expect. His puppet suddenly rushes forward and locks onto 2 of the zombie's fingers, preventing it from pulling back. The already shattered fingers are crushed even harder, clearly causing unbearable pain. The zombie screams miserably, its eyes burning with rage and agony. Dice Demon turns pale, completely confused about what just happened. Qin Tian simply smiles and says he just made a small update. The character panel appears, showing all of Qin Tian's stats skyrocketing to infinity, from strength and agility to physique, plus the eternal undying body that pushes his physical attributes to the absolute limit, and he calmly says this is his true state. 4-Leaf Clover stands there stunned, unable to understand how the stats became so monstrous, while Dice Demon points at Qin Tian and accuses him of cheating. Qin Tian calmly replies that this is their own domain's rule, so how could he cheat? And meanwhile his puppet has already smashed the zombie flat on the ground. Deep down, Qin Tian is full of disdain, because no matter how overpowered the domain is, it can't surpass his system. 4-Leaf Clover's face turns ugly as she asks Dice Demon what's going on, but even the domain confirms Qin Tian did not cheat. Not giving them time to react, Qin Tian declares it's time to counterattack, while Miaolang and Zhongwu quickly use antidote and healing pills to remove poison and restore health. Qin Tian shouts and orders them to drag out all the enemy puppets and deal with them. Dice Demon panics and hurriedly summons demons to resist. A Golden Body Realm demon bursts out from the ground, but before it can even show off, Qin Tian's puppet punches it away in one blow. Dice Demon calls out Vine Scorpion and Winged Tiger, yet they charge in only to be knocked down instantly. Even the evil Flood Dragon is no match, as Qin Tian drops it with a single punch, and no matter how many demons are summoned, they are crushed like ants. Qin Tian's puppet now looks like a killing god on the board, holding a glowing meat core like a trophy. Dice Demon and 4-Leaf Clover tremble together, but Qin Tian smirks and says now it's their turn, making them kneel and beg for mercy. Qin Tian responds with a cold gaze and tells them to repent in hell. He throws a meteor-like punch that completely obliterates both of them. As the game ends, Qin Tian simply smiles calmly. He looks into the distance and says, "The time has come, the dragon vein is about to emerge." Thunder crashes endlessly across the sky. Within the clouds, the shadow of a giant dragon slowly forms, filling the air with terrifying pressure. Those waiting nearby instantly move, knowing this trip was worth it. One expert rushes forward and declares that the dragon vein will belong to the Hunyuan Empire. He threatens everyone to step aside, revealing himself as Kunyuan Xian of the Hunyuan Empire. But other top forces arrive quickly, including Flying Star Valley, Flying Dragon Sect, and Heavenly Peach Sect, all determined to fight for the dragon vein. The ancestors of Heavenly Peach Sect and Yellow Weapon Sect argue fiercely before deciding to settle it with strength on the spot. A spear tears through the air toward Kunyuan Xian, but he dodges swiftly. The attacker is Xiao Zhan, Grand General of the Haoshan Empire, warning Hunyuan to get out of Haoshan territory. Kun Yuanxian laughs mockingly, saying Xiao Zhan alone is far too naive to stop him. Two more sect ancestors rush forward to block Kun Yuanxian, refusing to let Hunyuan take the dragon vein. Kun Yuanxian gathers spiritual energy around him and sneers that whenever a treasure appears, flies gather everywhere. As he speaks, he tightens his grip on the spear. With an annoyed expression, he unleashes a terrifying strike at Xiao Zhan and the two ancestors. Xiao Zhan barely blocks the attack, but is clearly pushed to his limit. The other two ancestors are blasted backward instantly. Kun Yuanxian laughs disdainfully, saying these small sects dare to stop him only in their dreams. Hidden in nearby bushes, Zhang Wu grips his blade and asks if they should step in, but Qin Tian signals him to wait. Sensing Kun Yuanxian's aura, Qin Tian is slightly surprised that he has reached the third level of the Emperor realm. He then asks Miao Ling if this man is the Kun Yuan Great Emperor, and she shakes her head, saying no, but he is the Emperor's older brother and the one who attacked her years ago. The moment he heard that, killing intent exploded from Qin Tian like wildfire, and even Zhang Wu broke into a cold sweat knowing his master was truly furious. Xiao Zhan raised his spear again, ready for another round. He rushed forward to block Kun Yuanxian and shouted that he would never let him touch the dragon vein, but Kun Yuanxian coldly replied that anything he wanted had never slipped away. Xiao Zhan charged once more, declaring he would end all his crimes today, yet Kun Yuanxian only sneered in disdain. In the next second, he unleashed a storm of spear strikes that swept across the battlefield. Facing that relentless barrage, Xiao Zhan's expression changed as he realized things were going bad. He was blasted into the ground, triggering a massive explosion that shook the entire area. Meanwhile, the aura of the dragon vein grew thicker and heavier. Kun Yuanxian immediately turned toward it and revealed a greedy smile, because what he had been waiting for had finally appeared. The crowd below gasped as the water spirit dragon vein slowly manifested between heaven and earth. A wounded old ancestor forced himself up, insisting on seizing the dragon vein, while his disciple desperately tried to stop him. His eyes were locked on the forming dragon vein, and his greed was written all over his face. Seeing the timing was right, Qin Tian waved his hand to signal action. Zhang Wu instantly dashed out of hiding and slashed a reincarnation cut straight into the battlefield. Kun Yuanxian had to halt and turn to Zhang Wu in annoyance, coldly muttering that another rat had shown up. That strike alone tore apart a massive forest, pure destructive power on full display. Kun Yuanxian blocked Zhang Wu's blade with his spear. After the clash, his expression turned serious as he demanded Zhang Wu's identity, and Zhang Wu calmly replied that he was here to kill him on his master's behalf. Being interrupted again and again, Kun Yuanxian roared in anger and declared that anyone who ruined his plan would die. He immediately activated his profound technique to boost his combat power. The move Million Raging Star Spears erupted, countless spear shadows filling the sky as they shot toward Zhang Wu. Zhang Wu reacted instantly, raising his defense and carving a path out with a single slash. But more attacks kept raining down, and he cursed under his breath at how endless they were. Kun Yuanxian pressed forward non-stop, giving Zhang Wu no chance to breathe. With bloodshot eyes, he drove his spear down and claimed that as long as Zhang Wu could not get close, he had no chance of winning. Zhang Wu could only keep defending against the terrifying chain of killing moves. When the dust finally settled, only a single blade remained stabbed deep into the ground. Zhang Wu knelt on one knee, covered in wounds with blood at his lips, admitting that a veteran Emperor Realm expert was truly terrifying, and such relentless attacks were impossible to fully defend. At that moment, Xiao Zhan returned to the battlefield and shouted that he would back him up. Zhang Wu was slightly surprised, but quickly stood, waiting for the right moment to counterattack. Xiao Zhan charged in and thrust a killing spear straight at Kun Yuanxian. While Kun Yuanxian dealt with Xiao Zhan, Zhang Wu seized the chance and rushed forward. He poured all his strength into one final strike, ready to risk everything. Even against their joint assault, Kun Yuanxian remained arrogant, saying they were no match for him. He knocked Xiao Zhan away and casually blocked Zhang Wu's attack at the same time. Elsewhere, Qin Tian brought out his flying pot and said it was finally their turn, telling Bai Xiaoru to lead them to the dragon vein. Qin Tian pointed ahead and explained that Zhang Wu was holding the dragon vein's head while they would head to the tail. The three of them jumped onto the flying pot and soared toward the dragon vein's tail, looking bizarre but strangely effective. Upon arrival, Bai Xiaoru was shocked to find the dragon vein originated from a deep mountain cave below. At the cave entrance, two old men were still fighting and cursing, each trying to monopolize the dragon vein. But the moment Qin Tian's group appeared, both stopped and turned to glare at them, wary of new competitors. Suddenly, the man in black launched a fierce kick and sent the other elder flying. The sneak attack was too sudden, and the man in white was kicked far away without any chance to react. After gaining the upper hand, the man in black laughed arrogantly and mocked that they were never on the same level, and losing focus in battle was simply courting death. He then glanced at Qin Tian with disdain, saying that someone who had not even reached the Emperor realm could never seal the dragon vein, not even with another full day. Hearing that, Qin Tian just gave a faint smile. Looks like he was truly being looked down on this time. He did not bother arguing and kept walking toward the dragon vein's tail. Qin Tian quickly went deep into the cave, leaving Miao Ling outside to block anyone trying to rush in. Miao Ling stood guard at the entrance, while inside, Qin Tian opened the system panel to prepare his next move. He handed the entire sealing process of the dragon vein over to the system. Outside, the dragon vein's head was still rampaging when it suddenly froze midair. Then it was violently dragged away and vanished in an instant. The entire dragon vein was forcibly pulled back into the cave. At this time, Kun Yuanxian was still being held back by Zhang Wu and Xiao Jian. But the moment the dragon vein disappeared, he instantly sensed something was wrong. An old man below stared in shock, unable to believe the dragon vein had already been sealed. After finishing the seal, Qin Tian casually stored the dragon vein away. The system immediately announced the completion of the Mortal Trial mission and unlocked multiple peak Emperor-grade rewards, including the Tianshuan Fire Furnace, the Tianshin Hammer, the Demonic Sound Corpse Control Art, plus 3 extra Sig Nun chances. The first reward, Tianshuan Fire Furnace, was an alchemy furnace that greatly boosted the success rate, quality, and quantity of Emperor-grade pills. The second, Tianshin Hammer, was a forging treasure that increased the chance of crafting high-quality Emperor weapons. As for the Demonic Sound Corpse Control Art, it allowed control over corpses through demonic sound, as long as they had not surpassed the Supreme Realm, and the higher the mastery, the more corpses one could command. After collecting the dragon vein, Qin Tian laughed excitedly, that long-lost thrill finally returning. He drew the life and death sword, and boldly declared that young Master Qin was back on the battlefield. The next second, he shot straight outside. His first target was Kun Yuanxian, and the moment he appeared, he unleashed the Heart Sword Art. From his expression alone, it was clear Qin Tian was fired up and itching for a real fight. A powerful sword strike slashed directly toward Kun Yuanxian. The collision instantly shattered Kun Yuanxian's spear in half, leaving him horrified since it was a high-grade Emperor weapon. Seizing the opening, Zhang Wu rushed in with Reincarnation Cut, while Xiao Zhan followed with a killing spear thrust, aiming to finish him off. Kun Yuanxian was immediately surrounded and pushed into a desperate position. He hurriedly formed a shield in front of him to block Zhang Wu's attack. Even so, under the joint assault of the three, Kun Yuanxian was blasted downward. After the impact, he struggled back to his feet in a miserable state. Grinding his teeth in hatred, Kun Yuanxian roared that they were truly forcing him into a corner. He then took out a talisman, eyes filled with the intent to drag everyone down with him. Without hesitation, Kun Yuanxian activated the talisman. In the blink of an eye, the talisman appeared right behind Qin Tian, causing Zhang Wu and Xiao Jian to turn pale. Xiao Jian shouted in panic that it was the ancestral Nether God Thunder talisman of the Hun Yuan Empire, while Qin Tian still had no idea what was happening. Zhang Wu immediately urged him to run, explaining that its power was even more terrifying than the full strike of a peak Emperor realm expert. But Qin Tian only smiled and said it was useless, since the talisman had already locked onto his aura and escape was impossible. He stared at Kun Yuanxian and declared the only way now was to kill him before the talisman fully activated. The next instant, Qin Tian turned into a bolt of lightning and charged forward, executing Heavenly Immortal Beyond the Sky from the Heart Sword Art. Even with the blade thrusting toward his face, Kun Yuanxian did not dodge. Instead, he burst into manic laughter and said it was already too late. At that moment, violent lightning began gathering in the sky. The heavenly thunder locked directly onto Qin Tian's position. A divine bolt carrying overwhelming pressure crashed down, obliterating the surrounding area like the end of the world. Outside, Miao Ling screamed in panic for her master, while Bai Xiaoru turned pale with worry. As Miao Ling rushed toward the scene, Bai Xiaoru hurried after her, shouting for her to stop because it was too dangerous. When the final shockwaves faded, Miao Ling arrived at the center of the explosion. She quickly caught the heavily injured Qin Tian and asked in a trembling voice if he was all right. Qin Tian opened his mouth and instantly coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. The sight terrified Miao Ling even more. She was on the verge of tears, begging her master not to let anything happen. She hurriedly took out a jade bottle and carefully lifted Qin Tian's battered body to treat him. After struggling for a while, She finally pried open his clenched teeth and quickly fed him the spirit pill. By instinct, Qin Tian swallowed it right away. Moments later, his eyelids trembled and slowly opened, but the first thing he said was completely off-tone. Just 2 words, too salty. Seeing her master awake, Miao Ling burst into tears, and Qin Tian forced his injured arm up to wipe her tears, gently calling her a silly girl for crying. He gave a weak smile to reassure her, saying he was really fine and she should stop worrying. Right then, Bai Xiaoru rushed over in panic and called out Qin Tian's name the moment she arrived. She anxiously asked how he was and whether he was truly all right. Qin Tian struggled to sit up and replied that he could still handle it. Watching the 2 girls worry themselves sick, he smiled lightly and said he must have scared them badly this time. He then reached down and picked up the life and death sword from the ground. Looking into the distance, he thought to himself that without his eternal undying body and the life and death sword absorbing most of the damage, he would have been finished today. Leaning on his sword, Qin Tian slowly stood up. His voice turned cold and firm as steel, and he simply said, "Let's go." But deep down, he had already marked this debt with Kun Yuan Xian, silently vowing to one day storm the Hunyuan Empire and make him pay in full. Seeing Miao Ling still sitting there in a daze, Qin Tian reached out his hand, and that small gesture alone made her heart tremble. Miao Ling quickly wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. She took Qin Tian's hand and left the place with him. After a period of recovery, Qin Tian appeared on a massive arena, his presence dominating the entire field. In the distance, Miao Ling and Bai Xiaoru stared at his back nervously, not daring to look away. Bai Xiaoru gripped her sleeve tightly and whispered whether crossing the tribulation with such heavy injuries was too reckless. Miao Ling was equally uneasy, her eyes fixed on Qin Tian, praying her master would return safely. Just as the tension peaked, a girl suddenly rushed over and hugged Miao Ling, complaining with a smile that she came to the Haoshan Empire without telling her, and if not for Xiao Zhan, she would have been left in the dark. And Miao Ling realized it was Mu Qingqing. Mu Qingqing laughed and said she came because she missed her, while behind her Xiao Zhan cupped his hands and explained that since Qin Tian chose to undergo tribulation here, he did not dare hide it from his superiors. Before he could finish, a majestic voice rang out scolding Mu Qingqing for being so improper as a princess, and she immediately stuck out her tongue and said Miao Ling was family's, so there was no need for formality. The one who appeared was Empress Mu Xuan of the Haoshan Empire, who looked at her daughter helplessly and said she still refused to grow up. Mu Qingqing quickly introduced her mother to Miao Ling, and Mu Xuan smiled kindly, saying she had heard about her from Mu Yun, and that she could simply call her aunt. Miao Ling immediately bowed respectfully to Mu Xuan. Mu Qingqing laughed at how overly polite Miao Ling was, and even teased Xiao Zhan for standing there without greeting them, forcing him to hurriedly bow to the empress and princess. Just as they were still talking, a massive bolt of lightning tore through the sky and slammed onto the arena. Mu Xuan looked up, and her expression turned serious, knowing the heavenly tribulation had begun. But the more she observed, the more shocked she became, because this lightning was nothing like a normal emperor tribulation. Miao Ling stared at the pitch-black sky with intense unease, realizing her own emperor tribulation in the past was nothing compared to this. She could only pray silently for her master's safe return, while on the arena Qin Tian stood calmly, with his hands behind his back inside the protective barrier. Watching the raging lightning above, he muttered that this time it was not only the emperor tribulation, but also a body-tempering lightning tribulation, and that made it even better. Soon, the heavenly tribulation officially descended, and Qin Tian took a deep breath and said it had finally arrived. But something strange happened when the massive lightning bolt pierced through his barrier and struck the opposite side instead. Qin Tian frowned in confusion. This was completely outside his expectations. Within the raging sea of lightning, a figure slowly condensed from thunder and formed into a lightning humanoid. Below the arena, Mu Xuan was stunned because she had never heard of a tribulation taking human form. Miao Ling broke into a cold sweat, unable to understand why her master's tribulation had mutated into something this terrifying. Yet while everyone panicked, Qin Tian stayed calm, stroking his chin and saying there had never been a case of lightning tribulation taking shape like this. Suddenly, the lightning figure formed a face with glowing red eyes and a twisted smile, repeatedly muttering the name Red Hair. Its body then shifted rapidly and finally transformed into an exact copy of Qin Tian. It kept repeating in an eerie tone, covered in red hair. Qin Tian looked at his own duplicate and shrugged with a faint smile. Seems like this thing decided to copy him completely. The moment it finished transforming, the lightning clone rushed forward with one thought in mind: kill Qin Tian. Qin Tian did not dodge, and instead threw a punch back, treating it like a warm-up. Flesh met thunder, and the direct clash exploded with a shockwave that shook the entire space. The aftermath shot into the sky, forming a terrifying pillar of energy. Both were pushed back several steps, and Qin Tian licked his lips, admitting this guy's body was tough. This time he attacked first, unleashing the Great Freedom Dragon Palm. A massive dragon claw of energy appeared and grabbed straight at the lightning clone. Shockingly, the clone did not dodge and allowed the attack to pierce through its body. It even smiled provocatively, clearly taunting Qin Tian. Then it activated the eternal undying body, instantly regenerating its shattered form. Qin Tian immediately understood. This thing was the fusion of his Emperor Tribulation and Body Tribulation. After recovering, the clone countered with Tribulation Thunder Dragon, a massive lightning dragon roaring forward. Qin Tian simply raised his hand and snorted, ready to see how it would compete with him. He unleashed Great Freedom Hound, and the giant beast Ho appeared before him. According to legend, Ho was a ferocious beast from the Eastern Sea that hunted dragons and devoured their brains, a natural enemy of dragonkind whose flames struck fear into dragons. The lightning dragon was completely suppressed by Hao, and, unwilling to accept defeat, the clone switched moves to Tribulation Thunder Golden Winged Pung. A lightning golden winged pung formed and dove down to overpower Ho. Qin Tian remained calm and released another move, Great Freedom Kunpeng. A legendary Kunpeng manifested in the sky, so massive it blocked out the sun. The smile on the lightning clone's face froze at the sight of the colossal creature. Compared to Kunpeng, the golden-winged Peng looked pitiful and powerless. When Kunpeng descended onto the arena, the shockwave alone made the entire area quake violently. Bai Xiaoru worried the arena might explode, but Mu Qingqing calmly said the Haoshan Empire's arena was reinforced by countless formations, so there was nothing to fear. And just as she said, despite the violent tremors, the arena stood firm. Qin Tian even beckoned at the clone mockingly, telling it to use everything it had, which enraged the clone until lightning crackled wildly around it as it roared that Qin Tian forced its hand. After that earth-shaking roar, the clone's aura began to change violently. It entered the ultimate berserk state of the lightning tribulation, its body wrapped in furious bolts that radiated overwhelming pressure. Seeing this, Qin Tian's face stiffened slightly. He only wanted it to go all out, not activate full destruction mode. Empowered, the lightning clone became extremely savage. Without giving Qin Tian time to react, it threw a devastating punch like a falling meteor. The attack was too sudden for him to dodge, and only one word flashed in his mind: doomed. The punch landed squarely on his face, the force so brutal it left even Qin Tian dizzy. But Qin Tian instantly countered with an even more domineering punch and activated the eternal undying body. The lightning clone took the hit and was forced back several steps, yet it remained unbelievably tough, eyes locked onto Qin Tian. It roared like a beast and charged again, lightning on its body exploding wildly as if losing control. The two clashed crazily, shaking heaven and earth with pressure that made it hard to breathe. Outside the battle, Miao Ling's heart tightened as she kept calling out for her master. After another violent collision, they separated, and a massive turtle shell suddenly appeared around Qin Tian. He had activated the black tortoise true form to focus on defense. The lightning clone sneered, thinking hiding in a shell could help him survive the tribulation. Then it split into three figures, arrogantly saying Qin Tian was underestimating this lightning. From inside the barrier, Qin Tian just smiled faintly, saying the black tortoise shell was only to buy time. As he finished speaking, he drew the life and death sword from the void, since you like clones. Then I will use the real thing. The moment he held the sword, his aura transformed into that of a peak sword cultivator. The three lightning clones turned pale at the sight of the blade. Was that a supreme artifact? How could someone who just broke into the Emperor realm wield this? Qin Tian laughed casually, saying a treasure was also part of strength, and this was what fairness looked like. He then grew serious and began performing his sword technique. Watch closely. This was the first time anyone witnessed the Emperor Realm version of the Heart Sword art. Jade-colored spiritual power surged around Qin Tian like tidal waves. With a single slash, the surrounding space turned into a sea of blooming flowers. Qin Tian stood like the master of that garden, sword intent shifting endlessly. Even Mu Xuan outside was unintentionally drawn into the range of the sword formation. The sight of one man forming a grand array by himself left her speechless. When everything was ready, Qin Tian shouted and unleashed his final move, Heart Sword Art Azure Lotus Immortal Slaying Formation. The three lightning clones panicked and hurriedly raised shields, believing Qin Tian's energy would drain quickly and they only needed to endure. But Qin Tian shattered that hope, because once formed, the Azure Lotus formation absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making its sword chi endless. Their shields were crushed by the sword waves, and and in the end they could only scream in despair. How was this possible? Qin Tian's final slash shook heaven and earth violently. A massive beam of light shot into the sky, piercing countless layers of clouds before fading. Even the sky was split apart, sunlight pouring down through the gap in a breathtaking scene. After destroying the lightning clones, Qin Tian slowly descended with calm composure. The system rang out with congratulations for breaking into the Emperor realm, and rewarded him with the Supreme Secret Art Great Dao Sun's first layer, Tahua Zizai Divine Art upgraded to 16th layer, and Demonic Sound Corpse Control Art 2nd Emperor layer, at the cost of 3 days of weakness. Hearing the rewards, Qin Tian smiled in satisfaction. He had finally succeeded. Mu Xuan and the others quickly came forward to congratulate him on officially becoming a great emperor. From this day on, the world had one more emperor, and Mu Qingqing excitedly praised him while Bai Xiaoru and An Miaoling hugged in joy. But when Mu Qingqing called him uncle, Qin Tian's face stiffened, and he quickly said not to call him that, and just then a soldier rushed over with urgent news. The soldier was out of breath while Xiao Zhan calmly asked what had happened. He reported that the tribes of the Qingyun Mountains were gathering forces, and intelligence showed the Black Dragon Demon Emperor was preparing a full assault on Qingyun City. Before Xiao Zhan could respond, the soldier knelt and begged for support, and at the name Black Dragon, Xiao Zhan's expression shifted. Not far away, Qin Tian's eyes lit up with interest. Having just reached the Emperor realm, he wanted to test his new strength, and Xiao Zhan nodded to see how capable this demon emperor really was. Hearing Qin Tian's words, Xiao Zhan reassured the young soldier that Qingyun City would be safe, but the soldier remained confused, wondering how the general could stay so calm in such a tense situation. Xiao Zhan leans close to the soldier and whispers, because this time, someone unlucky just walked straight into their own grave. The scene cuts to Qingyun City, now in full emergency mode. Inside the city, everyone is on highest alert as Xiao Zhan moves troops non-stop and boosts morale. He walks every defense line, orders the explosive arrows ready to fire, and commands the spirit cannons to fully charge. Under his precise control, the entire defense system locks into place without a single gap. Meanwhile, inside a nearby tower, spiritual energy starts shaking violently, and ancient chants echo through the air with a heavy primordial aura. 4 elders pour their power into a crystal orb to activate a massive life flow formation covering Qingyun City. Once the grand formation activates, a blue light curtain drops over the city and calms the civilians. Everything slowly stabilizes. After settling all matters, Xiao Zhan reports to Mu Xuan that both offense and defense plans are fully prepared. Mu Xuan nods in satisfaction, praising his thorough work, while Xiao Zhan humbly says it is only his duty. Mu Xuan then brings up another issue, saying his weapon was destroyed by Kun Yuanxian during the last Dragon Vein battle. Xiao Zhan admits it and says he planned to ask Master Bailey to forge a half-step Emperor weapon, but time may not allow it. Mu Xuan grows thoughtful, since forging a half-step Emperor weapon also depends on luck, and even Master Bailey cannot guarantee success. Qin Tian, who has been calmly drinking tea, finally speaks up and says he might help with this. Mu Xuan turns in surprise, while Qin Tian sets down his cup and smiles, saying today he will show a bit of his skill. He looks at Zhang Wu and reminds him of a past promise, saying he will fulfill it now, making the old man's eyes turn red with emotion. Zhang Wu cannot hold back and kneels to thank him. Sitting nearby, Mu Qingqing pulls An Miaoling's aside and whispers if Qin Shushu can really forge weapons too. And Miaoling smirks and says her master not only forges, but everything he makes is top tier, leaving Mu Qingqing completely stunned. In the backyard of Yijing Painting Studio, Qin Tian grabs a hammer and starts striking at insane speed, introducing it as the Wind Butterfly Heavenly Hammer technique. Xiao Zhan watches in shock and stutters that the hammer in Qin Tian's hand looks like a peak Emperor-grade weapon. Mu Xuan calmly adds that this is not even the most terrifying part. She tightens her fist and says, Qin Tian seems to be forging an Emperor weapon directly. In a short time, the weapon fully takes shape as a domineering great saber. Qin Tian inspects it with a nod, names it Zonghua Saber, and says it looks even better than before. Everyone is left speechless as Mu Qingqing and Xiao Zhan tremble, because he just forged an Emperor weapon with a few hammer strikes. Qin Tian hands the saber to Zhang Wu, who cries in gratitude and swears eternal loyalty. After that, Qin Tian turns to Xiao Zhan and asks if his specialty is the spear, making him stand straight instantly. Mu Qingqing runs over asking for an Emperor weapon too, and Qin Tian laughs, saying everyone will get one. For many days after that, the backyard echoes non-stop with the sound of forging. Time passes quietly, and in the blink of an eye, it is already the 9th day. After days of non-stop forging, Qin Tian finally exhales in exhaustion but satisfaction, because everything is complete. This time, Qin Tian forges several emperor weapons, including a mightier sword with a crazy name, Pink Fluffy Bunny. He also makes a mightier emperor spear called Lucky E. Mu Qingqing stares at her sword, full of question marks, while even Xiao Zhan feels awkward hearing the name of his spear. Qin Tian seriously explains that no one can accept being killed by a sword named Pink Fluffy Bunny, and since spear users often have bad luck, Lucky E is there to boost fortune. Soon it is time to part ways. Mu Qingqing waves goodbye happily, and Xiao Zhan respectfully thanks Qin Tian before leaving. After they are far away, and Miaoling gently calls her master inside as the weather grows colder. She places a cloak over Qin Tian herself, and reminds him he just recovered and should not overwork. Hearing that, Qin Tian suddenly stares at her without blinking. Embarrassed, and Miaoling brushes her hair aside and asks if something is on her face, and Qin Tian smiles, saying yes, a little bit of beauty. Her face turns red instantly as she stomps lightly, saying he does not act like a proper elder, while Qin Tian just laughs freely. At that moment, Bai Xiaoru rushes over in panic, and Qin Tian quickly steadies her and asks what happened. She is almost in tears, begging Qin Tian for help because the situation is urgent. Qin Tian calmly asks for details, and she chokes out that it is about her younger sister. Her sister secretly left home to find her, but was captured by the D-League on the way. The scene shifts to a vast forest. In one corner, several subordinates casually roast meat as if on a picnic. One of them asks Qi Xiang if Bai Xiaoru will really come here on her own. Qi Xiang smirks confidently, saying Bai Xiaoru and Bai Xiaoxiao are inseparable, so she will definitely come to save her sister. The lion-headed beast, Mai Xiao, munches on meat and mocks their deep sisterly bond. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoxiao grows more worried about her sister's safety. Right then, Qin Tian's group arrives, and Miaoling instantly cuts Bai Xiaoxiao's ropes with one strike. Bai Xiaoru rushes forward and hugs her sister tightly. Qi Xiang calmly sneers that the fish has taken the bait, while Mai Shou tosses away a bone and praises his perfect plan. The lion-headed Mai Shou puts on iron gauntlets and smashes his fists together with a sharp clang. He cracks his neck and stares at Bai Xiaoru with wicked eyes, saying today will be fun. But at that instant, Zhongwu charges in at top speed with the Zonghua saber. One slash forces Mai Shou to dodge and retreat. After stepping back, he stands beside Qi Xiang. Seeing reinforcements, both look surprised and wonder if these people are not afraid of the Dai League's revenge. Qin Tian finally walks out and stands beside Zhongwu, arms crossed, mocking them for not even checking who came with Bai Xiaoru. Qi Xiang calmly says they just came out of 100-year seclusion, but Mai Shou arrogantly claims they can just kill everyone and take Bai Xiaoru. Zhongwu feels huge pressure from the two veteran Emperor Realm experts and warns Qin Tian, but Qin Tian stays calm after his recent breakthrough. Without wasting more words, both sides unleash their domains. Inside Qi Xiang's domain, a giant chessboard appears and covers the entire space. Qi Xiang grins and says Qin Tian must feel familiar with this, because his domain is completely suppressed. With a wave, countless chess pieces float in the air as he mocks Qin Tian for being only first-level Emperor Realm, while he is second-level. A white chess piece slowly drops onto the board, signaling the real battle begins. The moment it lands, a terrifying shockwave erupts, but Qin Tian's barrier blocks it completely. Qin Tian casually picks his ear and calls the domain boring, saying he only avoided using his own because Qi Xiang was too weak. Qi Xiang sneers, claiming that inside his infinite chess domain, Qin Tian is nothing but a punching bag. Qin Tian stays calm and says they will soon see who is right. Qi Xiang grabs a black chess piece and roars for Qin Tian to die. Instantly, countless chess pieces surge forward like a crushing tidal wave. Facing the storm, Qin Tian calmly draws the life and death sword and activates the Great Freedom technique. A strange force quickly wraps around his sword arm. This is the new state formed by the life and death sword, fused with the power of the three-phase pool. Once ready, Qin Tian slashes down and shouts for the Fortimeter Great Tao to appear. In Qi Xiang's eyes, a giant endless death sword descends from the sky. His face turns pale as he trembles and asks what kind of power this is. Qin Tian gives him no time and brings the sword down with unstoppable force. The chessboard domain splits in half instantly, and Qi Xiang is crushed along with it. Outside, the shattered domain explodes violently in midair. The pressure forces everyone to retreat to avoid being dragged in. Bai Xiaoru tightly hugs her sister, staring at the distant explosion in fear. Soon she exhales in relief as Qin Tian lands safely, and Miaoling calls out happily the moment she sees her master. Qin Tian smiles faintly and says that was only one enemy, there is still another. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, Zhongwu and Mai Shou clash fiercely inside their own domain, and even with an emperor weapon, Zhongwu is heavily pressured. The more they fight, the more excited Mai Shou becomes, shouting that his blood is boiling. The lion-headed beast's brutal aura fills the battlefield. Zhongwu refuses to back down and grins, admitting his opponent is no pushover. Mai Shou tilts his body to dodge and pulls away to widen the distance. He mocks Zhongwu arrogantly, saying he is simply too old. Zhongwu retaliates with another slash. Mai Shou easily avoids it and counters with an uppercut that knocks the saber from Zhongwu's hand. He sneers that Zhongwu no longer has the explosive power of youth. Zhongwu's stamina drains rapidly, and he realizes the monster before him seems to have endless strength. Mai Shou grows even crazier, charging forward with non-stop punches. He laughs wickedly, wanting to see how many more hits Zhongwu can take. Before long, Zhongwu is blasted away. His body crashes into a massive rock, shaking the ground. Seeing the chance, Mai Shou rushes in for the killing blow. But suddenly, the surrounding space twists violently, as if about to shatter. A massive vortex slowly opens, and Qin Taiyan's voice echoes with the Great Freedom technique. From within the vortex, a gigantic dragon claw stretches out with terrifying pressure. Both Zhongwu and Mai Shou freeze at the sight, because the dragon claw is aimed straight at Mai Shou. The lion-headed beast curses in fear, asking what kind of monster this is. The entire domain begins to collapse piece by piece. Qin Tian ends it with a single strike, crushing Mai Shou and calmly saying it is done. Zhongwu stands there stunned, unable to process what just happened. His respect for Qin Tian deepens, since a veteran emperor realm like Mai Shou was killed in one move, while Bai Xiaoru runs over in shock and Qin Tian only shrugs, saying it was nothing. Bai Xiaoru hugs Qin Tian in gratitude, saying without him she would have been helpless, and he calmly assures her the two killers are gone. Only then does Bai Xiaoru suddenly remember her sister. She pulls Bai Xiaoxiao over to introduce her, but the girl stares nervously at how close her sister is to Qin Tian. Then Bai Xiaoxiao asks a shocking question, "Is he my brother-in-law?" After saying that, she turns away to hide her messy emotions, since her proud and cold sister has never been this close to any man. Bai Xiaoru quickly waves her hands to explain, but the more flustered she gets, the worse it sounds, and she finally shouts that he is not her brother-in-law. Bai Xiaoxiao freezes mid-sniffle, confused, and asks then what exactly is their relationship. This time Bai Xiaoru is the one left speechless. Her mind is in chaos, because admitting she is Qin Tian's servant would be too humiliating in front of her sister. After failing to find any good excuse, she can only scream internally that she is doomed. The next day, Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru take Bai Xiaoxiao out shopping and inform Qin Tian, who simply smiles and tells them to return early. Zhongwu offers to secretly follow and protect them due to the tense situation in the city, but Qin Tian calmly says it is just a stroll inside town. He adds with a subtle smile that he already entrusted certain things to Miaoling. Meanwhile, the three girls wander through the lively market when Bai Xiaoru points at a jar of wine on display. Bai Xiaoxiao looks at her reflection on the jar and asks curiously what it is. The shop owner rushes out and proudly introduces it as the store's best specialty. He even boasts that drinking it is so powerful it could break the bed while sleeping, clearly exaggerating. But Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes light up and she hugs the jar, saying she wants to buy it. Bai Xiaoru immediately shuts that idea down, saying kids cannot drink, and offers candy instead. But Bai Xiaoxiao puffs her cheeks and insists she is grown up, just as Miaoling suddenly freezes at the sight of someone in the distance. Bai Xiaoru quickly notices her strange expression. When asked, Miaoling coldly says she just ran into an old acquaintance. She tells Bai Xiaoru to watch Bai Xiaoxiao and says she will handle something and be back soon. Not long after, in a quiet forest corner, Miaoling silently follows a man dressed in blood-red robes. The man senses the killing intent behind him, stops calmly, and turns to land lightly on the ground. With a lazy yet dangerous gaze, he teases her for following so long, revealing himself as Xue Qingquang, son of the blood domain ancestor. And Miaoling lands opposite him without a word, and Xue Qingquang mockingly asks who she is to dare block his path. She replies with 3 icy words, "The one who kills you." Without wasting time, she attacks, intending to collect interest on an old debt. An emperor weapon appears in her hand, and its sharp sword light makes the air turn heavy. Xue Qingquang sneers arrogantly, saying if she will not reveal her identity, he will capture her and interrogate her in the blood domain. And Miaoling ignores him as her emperor sword turns into a streak of light, and she unleashes the heart sword art. Xue Qingquang activates the blood domain technique, and a sea of bloody aura erupts across the area. A piercing clash rings out as her sword energy collides head-on with his blood power, sending sparks everywhere. His blood domain swells non-stop like a starving beast, trying to devour everything and crush Miaoling. Wherever the bloody aura passes, trees turn to ashes, and after the first clash, Miaoling retreats and shoots into the sky. From above, she slashes down with thunderous force, and coldly declares that today Xue Qingguang will pay, activating the heart sword art. This time, countless sword shadows rain down from the sky and instantly shatter his blood domain defense. The arrogance on his face disappears, leaving only pale fear as one word echoes in his mind: domain. He realizes she is using a sword intent domain, a power far beyond what he can handle. Sword energy crushes him from all sides, space tears apart, and he can only rely on his tough body while screaming in pain. Only now does he understand he provoked someone he never should have, and in panic he tries to flee, noticing it is not a complete domain but a sword intent imitation. Even incomplete, it is still enough to kill him, so calling for help is his only option. The once arrogant young master drops all pride and screams for his father to save him. A terrifying pressure suddenly descends, blasting and meowing away with a violent shockwave. A blood-red barrier wraps around the dying Xue Qingguang, and a blurry figure appears inside asking who dares attack. The figure shields his son with overwhelming aura, and Xue Qingguang instantly grins wickedly and calls out to his father. And Miaoling recognizes him at once. Even as a spirit clone, he is the blood domain ancestor, one of the 3 overlords of the nether blood domain. Saved again, Xue Qingguang arrogantly demands his father capture and Miaoling, while the old ancestor even praises her beauty. And Miaoling snaps her fingers and coldly says they think they already won, then orders someone to hold the old man back. The next second, a figure holding a spear dives down from the sky. The strike explodes like thunder and pierces straight into the blood barrier protecting Xue Qingguang. With one blow, the seemingly solid defense shatters completely. The one who appears is none other than Kun Yuanxian. The sudden attack leaves the blood domain ancestor unable to react, and even his spirit clone loses an arm under the pressure. Suppressed non-stop, the ancestor roars in anger, demanding to know what is happening. Kun Yuanxian only responds with a strange smile and empty eyes. To understand this, we go back to when Kun Yuanxian was defeated by Qin Tian. At that time, An Miaoling asked her master what to do with Kun Yuanxian's corpse. Qin Tian smiled mysteriously and said he had an interesting use for it. He used the demonic sound corpse control technique, turning Kun Yuanxian into a puppet, and while the ancestor is pinned down, An Miaoling shifts her focus to Xue Qingguang. Her sword flashes and shoots forward with clear killing intent. Without his father's protection, Xue Qingguang's spirit collapses, knowing he is no match for her. From afar, the blood domain ancestor screams desperately for his son to be careful, but it is already too late. And Miaoling unleashes Heart Sword Art, Shatter the Stars, and executes him without hesitation. With a final boom, his body is pierced by sword energy and explodes into a rain of blood. Watching his son die before his eyes, the blood domain ancestor lets out a heart-wrenching roar. In madness, he forces Kun Yuanxian back and shouts at him to get lost. Standing where Xue Qingguang just died, and Miaoling coldly declares this is only the beginning for the blood domain ancestor. But right now, he was completely locked down by Kun Yuan Immortal and couldn't move at all. A Miaoling raised her blood-stained sword and coldly declared that sooner or later she would send Blood Domain Ancestor down to reunite with his son. Blood Domain Ancestor could only grit his teeth and threaten her viciously, telling her to just wait. A Miaoling answered without hesitation, "I'll be waiting." The next second, Blood Domain Ancestor's spirit body slowly faded into thin air. Deep inside the distant Blood Domain, the atmosphere instantly turned freezing cold. Blood Domain Ancestor exploded in rage, smashing a priceless ancient vase and swearing revenge for his son, while also vowing to confront Kun Yuan Empress over the betrayal. That night at Yijing Painting Studio, Bai Xiaoru came back bouncing with excitement, begging to go out again tomorrow, while A Miaoling told Qin Tian she had just killed Blood Domain Ancestor's son. A few days later, a massive demon army surrounded Qingyun City, led by Hao Long Demon Emperor riding a giant frost dragon. He shouted for Qingyun City to open the formation and surrender, or face total slaughter, and the demons behind him echoed the threat. Meanwhile, Qin Tian was chilling by the lake grilling fish, casually telling Mu Xuan that the earthworm Hao Long had finally shown up. So the barbecue had to pause, and Qin Tian brought Mu Xuan along to check out the situation, while Zhong Wu even carried over a fresh jar of wine. Qin Tian laughed and said he'd handle it quickly and be back soon, reminding Zhong Wu to flip the fish so it wouldn't burn. At Qingyun City's gate, angry curses filled the air as the traitors were publicly condemned by the citizens. When Qin Tian and Mu Xuan arrived, he saw Xiao Zhan covered in blood and asked what had happened. Xiao Zhan reported that Qingmu Merchant Guild and other forces tried to surrender, believing the Hoshian Empire would lose. He pointed at the corpses on the ground and said he had personally executed every last traitor. Mu Xuan nodded coldly, saying anyone who betrayed the Hoshian Empire deserved death. Qin Tian cracked his knuckles with a grin, saying it was finally his turn, and Mu Xuan replied that this battle would rely on fellow Taoist Qin. Outside the city, How Long Demon Emperor was growing impatient when he saw a lone figure slowly walking out. He sneered, thinking Qingyun City had run out of people, and even called out Xiao Zhan to face him. Qin Tian glanced at the frost dragon and said Xiao Zhan was busy flipping fish, and today he wasn't here to die, but to take How Long's life. How Long Demon Emperor burst out laughing, mocking this nobody, while Qin Tian secretly smiled because the bait had worked. Enraged, How Long Demon Emperor charged forward, roaring that he would teach this arrogant fool a lesson. He rushed in without any defense, clearly treating Qin Tian like an ant. Qin Tian simply smiled, because this close distance was exactly what he wanted. He calmly drew the life and death sword as if everything was under control. Even with How Long charging at terrifying speed, Qin Tian stayed calm, muttering that long range was tricky, but this distance was perfect. He unleashed his fortimeter blade technique, fused with the power of mind manifestation, and the life and death sword erupted with blinding light. Before How Long Demon Emperor could react, his body froze mid-air, eyes wide in horror as the sense of danger hit him far too late. A flash of sword light streaked out, and Qin Tian's life and death sword sliced How Long Demon Emperor clean in half like paper. The demon army that was cheering moments ago fell dead silent, then erupted into chaos, unable to believe their lord had died in a single blink. After casually killing How Long Demon Emperor, Qin Tian looked down at the frozen demon troops below. He gave them a friendly smile, and calmly said they were next. The moment he finished speaking, he unleashed the heart sword art, and the sword light exploded into a massive radiant dragon soaring into the sky. With one sweeping slash, the entire demon army was wiped out completely, leaving nothing behind. In just a few breaths, the threat to Qingyun City was gone. Xiao Zhan stood on the wall with his mouth wide open, muttering that this was the true power of the Emperor realm, while Mu Xuan calmly told him to clean up the battlefield. Before Xiao Zhan could respond, the two had already vanished, clearly heading back to their grilled fish. He looked around in shock, unable to process how fast they had disappeared. Back at the lake, Zhong Wu was still flipping fish and pouring wine like nothing had happened. Qin Tian and Mu Xuan returned, just as the fish was perfectly cooked, and he handed her the best piece while Zhong Wu asked in surprise if it was already done. Then Zhong Wu went back to work, saying the wine was fully prepared. After finishing the fish, Qin Tian called Zhong Wu to sit and drink together, and he happily joined in. The lakeside feast lasted until late at night, and with flushed cheeks, Mu Xuan admitted she truly admired Qin Tian for killing a dragon emperor with one sword. They kept drinking until the jar ran dry, and when Qin Tian called for more wine, no one answered. Turning around, he saw Zhong Wu hugging the empty jar, fast asleep, and mumbling about drinking more. Qin Tian tried to wake him, while Mu Xuan swayed and said she never expected his wine to knock down even an Emperor Realm expert. Qin Tian laughed proudly and explained he had refined the imperial wine using rare spirit fruits and alchemy methods. He boasted that it took countless attempts to perfect it, surprising Mu Xuan that he could even refine pills. Qin Tian puffed out his chest and claimed refining emperor-level pills was easy for him. That only made Mu Xuan look at him with even more admiration. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years passed as A Miao Ling and Bai Xiaoru knocked on Qin Tian's door one morning. When there was no response, they kicked the door open and dragged him out of bed. Now at Peak Qing realm, Bai Xiaoru pulled Qin Tian up and even brushed his teeth, reminding him today was Mu Qingqing's succession ceremony. A Miao Ling, now at third layer Saint realm, adjusted his clothes and softly said Mu Qingqing saw him as family and would be sad if he did not attend. Bai Xiaoru excitedly explained, only Qin Tian would go while they stayed behind, leaving him the token and invitation for the ceremony in 3 days at the Imperial Palace. With everything arranged for him, Qin Tian could only stand there, helpless, completely bullied. Before he could protest, a bag of luggage was shoved into his hands. The door slammed shut, leaving Qin Tian outside with his baggage, and even after reaching second layer Emperor realm in 3 years, he still had no idea how he got kicked out so fast. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of the Haoshan Empire, the coronation ceremony was about to begin. Mu Qingqing chatted with her mother and curiously asked if her succession was mainly because she had the best relationship with Uncle Qin. Mu Xuan gently combed her hair and admitted it played a part, explaining Qin Tian could refine emperor pills and forge emperor weapons, and even her breakthrough to the emperor realm relied on his pill. Only then did Mu Qingqing realize she had entered first layer emperor realm so quickly thanks to Qin Tian. Seeing her daughter lose confidence, Mu Xuan softly reassured her that talent and ability were still the key, and she was the most outstanding among all heirs. At the same time, Qin Tian arrived at the imperial capital gate and was immediately stopped by the guards. Dressed simply, he was mistaken for an ordinary man, so he casually took out the token Mu Qingqing gave him. The guards' expressions changed instantly, and they bowed with deep respect. As he walked inside, Qin Tian glanced at the token and thought having privilege was indeed convenient. Just then, a nearby girl spotted him and immediately paid attention. She ran over with a bright smile and greeted him warmly as young Master Qin. Qin Tian was slightly surprised because he did not remember knowing her. She introduced herself as Xiao Meng, daughter of General Xiao Zhan, which almost made Qin Tian freeze in shock. At that moment, a young noble who fancied Xiao Meng watched with jealousy burning in his eyes. He clenched his fist so hard the stone floor nearly cracked, clearly furious that Qin Tian stood so close to her, and his name was Gong Yu Ce. Just as the tension rose, a grand bell echoed across the imperial capital. Xiao Meng told Qin Tian the ceremony was about to begin, and they could head inside. Qin Tian nodded casually and walked in with her. Together, they joined the crowd moving toward the succession ceremony. Guests were presenting congratulatory gifts, each treasure announced loudly, along with the giver's name. Watching from behind, Qin Tian suddenly broke into cold sweat because he realized he forgot to prepare a gift. Nearby, Gong Yu Ce kept glancing at him with a malicious smirk. He stepped forward to provoke Qin Tian, mocking him for attending without a gift, and asking which family he even came from. Xiao Meng could not stand it and told Gong Yu Ce to shut up, asking if he even knew who young Master Qin was, but he arrogantly claimed he knew every famous young master in the empire. Seeing Qin Tian's displayed spirit motion realm cultivation, Gong Yu Ce laughed that he had never heard of someone so weak, and the crowd burst into laughter. Qin Tian did not argue and calmly walked to the registration desk, placing a single sheet of paper as his gift. Even the attendant was stunned because it was the first time someone offered just a piece of paper, yet Qin Tian confirmed it was indeed his present. This only made Gong Yu Ce find the situation even more ridiculous. He laughed loudly and mocked Qin Tian for gifting trash at the Empress coronation, accusing him of freeloading as the crowd joined in. Gong Yu Ce felt extremely satisfied, thinking he had completely humiliated Qin Tian. Someone nearby kindly whispered for Qin Tian to apologize quickly, warning that Gong Yu Ce was a notorious playboy, but Qin Tian innocently asked how he could offend someone he had never even met. After the gift presentation ended, everyone entered the main hall, where seating was clearly ranked by status. Gong Yu Ce kept mocking Qin Tian, saying his place was probably by the door. Qin Tian ignored him, and instead asked why there were 3 dragon thrones at the highest position. Gong Yu Ce sneered and explained one was for Bingquan Empress, one for the new Empress, and the last for Grandmaster Qin, the legendary Emperor-grade weapon refiner. He went on praising Grandmaster Qin, saying only someone of that level could sit beside 2 generations of Empresses, while Qin Tian simply nodded. Gong Yu Ce claimed that even seeing Grandmaster Qin's presence was a lifetime blessing, but at that moment, Qin Tian walked up and sat on the 3rd dragon throne. The entire hall fell into dead silence, as no one recognized his true identity. Qin Tian even stretched comfortably, and commented that the dragon throne felt surprisingly nice. Gong Yu Ce reacted first, shouting that a mere spirit motion realm cultivator daring to sit there was an insult to imperial authority. The crowd began whispering, mocking him again for gifting only a single paper about 1 weapon refinement. Suddenly, a domineering voice thundered from the entrance, accusing Qin Tian of not knowing his place and deserving death. The newcomer was Gong Yu Mingxuan, head of the Gong Yu family and father of Gong Yu Ce, secretly thinking this was a chance to earn favor with Grandmaster Qin. Qin Tian, annoyed that an old man jumped out to show off, coldly asked who he thought he was. Furious, Gong Yu Mingxuan ordered his son to capture the offender, and with his father backing him, Gong Yu Ce charged forward boldly. Yet Qin Tian remained seated on the dragon throne, smirking without any intention of moving. Right then, a cold shout echoed across the hall, "Impudent!" An invisible force blasted the Gong Yu father and son away, sending them crashing to the ground without resistance. Gong Yu Mingxuan coughed blood, completely confused about what just happened. Mu Qingqing appeared in front of Qin Tian, glaring angrily at the two. She declared that daring to attack Emperor-grade Grandmaster Qin, her uncle Qin, was unforgivable. The Gong Yu father and son froze in shock, finally realizing who he was. Mu Qingqing, now fully carrying an Empress aura, warned that anyone who insulted her uncle Qin would face consequences. On the spot, she ordered the Gong Yu family erased from the Haoshan Empire and all their assets confiscated. Gong Yu Mingxuan panicked and shouted that she had no authority without Bingquan Empress's approval. Just then, another voice sounded from the entrance. "I agree." Mu Xuan stepped in with overwhelming imperial presence, declaring that insulting Grandmaster Qin was the same as insulting her. She immediately decreed that from this day forward, the Gong Yu family was expelled from the Haoshan Empire forever, with all property seized. Hearing this, Gong Yu Mingxuan felt all strength leave his body, realizing his family was finished, while Gong Yu Ce rushed over calling for his father. Gong Yu Mingxuan's eyes turned empty as he muttered that one moment of pride had destroyed his entire family. After the chaos, Mu Qingqing's coronation continued, and once it ended, all officials bowed and hailed her as Mu Tian Empress. After the ceremony, Mu Qingqing smiled at Qin Tian and shyly asked if she could make a slightly unreasonable request. She stuck out her tongue playfully and said she wanted to take Qin Tian as her master. Qin Tian did not hesitate and gave a thumbs up on the spot. Mu Qingqing jumped with joy, while Mu Xuan could only laugh at how her daughter looked more like a child than a new empress. After accepting another disciple, Qin Tian suddenly realized something strange, because from A Miao Ling to the Empress of Yangming Kingdom, and now Mu Tian Empress, all his disciples were empresses. Just thinking about it made his spine tingle, as every single disciple he took turned out to be a top-tier empress. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, a Miao Ling excitedly brought Qin Tian a brand new outfit and asked him to try it on. Since it was his disciple's goodwill, Qin Tian immediately changed into the new clothes. After dressing up, he stepped out confidently and asked for her opinion when she kept staring at him silently. A Miao Ling's eyes were glued to him as she praised how good he looked and said he should dress like this more often. Qin Tian teased her back, asking if she bought anything for herself, and she instantly blushed and changed the topic. Seeing her reaction, Qin Tian's smile turned mischievous, clearly thinking of something inappropriate. Just as the mood was getting light, a sharp sound cut through the air as someone rushed into the room. It was Mu Qingqing, who lost balance in her hurry and fell straight toward Qin Tian. Qin Tian reacted instantly and caught her. Holding her waist with one hand and supporting her back with the other, he gently asked what had happened, leaving Mu Qingqing flustered as she called him master. A Miao Ling broke the atmosphere, asking how long they planned to keep hugging. Mu Qingqing snapped back to her senses and hurriedly reported that Kun Yuan Empress and Blood Domain Ancestor had joined forces to attack. Her eyes were red with worry, as she said, her mother alone could never defeat the two of them. On the battlefield, Blood Domain Ancestor was suppressing Mu Xuan, with a massive blood hand crashing down. Mu Xuan struggled to resist and could only barely activate the Haoshan shield. A thick layer of ice quickly formed around her as defense. Meanwhile, Kun Yuan Empress drew her sword coldly and said Mu Xuan had no chance against both of them. She unleashed a strike combined with Blood Domain Ancestor's attack, forming the powerful move Kun Yuan Breaking Dawn. Under the pressure of two great emperors, Mu Xuan's defense quickly shattered. She was blasted away and slammed hard into the city wall. Kun Yuan Empress urged her to surrender, saying the wise know when to submit. She offered that if Mu Xuan handed over the Haoshan Empire, she and her daughter could live. But Blood Domain Ancestor roared in hatred, swearing to capture that woman and torture her for killing his son. At the peak of the battle, Qin Tian finally appeared like a ghost behind Blood Domain Ancestor and coldly asked who he planned to make suffer. Out of nowhere, a sword slashes straight at Blood Domain Ancestor and catches him off guard. Even though he reacts fast and uses Blood Domain Frenzy Tide to block, Qin Tian's blade crushes it instantly. The old monster gets blasted into the ground, leaving behind a massive crater. Seeing Qin Tian arrive, Mu Xuan struggles up and calls his name in relief. Qin Tian checks her injuries and says he rushed here the moment Qingqing told him. Beside them, Kun Yuan Empress sneers, mocking that Mu Xuan's backup is just a weak first-layer emperor. She even claims Qin Tian only forced Blood Domain Ancestor back because of a sneak attack, and in a real fight, he would stand no chance. Right then, Blood Domain Ancestor shoots back up from the crater. Qin Tian just grins and casually says the old man's life is surprisingly tough. That line drives Blood Domain Ancestor insane as he charges forward, roaring that a mere first-layer emperor dares to ambush him and must be crushed to ashes. His eyes turn bloodshot as endless blood energy gathers into a gigantic crimson spear. The blood spear pierces toward Qin Tian with killing intent, but he tilts aside and dodges with ease. Even under the old monster's furious assault, Qin Tian calmly asks Mu Xuan if she can still fight and tells Kun Yuan Empress to leave this to him. Mu Xuan grips her sword and says she can continue, and Blood Domain Ancestor is Qin Tian's problem. Kun Yuan Empress laughs with interest, saying this battle is finally getting fun. Qin Tian smiles faintly at Blood Domain Ancestor and says before they continue, he has a story to share. Both Blood Domain Ancestor and Kun Yuan Empress focus on him at once. Qin Tian slowly says it's truly tragic that the old man's son died, and the one who killed him was actually his own disciple. The moment he hears that, Blood Domain Ancestor's face turns extremely ugly. But Qin Tian keeps going, saying he also played a small role behind the scenes in wiping out his bloodline, so no need to thank him. Those words stab straight into the old monster's heart, pushing him into total madness. He fires blood spirit divine light at terrifying speed, but Qin Tian casually blocks it with spirit transformation/light. Qin Tian keeps mocking him, saying if he has any real trump card, use it now, because this half-hidden style just makes him look like a weak old coward. Blood Domain Ancestor roars that a first-layer emperor daring to jump on his head is simply courting death. The sea of blood around him surges as countless blade lights rain down, but they only shatter Qin Tian's afterimages, while his mocking voice echoes back. Switching tactics, Blood Domain Ancestor unleashes boundless Blood Sea Palm, yet Qin Tian appears elsewhere, shaking his head and calling it useless. Qin Tian keeps attacking his pride, saying with such pathetic strength, it's shocking he reached Emperor Realm, and has a disgrace to the title, so maybe he should go home and drink milk instead. Humiliated beyond reason, Blood Domain Ancestor screams that he will kill this milk-smelling brat no matter what. Finally, he reveals his ultimate move, opening Blood Emperor Purgatory and dragging Qin Tian into a molten furnace-like domain. Yet Qin Tian stays completely calm, glancing around and casually asking if this is the old man's domain. Blood Domain Ancestor laughs like a madman, shouting that once the domain is open, Qin Tian will be crushed like an ant. His voice grows more venomous as he swears to make Qin Tian taste despair down to his bones. In response, Qin Tian slowly raises the life and death sword and says, stupidity and arrogance will bury Blood Domain Ancestor, and one strike of 3 aspects power is enough to shatter this so-called domain. The moment he finishes, countless mirror clones draw their swords and rush the old monster at once. Outside the domain, Mushuan and Kunyuan Empress are still locked in a tense standoff. Kunyuan Empress sneers confidently, saying once the domain is open, Blood Domain Ancestor is serious, and Mushuan's little lover is about to turn to dust. But Mushuan only smiles, saying the final one standing is still unknown. Inside the domain, the battle ends faster than anyone expects. Blood Domain Ancestor dropped to his knees, breathing in chaos, unable to believe he lost. He stares at Qin Tian in hatred and confusion, unable to accept that a first-layer emperor who did not even open a domain defeated him. His worldview completely shatters as doubt and madness flood his mind. Qin Tian looks at him calmly and declares that this fight ends here. Then he unleashes his final strike, Heart Sword following the stars. The sword light appears and feels like it splits the entire space in half. In an instant, Blood Emperor Purgatory cracks apart and collapses completely. The shockwave forces both Kunyuan Empress and Mushuan to stop and look toward the center. As the dust settles, Blood Domain Ancestor's figure appears, clearly in terrible shape. Qin Tian stands behind him, holding his severed head, clicking his tongue because the Emperor's soul managed to escape. Even so, without a body, that soul is doomed, and Qin Tian vows to hunt it down and erase it for Miao Ling. Watching Blood Domain Ancestor get beheaded, Kunyuan Empress loses all confidence, shocked that a third-layer emperor fell to a first layer. Meanwhile, Mushuan feels a huge weight lift and says the balance between the two empires is about to change. Without giving her time to recover, Mushuan strikes with Ice Spring Supreme Wings. A massive ice phoenix head forms in the sky and crashes toward Kunyuan Empress. Her expression instantly darkens. She responds with Kunyuan Dragon Transformation, summoning a golden dragon to clash head-on. The collision sends terrifying shockwaves across the battlefield, but neither gains the upper hand yet. Mushuan coldly repeats the same mocking words Kunyuan Empress once said to her. She says alone, Kunyuan Empress can never defeat her and Qin Tian, so she should surrender the Kunyuan Empire to Hao Tian Empire if she wants to live. At that moment, Qin Tian flies over and casually steps on the headless corpse. With a sly smile, he says whether she lives or dies depends on his disciple's decision. Surrounded by both of them, Kunyuan Empress trembles in rage. Her face twists with fury as she refuses to accept such humiliation even in death. Mushuan tells Qin Tian to work together and finish this once and for all. Qin Tian casually agrees, saying it is nothing. The two join forces and unleash a storm of ultimate moves, leaving Kunyuan Empress no room to resist. In the end, she collapses under their combined assault. Just half a year after losing its empress, the entire Kunyuan Empire is completely annexed by the Hao Tian Empire. The scene shifts to Artistic Conception Studio, Qin Tian's usual residence. Bai Xiaoru drags Mu Qingqing over excitedly while Qingqing has no idea what is going on, and Bai Xiaoru just smiles mysteriously. The moment Mu Qingqing steps inside the studio, she feels herself pass through a barrier and realizes the entire place is sealed by countless formations. One glance is enough to tell these barriers are incredibly solid. After everyone gathers, Qin Tian explains. He set up all these formations because he is about to grant them a huge opportunity. Hearing that, everyone's eyes light up with curiosity. Qin Tian says the price is heavy, and after using this technique, he will be weak for days with serious side effects, so they must keep their distance later. Zhang Yan looks worried, since it already sounds dangerous. Qin Tian reassures them and reveals his secret art, Great Tao Sound Finger, which grants a own-time enlightenment that must be cherished. Then he gently plucks a string and tells everyone to prepare. The music flows slowly, soft and calming. From the first notes, a warm comfort spreads through their bodies, and Miao Ling closes her eyes and feels a peace she has never known before. Xiao Meng sinks into the melody as all her stress fades away. With no schemes or battles in mind, everyone drifts in that mysterious state as time quietly passes. After a long while, the session finally ends. Qin Tian slowly returns to his room to rest. He looks completely drained and complains that Great Tao Sound Finger absorbs others' emotions and dumps them all into his own mind. While muttering to himself, he suddenly pauses as if sensing something. Bai Xiaoru has been standing there, and when she sees him, she smiles and says she wants to talk. She begins mentioning her mother's upcoming birthday. But before she can finish, Qin Tian suddenly loses control and grabs her shoulders. The scroll in her hand falls to the ground. Qin Tian looks completely out of it as he stumbles and falls on top of her. Pinned to the ground, Bai Xiaoru blushes deeply and calls his name in panic. As his face moves closer, she hurriedly says she only came to discuss her mother. But Qin Tian seems unable to hear anything and grows more reckless. Bai Xiaoru feels weak all over and can only struggle softly while saying no. Unfortunately for her, Bai Xiao witnesses everything from a corner. Instead of stopping it, the little girl grins mischievously, clearly enjoying the drama. Not long after, the group arrives near Qingqiu Mountain, and Bai Xiaoru says they are almost there. She hugs Qin Tian's arm and softly says she once thought she would never return, while he gently tells her not to cry, only for Bai Xiao to suddenly expose that he bullied her sister even more in bed. Bai Xiaoru turns red with embarrassment and denies everything, but Bai Xiao hides behind Qin Tian, calls him brother-in-law, and complains her sister is fierce. Qin Tian ends up stuck between the two sisters, one denying any relationship and the other insisting on calling him brother-in-law. The two sisters keep arguing and chasing each other all the way to Qingqiu City Gate, with Bai Xiao screaming for help the entire time. Not long after, the group officially enters Qingqiu City. Qin Tian immediately notices two massive statues at the gate and asks who is narcissistic enough to build something that huge. Bai Xiao proudly says it is her grandfather, Bai Wudi, the strongest of the Fox clan, who stepped half a foot into Supreme Realm last year, and Qin Tian instantly switches tone and praises the statue's overwhelming aura. Hearing that, Qin Tian admits this Bai Wudi is definitely not simple. But that makes him wonder why Bai Xiaoru had to leave home when she had such backing, and she explains Di Tian is nothing compared to her grandfather, but Bai Wudi has been in seclusion for over 1,000 years. Qin Tian says nothing, but silently suspects the old man might already be gone after so long. After chatting about the statue, they move deeper into Qingqiu City, which looks lively and prosperous from afar. Qin Tian is surprised by how bustling it is, and Bai Xiaoru explains it is because her mother's birthday is approaching. As soon as they enter, they attract countless gazes, and people quickly recognize Bai Xiaoru and the striking man beside her. Some praise the long-lost princess for becoming even more beautiful, while others worry her return may bring trouble to Qingqiu. Before long, a middle-aged man suddenly blocks her path and coldly asks why she came back after leaving. He warns that her return could bring disaster to Qingqiu, revealing himself as Bai Hao, one of the 5 emperors and a third-layer emperor. Bai Xiaoru explains she only came to visit her parents and will leave after her mother's birthday. Seeing her lower herself like that, Qin Tian gently pats her head and calmly says she can stay as long as she wants. He adds that Qingqiu may fear de-alliance, but he does not, and if they cannot protect her, he will. Hearing an outsider speak up, Bai Hao gets furious and demands to know what right Qin Tian has to talk so arrogantly. At that tense moment, Bai Xiao proudly announces Qin Tian is her brother-in-law, leaving him stunned and Bai Xiaoru red with embarrassment. Bai Xiaoru quickly explains her sister is just talking nonsense. But Bai Hao grows even more displeased and releases his pressure, mocking that a mere spirit realm brat dares dream of becoming Qingqiu's son-in-law and orders him to get lost. Facing the pressure, Qin Tian stays calm and says whether he leaves or stays is not Bai Hao's decision. That reply truly ignites Bai Hao's anger as he condenses a fireball, ready to teach Qin Tian a lesson. But when he sees both sisters standing in front of Qin Tian, his eyes turn icy as he asks if they plan to oppose him. Bai Xiao honestly says she is not protecting her brother-in-law but saving Bai Hao, because Qin Tian could beat him with one hand. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoru quickly urges Qin Tian to stay calm, saying her second uncle has always had a bad temper and not to take it personally. Of course, Bai Hao does not believe a word and sees Qin Tian as nothing more than a tiny spirit realm brat, so he decides to test him personally. The fireball in Bai Hao's hand instantly shoots toward Qin Tian. Bai Xiaoru panics and tries to stop it. Qin Tian calmly summons the life and death sword, but at that exact moment, a massive fox phantom appears and blocks the attack. Even Bai Hao is caught off guard by this. The one who intervenes is Xiao who neutralizes the strike and warns Bai Hao not to let their own clan fight each other here. She argues that acting like this would make them no different from Dai Alliance. After all, Qingqiu has always pursued peace. Her words finally make Bai Hao fall silent. The surrounding crowd also begins to agree that the elder went too far. Just as the situation stays tense, a majestic voice orders everyone to stop. All eyes turn to the newcomer, clan leader Bai Jiangyu, and the crowd bows respectfully. Bai Xiao happily runs over and jumps into her father's arms. Bai Xiaoru's eyes turn red as she softly calls him father. Bai Jiangyu gently asks about her, but warns that such a big commotion will surely alert the alliance. Qin Tian quietly observes Bai Xiaoru's conflicted expression. He steps forward and says he brought her back, and as long as he is here, no one can harm her. But Bai Jiangyu sees it as youthful overconfidence and sighs that Qin Tian does not understand how terrifying the alliance is. In the end, Bai Jiangyu says nothing more, and tells Bai Xiaoru to visit her mother, since she has missed her deeply. He also adds that her mother's birthday is in a few days, and she should stay, making Bai Xiaoru hesitate in disbelief. When she timidly asks if she can truly stay, Bai Jiangyu laughs and says she is their daughter, so of course she can, and she beams with joy before rushing off. Bai Xiao excitedly follows, while Qin Tian gently asks Bai Xiaoru if she is happy now. But as they leave, Bai Hao nervously asks what they will do if the alliance comes. Bai Jiangyu calmly reminds him that Bai Xiaoru has already stepped into the broken emperor realm, which means she has awakened the heavenly fox bloodline. Hearing that, Bai Hao becomes excited, imagining the fox clan rising above all races if she evolves into a true heavenly fox. Yet Bai Jiangyu cares less about dominance, and more about how much his daughter has suffered, not even daring to return home for her own mother's birthday. His gaze hardens as he decides Qingqiu will no longer endure the alliance and orders preparations for war. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoru rushes to her mother and calls out loudly the moment she arrives. Qinglan turns around the instant she hears that familiar voice. Mother and daughter embrace tightly as years of longing finally explode into tears. Qinglan holds her close in shock and emotion, while Bai Xiaoru cries that she missed her terribly. Qinglan gently scolds her for not taking care of herself, while Qin Tian and Bai Xiao watch the reunion with warm smiles. Seeing Bai Xiao still hesitating, Qin Tian quietly tells her to go hug her mother already. Xiao grabs his hand and says she can come back anytime, but the one their mother truly misses is her sister, so she secretly went to find Bai Xiaoru first. Only then does Qinglan notice the young man beside Xiao and ask Xiaoru who he is. Before Xiaoru can speak, Bai Xiao rushes over, hugs Qin Tian's arm, and loudly calls him brother-in-law, leaving Xiaoru flustered as she quickly denies it. Even though she feels shy, Xiaoru still introduces him properly as young master Qin Tian, the one who has helped her a lot. Qinglan smiles warmly at Qin Tian and, knowing he is her daughter's benefactor, invites him to the upcoming birthday banquet. Qin Tian cups his fists politely and accepts the invitation without hesitation. Not long after, the birthday banquet officially begins with firecrackers and cheers filling the air. The entire Qingqiu is more lively than ever, laughter echoing everywhere. Guests keep raising their cups, offering birthday wishes to the clan leader's wife. Some wish her long life, others praise her everlasting beauty, a true Grand Fox clan celebration. Qinglan raises her cup with a smile, thanking everyone and telling them to enjoy the feast. The atmosphere grows even more cheerful, as everything flows smoothly. Meanwhile, Qin Tian is living his best life, surrounded by fox beauties massaging his shoulders, pouring wine, and praising his looks. With a blissful face, Qin Tian sighs that Fox clan women are way too enthusiastic, and this trip to Qingqiu is totally worth it. Across the hall, Bai Xiaoru's face turns dark as she slams the table and demands to know why her mother lets them cling to him like that. Qinglan only smiles teasingly and says Qin Tian is an honored guest, so of course he deserves special treatment. She even asks Qin Tian if he is satisfied, and he answers immediately that he is extremely satisfied. Hearing that, Xiaoru's eyes practically spit fire, clearly furious inside. Bai Xiao quickly realizes their mother is adding fuel to the fire and whispers that her sister actually likes Qin Tian but refuses to admit it, making Qinglan laugh and say if you like someone, you have to act fast. Hearing that story, Xiao Xiao suddenly asks why their father has not shown up yet. Qinglan explains that Bai Jiangyu is discussing important matters with their second uncle and tells everyone to keep enjoying the banquet. But on the other side, Bai Xiaoru is already unable to sit still. She suddenly stands up, walks straight to Qin Tian, pulls up her sleeves, and coldly orders the fox girls away so she can personally serve young Master Qin. After they leave, Xiaoru starts massaging Qin Tian's shoulders, but it feels more like revenge than service, and he forces a smile while enduring the pain. Bai Xiao Xiao watches the whole scene and secretly gives a thumbs up, impressed by their mother's scheme. Just as the banquet is at its peak, someone rushes in with urgent news. The messenger reports that Di Ming has suddenly led troops to attack and demands that the DG be handed over, while the clan leader and elders are already in grave danger. Qinglan's expression changes instantly as she orders Xiaoru to stay inside the city and leave the outside matters to her and Bai Jiangyu. She then asks Qin Tian that if things spiral out of control, he should take Xiaoru and Xiao Xiao and leave first, but Qin Tian cuts her off with a serious look. Qin Tian says clearly he wants to join the battle because Qing Chu treated him well and he still has a score to settle with Di Ming. As he speaks, his eyes turn ice cold and his aura alone makes people feel the pressure. Outside Qingqiu City, the war has already reached a critical point. Elder Qing Shan of Di Ming floats in the air, threatening Bai Jiangyu and demanding they hand over the daughter of Ming Sha Di. Even covered in wounds, Bai Jiangyu refuses to back down and swears no one will step into Qingqiu while he lives. But the truth is brutal, as Qingqiu barely has anyone left who can still fight. Qing Shan stops wasting words and declares he will simply slaughter everyone in front of him. His body turns into a strange black shadow and shoots forward at terrifying speed. Bai Jiangyu forms hand seals and roars to activate the defense, ready to die guarding this place. Bai Hao and another expert instantly move to support him. In a blink, a massive defensive formation rises to block Qing Shan's attack. Sadly, the power gap is too huge, and the two supporting fighters are blasted away almost instantly. Bai Jiangyu panics and shouts the names of Bai Hao and Qi Hu. The entire formation shatters under the overwhelming force. Bai Hao and Qi Hu are slammed into the city wall, crashing so hard it makes your chest tighten. Even Bai Jiangyu cannot endure it and is forced back as blood spills from his mouth. Qing Shan shows no mercy and orders his forces to finish off the injured first. The black shadow then rushes straight toward Bai Hao, who has almost no strength left. Seeing this, Bai Jiangyu screams desperately for his second brother. Just when everyone thinks Bai Hao is done for, a sudden change shakes the battlefield. Qin Tian appears out of nowhere and swings the Qing Sheng Zi sword, unleashing a sword light that tears through the night. That sword chi slices the black shadow of Qing Shan clean in half mid-air. Bai Hao survives by a hair and can only stare ahead in shock. With one strike, Qin Tian completely blows apart the eerie shadow in the sky, an absurdly domineering display of power. Bai Hao instinctively thinks only his father coming out of seclusion could release such a terrifying sword aura. He looks up excitedly and shouts for his father. But the one descending slowly on a flying sword is Qin Tian. Qin Tian looks confused and casually asks who Bai Hao was calling just now. Once he realizes no one else appeared, Bai Hao freezes as Qin Tian smirks and says who else could it be but him. In that moment, Bai Hao feels lucky he never fought Qin Tian before, because someone at the Spirit Aperture realm should not be this terrifying. Even Elder Qing Shan becomes cautious and suggests Qin Tian stay out of the grudge between Di Ming and Qing Qiu. He even tries to recruit Qin Tian, promising endless resources, power, and connections if he joins Di Ming. Qin Tian sneers and says he hates old men who act almighty, telling Qing Shan to get lost if he knows what is good for him. Qing Shan's face turns cold as he warns that Di Ming's power is far beyond imagination, and Qin Tian should think about his family before opposing them. Qin Tian slowly lands on the ground. He calmly says he hates being threatened the most, and dragging his family into it only makes the crime worse. The moment he finishes speaking, Qin Tian activates his technique, and the Ta Hua Zi Zai Great Art explodes with terrifying power. He condenses a massive energy sphere and hurls it straight at Qing Shan. Sensing danger, Qing Shan instantly unleashes his strongest defense, the Vajra Guardian fusion technique. A gigantic Vajra statue appears before him, forming an unbreakable shield. Even Bai Xiaoru and Bai Xiaoxiao inside the city feel the terrifying shockwaves. Both girls grow anxious, silently praying that Qin Tian stays safe. The mighty Vajra statue looks impressive, but the moment it collides with Qin Tian's attack, it shatters on the spot. The people behind Qing Shan turn pale, shocked that Qing Qiu has such a terrifying figure. Qingshan even concludes Qin Tian might rival the Ming Lord himself, and immediately decides to retreat. In the blink of an eye, the entire Di Ming force disappears without a trace. Qin Tian does not chase them, but coldly warns them to tell their Ming Lord that Bai Xiaoru is his, and if Di Ming dares return, he will flatten them all. Not long after, Bai Xiaoru and Xiao Xiao rush out of the city. Xiao Xiao looks at Qin Tian with shining eyes, calling him brother-in-law and praising how cool he is, while even Xiaoru sees him like a hero descending from the sky. With the crisis over, everyone heads back into the city. Bai Jiangyu raises his cup and says Qin Tian not only took care of his daughters, but also saved Qingqiu in its darkest hour, so he drinks on behalf of the entire Fox clan in gratitude. Even Bai Hao steps forward to apologize, admitting he was blind before and drinks as punishment. Qin Tian returns the toast and says there is no need for such courtesy, because Qingqiu's matters are his matters. He then drains the cup in one go. Meanwhile, Qinglan whispers to her husband that this is the perfect chance to settle Qin Tian and Xiaoru's relationship, though Bai Jiangyu hesitates. Qinglan insists Xiaoru needs someone strong like Qin Tian, and right then Xiaoru rushes over to stop Qin Tian from drinking, and even snatches the cup to drink for him. Seeing this, Qinglan becomes even more certain that her daughter's heart already belongs to Qin Tian. After hearing his wife out, Bai Jiangyu finally nods in agreement. The couple quietly plans how to push the young pair together. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes from outside, saying he arrived late. The newcomer is Long Haoshan, the Dragon Clan leader, who rushed over after hearing Di Ming attacked, only to find the battle already over, accompanied by Crown Prince Long Fei. Bai Jiangyu explains that their ancestor is still in seclusion, and that driving off Di Ming was entirely Qin Tian's doing. While everyone talks, Bai Xiaoru suddenly collapses onto the table after finishing her drink, leaving Bai Hao stunned and Long Haotian turning his full attention to Qin Tian. Qin Tian pokes Xiaoru's soft cheek and teases her for passing out after just one cup, while Bai Hao casually pours more wine and drags him into another toast. Long Haoshan secretly observes Qin Tian and senses a strange spiritual aura, as if his spirit aperture realm cultivation is only a disguise. So he politely praises Qin Tian as a young hero, but behind him, Long Feifan stares at Qin Tian with clear hostility, especially seeing him touch Bai Xiaoru so freely. After some small talk, Long Haoxian gets straight to the point and says they cannot keep defending against Di Ming forever. Bai Jiangyu calmly replies that he also wants to end it, but it is not something that can be solved overnight. Long Haoqian then reveals that his son has long admired the DG of Qingqiu, shocking everyone in the hall. He proposes that if Bai Xiaoru marries into the Dragon Clan, they will join forces and wipe out Di Ming completely. The Fox Clan elders' eyes light up, because marrying into the Dragon Clan means victory is almost guaranteed. But Bai Jiangyu stays calm and says he will not force his daughter, as long as Xiaoru truly agrees. Qinglan, however, clearly looks displeased, as if someone is trying to steal her chosen son-in-law. Seeing no direct refusal, Long Haoshan happily says they even brought betrothal gifts. He signals Long Feifan, who finally brings out the item he has been carrying. Long Feifan slowly unwraps the layers under everyone's curious gaze. When the box opens, a sword bursts out with blinding light and terrifying pressure. The entire hall gasps as they realize it is a mid-grade Emperor weapon, showing just how generous the Dragon Clan is. Yet in the middle of all that shock, Qin Tian only glances at the sword and smirks. He even lets out a laugh, showing zero respect for the Dragon Clan. Long Feifan's face darkens as he demands to know what Qin Tian is laughing at. Qin Tian mocks him openly, saying that bringing just one mid-grade Emperor weapon to marry Bai Xiaoru shows very little sincerity. Furious, Long Feifan calls him a country bumpkin who has never seen the world, claiming even a low-grade Emperor weapon is beyond someone like him. Bai Xiaoxiao immediately jumps up and fires back, declaring that her brother-in-law is the greatest Emperor-grade artifact refiner in the world. She adds that Emperor weapons are like toys to Qin Tian, and he has forged plenty already. Bai Jiangyu quickly tells her not to be rude, though he secretly looks pleased. Qinglan stands there with an unfriendly expression, clearly disliking the Dragon Clan more by the second. Xiao Xiao snorts angrily, and Qin Tian smiles, telling her not to bother with people like that. He cracks his knuckles and casually asks if she wants an Emperor weapon, saying he can forge one right now since it has been a while. Xiao Xiao freezes for a second, then her eyes light up as she points at herself in disbelief. News spreads instantly that Qin Tian is about to forge an Emperor weapon, and the crowd gathers as he places his furnace in the courtyard. At that moment, Bai Xiaoru finally starts waking up from her drunken state. She hears people saying that if Qingqiu truly gains an Emperor-grade artifact refiner as a son-in-law, it would be an incredible win. Everyone is filled with anticipation, while Long Feifan looks tense and asks his father, but Long Haoshan calmly says he does not believe someone so young can truly be an emperor-grade artifact refiner. Yet under the gaze of hundreds, Qin Tian makes no move at all. He just stands there, stroking his chin, thinking deeply and making everyone even more anxious. Long Haoshan seizes the moment to mock him, asking if he lacks materials and cannot forge the emperor weapon. Qin Tian calmly admits that he is indeed missing one material. Bai Jiangyu and Qinglan instantly break into cold sweat, while only Bai Xiaoxiao keeps full faith and asks what is missing. Qin Tian raises one finger and says he originally planned to forge a high-grade emperor weapon, but lacks a piece of Qingzhen glazed ore. Bai Jiangyu quickly plays along, saying that ore ran out long ago, and Qinglan adds that the Fox clan has none left. Qin Tian turns to Xiao Xiao and sighs that without it, he can only forge a mid-grade emperor weapon, asking if she is disappointed. Xiao Xiao beams with joy and says a mid-grade emperor weapon is already amazing, thanking her brother-in-law excitedly. Bai Jiangyu and Qinglan are left speechless, as Qin Tian just made the situation even harder. At that moment, a half-drunk Bai Xiaoru walks out and says she still has one piece of Qingzhen glazed ore, a coming-of-age gift from her father. Long Feifan lights up and greets her warmly, and she drowsily says she knows where the ore is. But before he can celebrate, the drunk Xiaoru grabs the wrong hand, calling Long Feifan Qin Tian and asking him to follow her. Qin Tian and Xiao Xiao shout that she grabbed the wrong person and that he is over here. Xiao Xiao runs after them, yelling that her sister mixed up the guy. After the chaotic and hilarious scene, the Qingzhen glazed ore is finally brought out. Qin Tian's eyes shine as he inspects it, and confirms all materials are now complete. Bai Jiangyu feels heartbroken, worrying it will be wasted, while Qinglan sighs and says they will treat it as repayment for saving Qingqiu. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoru is sent back to her room to rest. Bai Jiangyu can only place his hopes on Qin Tian, feeling that this young man is impossible to read. In his mind, that precious ore is probably doomed. Qin Tian then takes out the heaven-shaking hammer. He swings it at terrifying speed, each strike carrying power that seems to shake the heavens. Everyone present is stunned into silence by the sight. Suddenly, Long Feifan's mid-grade emperor weapon sword begins trembling violently. Long Feifan panics and asks what is happening, while Long Hoshan stares at Qin Tian with a complicated expression. He mutters that with one hammer strike, 10,000 swords bow in submission, because the hammer in Qin Tian's hand is a peak-grade emperor weapon. The moment those words fall, the crowd is utterly shaken, as such weapons were thought to exist only in legends. Even Bai Hao feels the overwhelming pressure, and Bai Jiangyu confirms that only a peak-grade emperor weapon could cause all swords to tremble at once. After hearing that, the old man stared at Qin Tian in shock and asked Bai Xiaoxiao about his background, wondering if he was the heir of some ancient force, but she casually said she only knew he was the junior granduncle of Kangjian Peak from Kunlun sect in the eastern continent. The crowd froze on the spot, because if a junior granduncle was already this terrifying, then how monstrous was the real power of Kunlun sect, and the shock deepened when Bai Xiaoxiao added that even their sect master was only at the first level of the Azure Realm. Bai Hao and Bai Jiangyu exchanged confused looks, still trying to process how someone at the first level of the Azure Realm was spoken of so lightly, while Qin Tian calmly continued forging. His hammer strikes were so fast the naked eye could barely follow. Then he suddenly stopped and rested his chin on his hand, clearly satisfied. A blinding light erupted from his body. Looking at the newly formed sword on the table, Qin Tian simply clicked his tongue and said it was barely decent. Long Feifan burst out laughing, thinking the sword had already surpassed Jian Xiong's weapon and wasted Emperor tier materials. But Qin Tian only glanced at him and said it was not finished yet. Then he bit his fingertip and drew out a drop of essence blood. Using his blood, he carved a single domineering character onto the blade. Only then did Qin Tian raise the sword and declare that now it was truly complete. Long Feifan still refused to accept it, claiming it was just another sword with no real difference. But the moment he finished speaking, his face twisted in shock. A massive blue pillar of light descended from the sky straight into Qingyun City. The terrifying pressure forced weaker cultivators to shield their eyes. Bai Xiaoxiao hid behind her father, and even Bai Hao cried out in horror. The blue light quickly enveloped Qin Tian and slowly fused into the sword in his hand. When the phenomenon finally faded, Qin Tian calmly spoke again. He casually handed the sword to Bai Xiaoxiao and told her this was her sword now. The little girl hugged it tightly, staring at it like she was afraid someone would snatch it away. Her heart trembled wildly because this was a legendary high-grade emperor weapon. The moment she touched it, a warm stream of spiritual energy flowed through her body and left her pleasantly numb. The crowd finally snapped out of it and rushed forward to praise Qin Tian as the #1 artifact refiner in Central Continent, some even shouting that if he married into Qingqiu, everyone would get an emperor weapon, and others directly shipping him with the imperial princess on the spot. Surrounded by the overly excited crowd, Qin Tian felt awkward and could only smile modestly. Meanwhile, Long Ocean knew he had no face left to stay, so he told Bai Jiangyu there was urgent business in his clan and prepared to leave, and Bai Jiangyu did not try to stop him. Just like that, the Long father and son quietly withdrew. On the way back, Long Feifan was still unwilling to give up and asked if they were really just going to quit because he truly liked Bai Xiaoru. Long Ocean scolded him directly, saying Qin Tian could casually forge a high-grade emperor weapon, so what could he possibly use to compete? He even thought bitterly that if he had given birth to a daughter back then, his clan might have gained a son-in-law like this, instead of letting the Fox clan take all the benefits. After the banquet, Bai Jiangyu and Qing Lan personally escorted Qin Tian to his room and told him to rest well for the night. Qin Tian politely responded and wished them good night like an obedient junior. But the moment he entered the room, he sensed something off and noticed a sweet fragrance lingering in the air. Through the screen, he vaguely saw the silhouette of a woman bathing, and the familiar scent made him instantly think of Bai Xiaoru. For some reason, his feet started moving toward the bath on their own. Gently lifting the curtain, he saw a seductive figure blurred in the steam as Bai Xiaoru soaked in the hot water. She tilted her head back slightly, revealing her smooth white neck. The sight nearly made Qin Tian lose blood on the spot, and he quickly covered his nose with only one thought in mind. This beauty was absolutely illegal. Right then, Bai Xiaoru realized someone was in the room, and both of them just froze on the spot. Snapping back to her senses, she covered herself and screamed at Qin Tian to get out immediately. Qin Tian panicked, wiped his nosebleed, and turned around fast, swearing he didn't peek on purpose and that her parents told him to rest here. But Bai Xiaoru was too embarrassed and furious, so she just roared and chased him out. A while later, after getting fully dressed, she quickly figured out this had to be her parents' setup, probably after hearing nonsense from Bai Xiaoxiao, and thinking about how desperate they were to marry her off, made her completely speechless. After changing, Bai Xiaoru made it clear to Qin Tian that she was drunk before and remembered nothing, but now she was fully sober. She headed straight for the door to find Xiaoxiao, while Qin Tian, bruised and swollen, lay there, reminding her the door had long been locked from the outside. Sure enough, no matter what she tried, Xiaoru couldn't open the door. Outside, the whole family was pressing their ears to listen, and when Xiaoru's scream came out, they were all stunned and confused. While she was still trying to process everything, Qin Tian casually climbed onto the bed and declared he was going to sleep. Before Bai Xiaoru could react, his steady snoring was already filling the room. Just like that, the night passed, and soon it was morning. Qing Lan quietly came to open the door. The maid beside her whispered if this was really okay, but Qing Lan signaled her to stay quiet and said she was just checking. Even so, she couldn't resist peeking inside to see how the young couple was doing. At that moment, Bai Xiaoxiao's voice called out from afar, startling Qing Lan so badly her heart almost jumped out. Qing Lan hurriedly gestured for her daughter to keep quiet. Bai Xiaoxiao ran over crying, saying her father confiscated the high-grade emperor weapon her brother-in-law gave her, while Bai Jiangyu rushed to explain she was talking nonsense. The noise outside finally woke Bai Xiaoru up. Bai Xiaoxiao cried even louder, demanding her brother-in-law stand up for her. Bai Jiangyu helplessly explained that the emperor weapon was too powerful, and he was only keeping it safe because she couldn't control it. Bai Xiaoxiao kept shouting for her brother-in-law, and Qinglan tried to stop her but was too late. In the blink of an eye, all three of them rushed straight into the room, and the scene in front of them made everyone freeze. Half asleep, Bai Xiaoru was sitting right on top of Qin Tian. She even yawned and casually greeted everyone good morning, not realizing how dangerous the situation looked. Qinglan coughed awkwardly, covered Xiaoxiao's eyes, and dragged her out, saying kids shouldn't watch this, and the two could take their time getting up. That reaction left Bai Xiaoru completely confused. When she looked down, she finally realized she was sitting on Qin Tian, and the guy had the nerve to tease her, saying if she was this passionate so early, he wouldn't be able to hold back. A loud bang echoed in the room. Bai Jiangyu quickly pulled everyone away, sighing that young people these days were really wild, while Qinglan kept muttering that youngsters were way too energetic. After a while, Qin Tian finally found a quiet place to sit alone. He looked exhausted and wronged, because even though he was the one being sat on, he somehow ended up at fault, and was even banned from sleeping together tonight, proving once again that women are impossible to understand. Just as he was sulking, Bai Jiangyu walked over from afar. Seeing him, Qin Tian was a bit surprised, while Bai Jiangyu smiled and asked if he rested well last night. Even with dark circles and a pale face like he survived a battle, Qin Tian forced a smile and said it was fine. Bai Jiangyu could tell he hadn't slept at all, but held back his laughter, even thinking he should remind Qinglan to tell Xiaoru to take it easy, or it might affect cultivation. After dropping that topic, his expression turned serious as he started discussing Di Ming with Qin Tian. He reminded him that even though the other side suffered yesterday, they wouldn't let it go easily. But Qin Tian stayed calm and didn't seem afraid of Di Ming. Bai Jiangyu immediately warned him not to be careless, because Di Tian, the leader of Di Ming, was in seclusion and might break through to the Supreme Realm once he came out. Hearing that, Qin Tian finally felt the pressure, because he was only close to that level himself, and if Di Ming attacked in force, even if he stalled Di Tian, Qingqiu still couldn't handle their army of experts, so the only way out was outside support. He brought up Qingqia's strongest ancestor, the one Xiaoru calls Grandpa Bai Wudi, who was already half-step supreme last year, hoping to invite him to step in. Bai Jiangyu looked troubled, saying ever since his father went into seclusion, contact had been rare, and even meeting him didn't guarantee he would help. That made Qin Tian realize there had to be a deeper reason. Bai Jiangyu then revealed that behind Di Tian stood an ancient Di clan from the mythic era, and if his father intervened, that force would also have an excuse to step in, turning everything into chaos. Only then did Qin Tian fully understand the situation. After thinking it through, he decided to take Xiaoru back to Central Continent in a few days, where his clan was based, since Di Ming would have a harder time tracking them there, and Bai Jiangyu agreed right away. The moment his future father-in-law agreed, Qin Tian grinned and casually asked if there were any high-grade spirit herbs left. Bai Jiangyu sighed that such herbs were extremely rare, and he only had one 9-leaf spirit grass, but for his future son-in-law, he still handed it over generously. Then he took out a small bottle from his sleeve. Seeing Qin Tian's less than satisfied look, he nervously asked if it still wasn't enough. Qin Tian accepted the bottle and explained he could refine pills as well as weapons, and originally thought there were more rare herbs to make a batch of high-grade emperor pills to share, leaving Bai Jiangyu completely stunned. After checking the ingredients, Qin Tian shook his head, saying he could manage with lower-grade materials, but it was a pity for that precious herb. The moment he heard about refining high-grade emperor pills, Bai Jiangyu flipped his attitude instantly, telling Qin Tian to wait while he fetched 10,000-year earth essence and top-grade 100-spirit nether soul grass, repeatedly warning him not to start without him. Even while running off, he turned back to remind him again, afraid Qin Tian would begin early, and Qin Tian just smiled and told him to relax. By the time the batch was done, night had already fallen. Qin Tian brought the freshly refined pills to Bai Xiaoru, and the moment she saw the glowing pills inside the box, she froze in shock, because they were all high-grade emperor pills. She asked where he got something so precious, and Qin Tian casually said she had been stuck at first-level emperor realm too long, so he refined a batch to help her break through. Those words truly moved Bai Xiaoru, because refining high-grade emperor pills was no simple task, and in her eyes, he must have put in immense effort for her. In reality, Qin Tian didn't find it hard at all, since all the materials were sponsored by his father-in-law. After handing over the pills, he planned to head back and rest since it was already late. But just as he turned around, Bai Xiaoru grabbed the hem of his robe. Qin Tian paused and looked back at her. In a voice barely audible, she told him not to leave. Gathering her courage, she asked him to stay and sleep there tonight, and after that one sentence, her face was red to her ears. Sadly, Qin Tian had zero sense of romance, and immediately looked at her with a serious frown. Then he dropped a line that made anyone want to punch him, bluntly asking if she was in heat. The result was obvious. Bai Xiaoru exploded on the spot and kicked him straight out of the room, yelling at him to get lost. The next morning, Qin Tian left Qingyun City with the two sisters, and seeing Xiaoru looking down, he said she could stay a few more days if she wasn't ready, but she sighed that the longer she stayed, the more danger her family faced. She shot him an annoyed look and said if they didn't hurry back, he might fall sick, leaving Qin Tian confused since he was healthy as an ox. Xiaoru pouted and said it was lovesickness, because last night he kept calling out Sister Anne's name in his sleep. Hearing that, Bai Xiao jumped in too, grabbing Qin Tian's arm and accusing him of being a total scumbag for calling another girl's name while sleeping next to someone else. Cornered by the two sisters, Qin Tian froze for a second, then quickly claimed that as a master he worried about Miao Ling's cultivation, so thinking about her day and night was normal, which made Xiaoru soften instantly, while Xiao suggested buying Sister Anne a gift. After some thought, Qin Tian said Sister Lan lacked no weapons. Pills could be refined any time, and the only thing missing was a few suitable spirit herbs. Hearing that, Bai Xiao suddenly remembered a famous place and suggested trying their luck at the Longshan Empire, a name Qin Tian had never heard before. Xiaoru explained it was a nation ruled by the Wolf clan, renowned for rare spirit herbs, and even her father's 10,000-year, 100-spirit nether soul grass was bought from an auction there. Qin Tian immediately decided to change course and take a trip to the Longshan Empire. Meanwhile, the 1430th Grand Auction at the Langshan Empire was in full swing. The host introduced the next item, a 1,000-year black jade nether lotus, a key ingredient for refining a heaven-grade soul-stabilizing pill, starting at one mid-grade earth pill. The hall instantly erupted in bidding, jumping from several earth pills to one low-grade heaven pill, and just as the host prepared to strike the hammer, it quieted down. At that moment, Qin Tian was already seated with the two sisters in a VIP room, feeling bored since nothing interesting had appeared so far. Suddenly, the system released a new mission, ordering him to collect supreme-level herbs like Heaven Replenishing Root, Phoenix Curse Fruit, and Great Tao Supreme Fruit. Hearing this, Qin Tian grinned in delight, because just minutes ago he worried about lacking good herbs, and now the system had delivered the opportunity. Right then, the next item was brought out, and according to the host, this was today's true highlight, the Nirvana fruit. He went on about its effects, from enhancing beauty and physique to being a crucial ingredient for the beauty-restoring pill. Qin Tian almost got a nosebleed hearing that, instantly deciding this was the real treasure, while Bai Xiaoxiao blushed shyly, and Qin Tian made up his mind to buy it for an meowling. Xiaoxiao looked at him resentfully and asked why Sister An needed it when she was already beautiful, even hinting that she herself was still growing. Qin Tian laughed and explained that for ordinary people it enhanced beauty, but for someone with Phoenix bloodline, it greatly boosted talent and cultivation, rivaling a high-grade Emperor pill. Bai Xiaoru immediately understood, since Sister An possessed the Ice Phoenix bloodline, meaning this fruit had to be secured. Only Bai Xiaoxiao lowered her head, visibly disappointed. Qin Tian asked what was wrong. Xiaoru assumed she was just hungry and told him not to mind it, making Xiaoxiao even sadder though she shook it off. After a long introduction, the bidding officially began at one top-grade heaven pill. Because of its huge appeal to women, the price skyrocketed to 2, 3, even 5 heaven pills. Amid the frenzy, a wolf-headed man mocked that it was just a beauty herb and not worth the madness, with his companion agreeing that women were hard to understand. Instantly, countless icy glares shot at them, and someone muttered that with that attitude he would stay single forever, though he was literally a dog anyway. The wolfman barked back loudly, while the woman retorted without backing down, and they almost started fighting. Just as tensions peaked, a lazy yet domineering voice rang out from a VIP room above, bidding 2 low-grade Emperor pills and silencing the entire hall. Everyone immediately looked up toward the room that made the offer. Even Qin Tian narrowed his eyes and studied the bidder. After a few seconds of silence, the entire hall exploded in chatter, some shocked by his extravagance, others calling it reckless spending, until someone recognized him as the crown prince of the Langshan Empire. Sitting beside the prince was a seductive fox demon swaying on purpose, her syrupy voice saying she really liked that Nirvana fruit. The prince grinned wickedly and whispered that she better serve him well tonight, and the fox demon acted shy in a way that made everyone's skin crawl. As the price climbed sky high, the host shouted again, asking if anyone would bid higher than 2 low-grade Emperor pills. Another bidder jumped in, and just as the hammer was about to fall, something unexpected happened. Qin Tian, who had been watching quietly, calmly said he would offer 1 mid-grade Emperor pill, and instantly every gaze locked onto him. Seeing the stunned looks, he simply smiled and asked if using a mid-grade Emperor pill was really that strange. The hall erupted again, some saying he was burning money for beauty, others nodding after seeing the 2 stunning girls beside him, and one guy even joked he should have changed gender long ago. Even the auction host froze and asked in a trembling voice if he truly meant to bid 1 mid-grade Emperor pill. Qin Tian smiled lightly and asked back if 1 mid-grade Emperor pill was somehow worse than 2 low-grade ones, implying his offer was clearly higher. Flustered, the host hurriedly admitted his price was far superior, and Qin Tian waved impatiently for the auction to continue. Regaining composure, she loudly confirmed, 1 mid-grade Emperor pill first call. But before she could say second call, the Langshan Crown Prince cut her off. He stared at Qin Tian coldly and declared that someone of unknown origin had no right to buy the Nirvana fruit. Because he was the prince, the host fell into an awkward position, but Qin Tian sneered before she could explain. He asked whether the Langshan Empire's rules were to refuse the highest bidder or to label anyone who competed with royalty as suspicious. The prince insisted Qin Tian was just pretending to be rich, saying a nobody like him could never possess a mid-grade emperor pill. His words triggered a wave of sycophants who claimed Qin Tian was disrupting the auction, and that even major figures struggled to obtain such pills. The fox demon seized the moment and mocked Bai Xiaoru, saying big-chested foxes often had small brains to be fooled by a pretty boy like him. Bai Xiaoxiao burst out laughing and fired back, saying a flat and brainless woman like her had no right to speak, and that her brother-in-law wouldn't even glance at her, better suited to the mangy dog beside her. The fox demon fumed but couldn't retort, so she begged the prince to tear Bai Xiaoxiao's mouth apart, and he promised that if they couldn't prove the pill was real, he would jail all three for fraud and hand the girl over to the fox demon. His lecherous gaze then shifted to Bai Xiaoru, saying he would personally take care of the older sister. Qin Tian heard everything yet stayed calm, casually asking the host if there was an alchemy appraiser present. She immediately nodded and confirmed there was. Without another word, Qin Tian took out a pill. He handed it to the host and told her to call the appraiser to verify it on the spot and see whether he was truly deceiving anyone. Not long after, a white-haired old man with an immortal aura was invited onto the stage. He looked calm at first, but the moment he examined the pill through his lens, his whole body trembled and his eyes went wide in shock. Seeing that, the crown prince grew anxious and quickly asked what was wrong, thinking the pill was fake. But the old man suddenly dropped to his knees and declared it was a genuine mid-grade Emperor Tianyuan pill, and its quality was nearly flawless, something he had never seen in over 100 years of appraisal. Those words hit Lang Shen's crown prince like a slap to the face, freezing his smile on the spot. He almost shouted, unable to believe what he had just heard. The entire hall exploded in shock when they learned it was truly a mid-grade emperor pill, and even more terrifying, Qin Tian had casually taken it out from a whole bottle. In an instant, everyone's gaze shifted from disdain to fear, because a bottle full of mid-grade emperor pills was wealth beyond imagination. Qin Tian finally smiled at the crown prince and said calmly that the price for provoking him should be enough by now, and if he still wanted the nirvana fruit, they could keep bidding. Highest offer wins. But the crown prince could only snort and leave, claiming he did not lack a mere treasure. Yet the moment he stepped outside, his eyes turned vicious as he ordered his men to secretly follow the trio and strike once they left the city. After collecting their item, Qin Tian left with Bai Xiaoxiao and Bai Xiaoru, Xiaoxiao laughing in delight at how the Lang clan prince humiliated himself, while Xiaoru warned they should leave the Divine Wolf Empire quickly since the prince would never let this go. Just then, the air suddenly turned cold, and a surge of killing intent made Qin Tian instantly alert. In the blink of an eye, armored soldiers rushed out from all sides and blocked every escape route, their leader shouting for them to stand still. He accused Qin Tian's group of being spies and demanded they hand over everything they carried, threatening execution on the spot for any resistance. Qin Tian immediately knew who was behind this and mocked that since the crown prince failed at the auction, he had resorted to open robbery in broad daylight. As expected, the crown prince stepped out with a cold smile, pretending that innocent men carrying treasures were guilty, but Qin Tian simply scoffed and called it what it was, robbery. Tired of pretending, the crown prince ordered Qin Tian killed and demanded the two fox beauties be captured alive. At the command, the soldiers charged together, blades flashing as they struck straight at Qin Tian. But Bai Xiaoxiao looked excited instead, her eyes shining like she had found a new toy, and she volunteered to fight first. She said these small fries were hers, and it was the perfect chance to test her new sword. With a casual swing, a terrifying wave of sword chi swept across the area and blasted all the soldiers away in a single move. Even the roadside trees were shredded into pieces by the aftershock of her strike. Watching his elite troops wiped out by a young girl in one attack, the crown prince froze, his face pale and his voice trembling. The old man beside him calmly explained that Bai Xiaoxiao's cultivation was not the real issue, but the sword in her hand was a top-grade emperor weapon, far beyond ordinary arms, which made the crown prince nervously ask if he could handle it. The old man smiled confidently and said defeating them would be easy, but if he truly made a move, the fox girl might not survive as the crown prince wished. The crown prince hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and ordered them to seize the top-grade emperor weapon, and the old man immediately moved. His aura exploded violently, tearing his robe apart as his body doubled in size and turned ferocious. He locked his eyes on the sword and coldly declared he would reclaim the emperor weapon for the crown prince. Bai Xiaoxiao shouted back, mocking his size, but Bai Xiaoru stepped forward instead, telling her sister to retreat because she wanted to test her strength after breaking into second-level emperor realm, and the old man sneered at her confidence. Bai Xiaoru did not argue, and behind her, soft foxtails slowly emerged as her aura completely changed. This was the awakened bloodline of the nine-tailed Emperor Fox, and she calmly told him to come at her. The old man was startled to realize she was also at second-level Emperor realm, yet he stayed confident since he had been at this level for decades and believed his battle experience was superior. He roared and unleashed his divine art, Wolf Fist, charging at Bai Xiaoru with overwhelming killing intent. But the punch that should have crushed her was instantly blocked the moment it touched her defensive barrier. She did not even move, using just one foxtail to dissolve the entire force of his attack. The old man was horrified, unable to believe his strongest technique was stopped by a single tail. Bai Xiaoru smiled calmly and asked if this was the trump card he had trained for years, then told him to try taking one of her moves. As her voice fell, demonic power surged around her, and her 9 tails fused together, constantly transforming. In an instant, a massive 9-tailed demon fox appeared in the sky, releasing an aura so oppressive it chilled everyone watching. When the two forces collided, the entire area shook violently as shockwaves spread outward, forcing even the Crown Prince and Bai Xiao to hold their breath. As the dust settled, the old man who was arrogant before now lay on the ground covered in blood, staring at Bai Xiaoru in disbelief. He could not accept being completely overwhelmed like this, as the defeat shattered his pride. Bai Xiaoru gently landed on the ground, looking as calm as if nothing had happened. She smiled faintly and answered his question with just 2 light words, "One day." Hearing that, the old man's eyes widened in shock as if he had just heard the most absurd thing in the world. For someone who had stayed at second-level Emperor realm for decades, to be crushed by a new breakthrough was a blow too great to bear. At that moment, his spirit completely collapsed. Seeing his strongest supporter defeated in one move, the Crown Prince turned pale, unable to believe even Master Gan had lost so badly. Only one thought remained in his mind: he had to run. But before he could turn, Qin Tian appeared in front of him, smiling faintly and asking where he thought he was going before settling this. The Crown Prince finally felt true fear, dropping to his knees and begging for mercy, admitting his greed led to this mistake. To save his life, he even offered his entire harem to Qin Tian in exchange for forgiveness. He shamelessly compared them to Bai Xiaoru, boasting that the women in his palace knew better how to please men, which made Bai Xiaoru's eyes turn icy with killing intent, while Bai Xiao innocently asked what pleasing meant. Qin Tian only smiled and said a gentleman does not take what others cherish, and if he wanted compensation, he should offer something else. Thinking there was hope, the Crown Prince hurriedly asked what Qin Tian wanted, claiming he could give anything. But in that instant, a cold flash of sword light appeared, and Qin Tian's blade pierced straight through his chest. With a flick of his sword, Qin Tian sent the Crown Prince straight to the underworld. Watching the body fall, he stayed calm and said their debt was officially settled. The Fox sisters walked over, and Bai Xiaoru looked half annoyed, asking if he was really tempted by that shameless offer. But Qin Tian calmly said cheap beauty traps meant nothing to him. Bai Xiaoru crossed her arms and asked if that meant he had no interest in beauties at all. Qin Tian reacted instantly, pulled her by the waist, and whispered that only a beauty like her could ever trap him. The sudden move made Bai Xiaoru blush, and before he could push further, she stopped him, reminding him Bai Xiao was still watching, while the little sister innocently commented that they were way too affectionate. Qin Tian stopped joking and said they should not stay here long since the Divine Wolf Empire would soon be in chaos after the Crown Prince's death. Not long after, the Crown Prince's corpse was discovered, and a middle-aged man who resembled him trembled with rage and grief. The man roared like a mad beast, demanding to know who killed his son. A subordinate quickly reported that the Crown Prince had clashed with a human man at the auction, who was accompanied by 2 fox women. Hearing that, the old emperor ordered a full investigation, swearing to grind the killer into ashes to avenge his son. At the same time at Kangjian Peak, and Miaoling was practicing her sword alone as usual. Missing her master, she even carved Qin Tian's face onto a tree with sword qi inside, wondering when he would return. She muttered that maybe he had stayed in Qingqiu as a live-in son-in-law, gently brushing the carved face with her sword. Just then, Qin Tian's familiar voice suddenly echoed from afar, startling her. In shock, she instinctively unleashed a shattered star slash at him, and Qin Tian could only shout in confusion, asking what his disciple was doing. And Miaoling turned away with a pout, saying she was just practicing since she thought her master had married into Qingqiu and left her behind. Seeing she was truly upset, Qin Tian hurried to coax her and said he brought her a gift. He then took out the treasure he had won at the Divine Wolf Empire auction, and Miaoling instantly recognized it as the Nirvana fruit. Qin Tian explained he had planned to return earlier, but went to the Divine Wolf Empire just to get this fruit for her, then asked if she liked it. Holding the Nirvana fruit, Miaoling's eyes lit up, since with her Ice Phoenix bloodline, it was a perfect treasure for her. Her affection for Qin Tian rose, yet she softly reminded him not to risk himself for her again. Qin Tian placed his hand on her shoulder and seriously asked her not to stay mad at him anymore. He sincerely said he truly missed her during his time away, knowing that leaving without comforting her would make her feel abandoned. Those words made Miaoling's heart tremble, as she seemed unable to believe he missed her that much. Qin Tian looked into her eyes and repeated that he missed her dearly. Softened by the moment, Miaoling quietly admitted she missed him too. But just as the atmosphere turned intimate, Bai Xiao suddenly rushed over and asked why Qin Tian ran so fast, instantly shattering the romantic mood. Then Bai Xiaoru ignored Qin Tian and happily chatted with Miaoling like close sisters, Bai Xiao greeting politely, and soon the three girls were laughing together, leaving Qin Tian standing there alone. After chatting for a long time, Bai Xiaoru suddenly looked around in confusion and asked where Qin Tian had gone. And Miaoling could only smile awkwardly, realizing they had completely left him standing alone in the corner. After a short rest, Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru decided to spar, one using Shattered Star and the other countering with Heavenly Demon Claw. Even though it was just a friendly match, the power they unleashed shook the entire training ground. After several direct clashes, they finally pulled back and created some distance. And Miaoling smiled with interest and admitted Bai Xiaoru's strength had grown rapidly during this trip. Bai Xiaoru laughed and said it was all thanks to the top-grade Emperor pill Qin Tian refined, which helped her break into second-level Emperor realm. Hearing that, Miaoling shot Qin Tian a meaningful glance and complained that even she had never used a top-grade Emperor pill from her own master. Qin Tian, who was casually eating fruit, felt a bit guilty and quickly said Emperortier pills were nothing, and once he refined a Suprematier pill, he would let her use it to catch up. Both girls froze at that, and Miaoling asked if he could really refine a Suprematier pill, while Qin Tian confidently said it was not hard, he just lacked the materials. And Miaoling immediately asked where those materials could be found. Before he could answer, Mu Qingqing rushed in and loudly called out to Qin Tian. They moved inside to talk, and after pouring tea, Qin Tian calmly asked what had happened. Mu Qingqing said a major event had occurred. According to her intelligence, a phantom of an ancient tomb appeared above Tangshan Sea, which ancient records suggest is the sign that the Supreme Tomb is about to open. Hearing this, Miaoling guessed the Supreme Tomb might be located on Demon God Island, which also holds the Heaven-Mending Root and the Phoenix Vermilion Fruit. Qin Tian turned to ask if she had ever been to Demon God Island. Miaoling shook her head and said it was extremely dangerous for humans, guarded by countless powerful beasts, including the 9 Nether Dragon Sparrow, which in her past life had reached Half-Step Supreme Realm. The name 9 Nether Dragon Sparrow and Half-Step Supreme Realm made Mu Qingqing pale, and she advised Qin Tian to give up, but he calmly declared he would definitely go. He explained Demon God Island contained the materials for refining Suprematier pills, and with the Supreme Tomb opening soon, it was a perfect opportunity. Both Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru wanted to go with him, but Qin Tian refused, saying the island was too dangerous, and they also had to guard against revenge from the Divine Wolf Empire. Though unwilling, the two girls finally accepted his decision. Qin Tian stood up confidently and told them not to worry. If the strongest force there was only Half-Step Supreme, he believed he could handle it. Soon after, he set off, thinking about how to find the Heaven-Mending Root and Phoenix Vermilion Fruit on such a vast island. Then he came up with a simple idea. Since the island belonged to demon beasts, they would know where the immortal herbs were, so he could just capture one and interrogate it. With that plan in mind, Qin Tian immediately sped deeper into Demon God Island. On a small path of Demon God Island, a snake demon woman kept yelling at a little girl to walk faster, threatening her to find 10 spirit herbs or forget about resting. The little girl had 2 cute small horns on her head, and after walking a while, she suddenly stopped and pointed ahead. The snake demon looked over and immediately spotted a spirit herb growing in the bushes. She stuck out her long tongue, wrapped it around the herb from afar, and yanked it into her hand. Seeing clearly what she grabbed, she burst into laughter, realizing it was a rare profound spirit grass, and felt catching this girl was truly worth it, since Demon Emperor Mo Xuan would surely be pleased. With the task done, the little girl quietly tried to run away, but she had not gone far before the snake demon noticed and shouted angrily. The demon's tongue shot out again, wrapping tightly around the girl's leg and dragging her back, terrified that losing her would mean Mo Xuan skinning her alive. bound by the chain on her leg. The girl could not resist and was dragged across the ground as the snake demon threatened to tie her up tighter at night. Just then, a cold streak of sword light tore through the air, and in an instant the snake demon's head fell to the ground. The one who struck was Qin Tian. After dealing with the demon, he gently crouched down to look at the girl. Qin Tian picked her up and softly reassured her that she did not need to be afraid because he would not hurt her. He removed the shackles from her body and told her she was free now, and to be careful not to get captured again. Even after being saved, the girl remained silent the entire time. Seeing that, Qin Tian wondered if she could not speak. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead in shock. He groaned, realizing he forgot to ask where the heaven-mending root and phoenix vermilion fruit were before killing the snake demon, meaning he now had to find another beast to question. Holding his sword, Qin Tian muttered to himself that next time he should strike lighter, or he would keep killing them before getting answers. Just as he was about to leave, a small hand gently tugged at his clothes. The silent girl finally spoke, saying she knew where the heaven-mending root was. Qin Tian turned back in surprise, realizing she could actually talk. She explained she belonged to the Qilin clan and was born with the ability to sense and locate treasures, which was why Demon Emperor Mo Xuan captured her, and she had once helped him find the heaven-mending root, making Qin Tian understand it was now in Mo Xuan's hands. Knowing this, Qin Tian immediately decided to go kill Demon Emperor Mo Xuan directly, but the girl panicked and warned him that Mo Xuan had reached 3rd level Emperor realm and was extremely powerful, offering to help him find other treasures instead. Hearing her call him Kaka, Qin Tian laughed, patted her head, and said from now on she was his little sister, then asked her name, only for her to sadly shake her head and say she had none. That answer made Qin Tian feel even more pity. He sighed inwardly, thinking such a poor girl had been used as a treasure-hunting tool since childhood, without even having her own name. So he decided to give her one, telling her she would take his surname and be called Qin Anan, and after she shyly repeated it, he smiled and told Anan to lead him to Demon Emperor Mo Xuan, because anyone who dared enslave his sister would pay the price. Meanwhile, inside Demon Emperor Mo Xuan's lair, he was hosting a banquet for a familiar guest, complaining that his cousin should have come earlier, instead of staying in remote eastern continent. That so-called cousin was none other than the Demon Emperor of the Monkey Clan, the same monkey who had once been tormented by Qin Tian, now recounting how he was captured and tortured by Kunlun's sword sect before barely escaping. The guy drinking with him is none other than Demon Emperor Ma Xuan. After a few cups, Ma Xuan brags that once he gets the Supreme Tomb inheritance, he will march to Central Continent and wipe out Kunlun's sword sect for revenge. Diho raises his cup and asks if Ma Xuan is confident against the other demon emperors. Ma Xuan laughs proudly, saying he has a little Qilin that can sense treasures, so no beast can compete. Hearing that, Diho goes full flattery mode. He claims once Ma Xuan gains the supreme inheritance, he will step into the true supreme realm and become a demon god. Ma Xuan bursts out laughing and promises he will never mistreat his family. But while they are still dreaming, another demon beast rushes in with panic. He reports a human cultivator has attacked their gate, claiming he came to avenge his sister. Ma Xuan is confused since he has never touched a human woman. On the other hand, Demon Emperor Diho gets furious the moment he hears a human is causing trouble. He roars that a mere human dares insult their dignity and must be taught a lesson. With that, he storms straight out of the cave. From afar, he sees Qin Tian's back, but fails to recognize him and starts threatening loudly. He says anyone who dares cause chaos at Ma Xuan's cave will taste his iron staff. But the second Qin Tian turns around, Diho instantly slams the brakes. His legs freeze on the spot. The moment he sees that face, his expression changes completely. After being beaten by Qin Tian too many times, Diho already has trauma. He drops to his knees trembling and calls him Peak Master Qin Tian of Hidden Sword, Peak. Qin Tian smiles and says, "Isn't this the monkey from the wild mountain range who was locked in the demon tower?" Ma Xuan also rushes out. Seeing his cousin kneeling, he angrily orders him to stand up and fight. But Diho is drenched in sweat, thinking if he could win, he would not be here begging. With no choice, Diho pretends to be drunk and collapses on the ground. He claims he drank too much and cannot move. Ma Xuan fumes and tells him to get aside so he will handle it himself. Qin Tian calmly asks Ma Xuan how he plans to settle the matter of bullying his sister. The moment those words drop, the demon beasts start whispering. Some even wonder if Ma Xuan really did something shady. After all, no one attacks your gate for no reason. These beasts love drama. The gossip drives Ma Xuan crazy. He shouts that he never touched Qin Tian's sister and calls it slander. Qin Tian then points at Qin Anan and explains that Ma Xuan forced her to search for treasures. To him, that is bullying his sister. Ma Xuan immediately argues back. He points at the horns on Qin Anan's head and says she is a demon, so how can she be related to a human like Qin Tian? Qin Tian stays calm. He pats Qin Anan's head and says she is his sworn sister now. Sworn sister is still sister. Qin Anan sweetly calls him Kaka in response. Just like that, Qin Tian pins the blame on Ma Xuan. He declares Qin Anan is still a minor, so forcing her to work is illegal child labor and the compensation will be doubled. Qin Tian coldly sets the condition. If Ma Xuan wants to live, he must hand over all his spirit herbs and treasures as payment. Hearing this, Ma Xuan explodes in rage and charges with his weapon. He yells that there will be no compensation, and he will take Qin Tian's life. Qin Tian only smiles at this suicidal move. As the fierce attack comes crashing down, Qin Tian casually sidesteps like he is taking a walk. Qin Tian quickly moves Qin Anan to a safe spot and tells her to just watch. The big monkey is his to handle. She nods obediently and tells Kaka to be careful. Once everything is set, Qin Tian slowly draws out the life and death sword. In the next second, he shoots forward like lightning, clearly planning to end this fast. Demon Emperor Ma Xuan bares his teeth with a savage grin, thinking the prey just walked into his trap. He swings his massive axe down with full force. Sadly, it hits nothing but air. Qin Tian is already gone. In that instant, Qin Tian rises into the air and unleashes sun-devouring moon. The result is obvious. Demon Emperor Ma Xuan is erased on the spot, leaving nothing behind. After finishing him, Qin Tian walks into the cave to loot the treasures. The moment he sees a golden banana, his eyes widen. Even bananas are gilded. That is Demon Emperor style. Meanwhile, Qin Anan finds something on the other side. She excitedly shouts that it is the heaven-mending root she once gave to Ma Xuan. Looking at the rare ginseng, Qin Tian sighs. Refined into a pill, it could push Ma Xuan from third-level Emperor realm half a step into Supreme. Now the man is dead and the treasure ownerless. After packing everything up, Qin Tian turns to the monkeys kneeling on the ground and asks if they want revenge for their master. Di Ho does not even dare lift his head. He hurriedly says heavenly treasures belong to the strong. Ma Xuan lost because he was weak. They would never dare seek revenge. Qin Tian presses further, asking if Ma Xuan was not his cousin. Di Ho trembles and quickly explains that the bloodline is distant for generations and does not count. But Qin Tian keeps pushing, saying he does not care about distant relations. Di Ho must hold the intention of revenge. Di Ho is almost in tears. He says a grand demon emperor was killed in one sword strike. How could a small demon king like him even think of revenge? One breath from Qin Tian would wipe him out. Seeing this, Qin Tian kindly offers advice. With a sly smile, he suggests asking the other 3 demon emperors on Myriad Demon Island to seek justice. The poor Di Ho still has no clue what is happening. He keeps kowtowing and begging for mercy, promising to return to Central Continent and never step on Myriad Demon Island again. Qin Tian increases the pressure. Going back is fine, but first he must bring those demon emperors here for revenge. Fail, and there will be no mercy. Di Ho finally senses something very wrong with this script. Qin Anan, who has been listening, asks why Kaka wants the other demon emperors to come looking for trouble. Qin Tian's eyes light up. If Ma Xuan's cave is this rich, the other 3 must be even fatter. Maybe the phoenix roost fruit they seek is gathering dust in one of their homes. Innocent as ever, Qin Anan suggests they just go take it directly. Qin Tian waves his hand like a righteous gentleman. That would be open robbery. They are not bandits. Qin Anan still does not get it and asks what they should do then. Qin Tian proudly pats his chest. They must let the demon emperors attack first. Then he will have a proper reason to demand compensation. Qin Anan looks at him with pure admiration. Listening from the side, Di Ho can only roll his eyes inside. This is clearly power bullying, not justice. He carefully adds that Ma Xuan once complained his relationship with the other 3 demon emperors was terrible. They might even celebrate his death instead of avenging him. But Qin Tian already planned for that. He smiles coldly and tells Di Ho to spread news that he knows the location of the Supreme Tomb on Myriad Demon Island. Once they hear that, they will come on their own. As night falls, Qin Tian and Qin Anan relax in a 10,000-year spirit spring. One lies back enjoying it, while the other happily chases creatures in the water, shouting for the fish to stop running. Qin Tian is in a great mood. He secretly admires Qin Anan's heaven-defying talent for finding treasures. Even a hidden spirit spring like this was discovered by her. He suddenly wishes Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru were here too. After a satisfied sigh, Qin Tian tells himself he can bring them here later. A 10,000-year spirit spring can cleanse the marrow and boost cultivation. Just then, a huge shadow swims closer. Qin Tian looks down and sees Qin Anan happily dragging something up, shouting she caught a giant fish. But when he sees it clearly, his face turns pale, and he yells for her to let go because that is not a fish at all. While Qin Tian is relaxing outside, Miaoling has already decided to enter seclusion and break through to the Emperor realm. Bai Xiaoru looks worried and suggests waiting for Qin Tian to return, but An Miaoling's eyes are firm. She says her master went alone to Demon God Island because of her, so she must grow stronger to share his burden. Even Bai Xiaoxiao feels uneasy. Tribulation is extremely dangerous. If something happens to An Miaoling, it will be a disaster. Yet An Miaoling is full of confidence. After dual cultivation with Xiaoxiao's sister, her strength has soared. With supporting treasures in hand, she believes she will step into the Emperor realm this time. Seeing her determination, Bai Xiaoru stops persuading. She promises to guard outside with Xiaoxiao and block anyone from interfering. With that, An Miaoling calmly walks onto the Thunder platform. She prepares to face the heavenly tribulation head-on and enter a new realm. Far away in the sky, two men riding wolves fly swiftly over. One mocks that the name Haoshan Empire sounds weak already. The rider on the white wolf asks if the opponent's son really died in this remote place. The black wolf rider sneers and says Haoshan Empire now has an emperor-grade blacksmith surnamed Qin, and that man killed his son. Hearing emperor-grade blacksmith, the old man's eyes light up with greed. All he can think about is Qin Tian's treasure stash. This man is the infamous ancestor He Huan. His companion is the Saint Lord of Wolf God Empire, here to avenge his son. They quickly strike a deal. Besides the 500 virgin girls promised, Qin Tian's wealth will be split in half. Ancestor He Huan laughs and agrees. As they go deeper, they see thunder tribulation striking from afar. Ancestor He Huan laughs loudly, surprised that someone in this tiny nation is breaking through. The Saint Lord suggests they go take a look. Maybe the killer is there. On the thunder platform, heavenly lightning keeps crashing down. Even so, An Miaoling grits her teeth and endures, her aura not weakening at all. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoru and Xiaoxiao sense a terrifying pressure approaching. Bai Xiaoru instantly goes on guard. The Saint Lord of Wolf God Empire lands before them arrogantly and asks where Qin Tian is. Bai Xiaoru looks at him coldly and asks why he is looking for Qin Tian. The Saint Lord speaks bluntly. Qin Tian killed his son. Hand over his location or he will flatten Haoshan Empire. Bai Xiaoru smirks coldly. So this is the father of that useless crown prince. She mocks him directly. His son tried to rob and kill others and got counter-killed. That is karma. As a father who failed to teach his son, he still dares to cause trouble here. Struck at his sore spot, the Saint Lord's face twists with veins bulging. He remembers two fox women beside Qin Tian. It must be them. With a furious roar, he charges forward to capture Bai Xiaoru. If Qin Tian will not show himself, he will use them as sacrifice for his son. Bai Xiaoru does not retreat. She coldly declares he is seeking death. In an instant, they clash violently. Spiritual power explodes, and space trembles. Behind Bai Xiaoru, 9 foxtails appear at once. Her battle aura surges as if ready to fight to the death. The Saint Lord is forced one step back. Rage explodes inside him. He stomps the ground and launches himself forward again. He swings the giant pan in his hand toward Bai Xiaoru, but she simply tilts her body and dodges with ease. She spins and fires back with a powerful kick, the air around them nearly exploding. The battle grows more intense, and neither side gains a clear advantage. On the side, Bai Xiaoxiao draws out her emperor weapon and rushes forward, shouting that she will help her sister. But before she can join, Ancestor He Huan blocks her path. His eyes lock onto the emperor weapon, greed fully exposed. Bai Xiaoxiao clenches her weapon and declares he will never take it. Ancestor He Huan wastes no time and casts Wood Spring Vine Dance. A dry branch lashes out like a steel whip and knocks the emperor weapon from Bai Xiaoxiao's hand. Seeing the treasure about to fall into his grasp, the old man lets out a twisted laugh. The branch wraps around the emperor weapon and drags it toward Ancestor He Huan. At the most critical moment, An Miaoling finishes her tribulation and strikes instantly. She forms a seal and unleashes Icefire Phoenix. A force of blazing flames and freezing frost tears through space and crashes toward Ancestor He Huan. The sudden attack sends him flying, leaving him in a miserable state. After stabilizing himself, Ancestor He Huan stares at An Miaoling in shock. Phoenix bloodline with dual attributes. Just those 2 traits alone are enough to chill even an old monster like him. After forcing him back, An Miaoling raises her hand and retrieves the emperor weapon. Bai Xiaoxiao runs over happily, cheering that Sister An has finally broken through to the emperor realm. An Miaoling smiles gently and reminds her to guard the weapon Master gave her. If it falls into evil hands, it will be troublesome. Xiaoxiao blushes and apologizes for losing it, but An Miaoling thanks her instead for holding the enemy back. Then her gaze sharpens as she turns to Ancestor He Huan. This time, she plans to send him on his way. Bai Xiaoxiao obediently retreats. Ancestor Huan wipes the blood from his mouth and sneers. In his eyes, An Miaoling is only 1st level Emperor realm, while he is 3rd level. The gap is huge. If she surrenders now, she might suffer less. An Miaoling draws her weapon and coldly tells him to check his own condition first and see who looks more miserable. Enraged by a junior's words, Ancestor Heiwan roars that he will show her the terrifying gap between 3rd level and 1st level Emperor realm. He activates Heavenly Demon Extreme Bliss Art, forming a spatial vortex that launches countless deadly spears. And Miaoling instantly sets up a barrier for Xiao Xiao and tells her to move away. Ancestor Heiwan laughs viciously, killing intent flooding the sky. But Miaoling moves like a phantom, her footwork so light that the spears cannot touch her. She counters with blazing separation fire, condensing a massive fireball and hurling it at him. Unfortunately, the attack fails to work. The spears pierce straight through the fireball, and Miaoling is forced to retreat under the overwhelming assault. She is slightly surprised that his technique is resistant to flames. The spears continue chasing her relentlessly. This time she switches to swordsmanship, each precise strike blocking the incoming attacks. Seeing this, Ancestor Heiwan grows even more arrogant. He claims her current cultivation can never break Heavenly Demon Extreme Bliss Art. He even shamelessly suggests she become his furnace, or today will be her death. And Miaoling coldly replies, "If you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking nonsense." She quickly calculates in her mind. Ordinary techniques may not counter his art, but with her current strength, she can finally use the move Master taught her. And Miaoling raises her sword to the sky. Her aura erupts as she unleashes sun-devouring moon. An invisible sword tears through space and shoots toward Ancestor Heiwan. The frightening part is, he does not sense the danger at all, and remains standing there. A sharp slicing sound echoes, and his arm flies into the air. Only when the soul-deep pain hits does Ancestor Heiwan scream like a slaughtered pig, clutching his severed arm. He cannot understand what kind of sword art and Miaoling just used. In panic, he stammers and asks what that terrifying technique is. And Miaoling calmly raises her sword again. With a faint smile, she points the blade at him and introduces it as the Supremetier sword art, Sun-Devouring Moon. She even warns him to brace himself, because the next strike will hurt even more. Watching from the side, Bai Xiaoxiao jumps in excitement, cheering for Sister An to finish the old pervert. And Miaoling just smiles confidently and says, he is weak, not worth much effort. After losing an arm, Ancestor Heiwan no longer looks arrogant. His face turns pale, and he does not dare say another bold word. In desperation, he shouts to the Saint Lord fighting Bai Xiaoru, begging for help before he dies here. Hearing the cry, the Saint Lord instinctively turns his head. That tiny distraction is enough. He takes a full kick from Bai Xiaoru. She presses the attack and mocks him coldly. If you still have time to worry about others, you should worry about your own life first. A dark blue fox flame quickly gathers in her palm. Without hesitation, she hurls it straight at the Saint Lord of Wolf God Empire. The violent blast forces him to retreat again and again. Gritting his teeth to resist, he is shocked inside. He did not expect a little fox to be this troublesome. But just when Bai Xiaoru gains the upper hand, a sudden voice orders everyone to stop. Mu Qingqing has been taken hostage. Everyone turns to look. The happiest one is definitely Ancestor Heiwan. Finally, backup has arrived. The Blood Kill Sect Master, Sha Ho, presses his weapon against Mu Qingqing's throat and threatens to kill the female emperor if anyone moves. Bai Xiaoru immediately stops and calls out to Qingqing in worry. The Saint Lord laughs in relief, saying he thought Blood Kill Sect took the money and ran. Sha Ho coldly replies that Blood Kill Sect always keeps its word, but Hoshin Empire is stronger than expected, so the original price is no longer enough. Ancestor Heiwan quickly agrees, clearly siding wherever the benefit is. Clutching his severed arm, he curses that he was almost killed here. The Saint Lord states the condition. Within 10 days, bring 10 high-grade Emperor weapons to redeem Mu Qingqing. Delay 1 day, and the hostage dies. After saying that, they withdraw without wasting time. Bai Xiaoru stands there burning with anxiety, and asks Miaoling what to do now. And Miaoling answers in a deep voice that she will go to Demon God Island to find Master immediately. While chaos erupts here, Qin Tian is calmly cooking supper. Qin Anan is starving and keeps asking if it is ready. Qin Tian just smiles and tells her to be patient. He pats her head and says, 3-legged black crow soup needs to simmer slowly to taste right. Suddenly, a surprise attack strikes. Qin Tian reacts instantly and pulls Qin Anan aside. After dodging, he looks ahead with a playful smile. Looks like all the guests have arrived. 3 massive demon beasts reveal themselves one after another. Demon Emperor Huang Niu, with a bull head and human body, speaks in a deep voice. Ma Yuan was his brother, so he will avenge him personally. He even tells the other 2 to get lost. Demon Emperor Lei Peng sneers and exposes him. The one who beat Ma Yuan the worst before was Huang Niu himself. Now he talks about brotherhood. What a joke! Furious at being exposed, Huang Niu rages. He curses Ma Yuan for leaking the Supreme Toon secret after being told to keep quiet. If that monkey were alive, he would smash his head. Another voice cuts in. It belongs to the Liadi demon beast, a giant mole. He says no one can monopolize the supreme tomb now. The priority is to deal with Qin Tian first, since anyone who killed Ma Yuan is not simple. He adds that among the 4 great demon emperors, Ma Yuan was the weakest. Huang Niu nods and says he died because he was weak. Lei Peng confidently claims that with 3 demon emperors joining forces, Qin Tian will die no matter how strong he is. Their flashy entrance knocked over the pot of soup Qin Tian had worked so hard to cook, and Qin Anan looked at the spilled soup with pure heartbreak. But Qin Tian wasn't mad at all. He smiled at the 3 demon beasts and calmly told Anan that fresh ingredients had just delivered themselves. Being called food, Huang Niu Demon Emperor exploded in rage, while Qin Tian rested his chin like a real chef and seriously thought about the menu. He pointed at Huang Niu Demon Emperor and said those hooves would be perfect for a slow stew. Then he looked at Lei Peng Demon Emperor and said those wings would taste great braised. When it came to Lai Di Demon Beast, Qin Tian paused for a few seconds, clearly struggling to think of any dish. In the end, he leaned to Qin Anan and whispered that this one didn't look tasty, so just skip it, and she nodded eagerly. Hearing that, Lai Dai Demon Beast went crazy with rage and shouted that they would taste 1,000 cuts. The moment he finished speaking, he burrowed underground and shot off at terrifying speed. He suddenly burst out from below to ambush Qin Tian, but Qin Tian stayed calm like nothing happened. He even mocked him, saying a demon emperor with skills this weak was just embarrassing. Then he drew the life and death sword and stabbed it straight into the ground. With a domineering shout, he roared, "Break." But when the sword pierced down, Qin Tian frowned slightly. The target wasn't there. Turns out Lai Dai Demon Beast had already activated the divine ability, Earth Prison, from underground. The ground shook violently as massive earth walls rose everywhere. In just a blink, Qin Tian was completely sealed inside an earthen prison. Watching from outside, Huang Niu Demon Emperor quickly shouted not to kill him yet. They still needed the location of the Supreme Tomb. But soon cracks spread across the earth prison, and with a thunderous blast, the entire barrier shattered into dust. Even Lai Dai Demon Beast was beaten into a miserable state. Qin Tian walked out calmly, still holding Qin Anan in one arm, and told the other 2 to use their strongest moves, because this was their last chance. Seeing Lai Di crushed so fast, Lei Peng Demon Emperor suggested they join forces, and Huang Niu Demon Emperor agreed immediately. The 2 of them revealed their massive true demon forms at the same time. Qin Tian just smirked and said it looked like he had to get a little serious. He activated the Great Freedom Art and unleashed the divine ability 4 Symbols Lesser Yin White Tiger, summoning a gigantic white tiger filled with killing intent. Without waiting, Qin Tian attacked first. The white tiger roared and condensed a massive energy sphere before firing it straight at the 2 demon emperors. One single strike flattened the entire area, and from the ruins alone, you could guess their fate. Qin Tian felt a bit regretful. He didn't even get to ask about the phoenix roost fruit. Who would have thought those 2 demon emperors were so weak they couldn't survive one move? In his arms, Qin Anan softly comforted him, saying she would definitely help him find the phoenix roost fruit. Qin Tian instantly put on a moved expression, even pretending to wipe away emotional tears. Then he happily said he'd cook braised wings and stewed hooves for Anan, and she smiled brightly, saying her brother's cooking was the best. Meanwhile, at Phoenix Valley on Demon God Island, 2 figures were sneaking inside, and a fat man asked if they were sure about this place. The tall, skinny man looked at his compass and confidently said he used the dragon-seeking plate to locate the dragon vein, and if the Supreme Tomb existed on the island, it had to be here. After hearing that, the fat man couldn't hold back and charged forward impatiently. He even planned to dig up the entire ground to drag the Supreme Tomb out. But as he got close, an invisible force stopped him, and he realized the area was covered by a barrier. Instead of being scared, he laughed excitedly, saying the barrier only proved the Supreme Tomb was inside, and he prepared to smash the seal directly. But the tall, skinny man stopped him, saying smashing the barrier could alert every demon beast on Demon God Island. The fat man stayed cocky, saying, "So, what if they came? Were they supposed to fear the 4 great demon emperors?" The skinny man lowered his voice and mentioned a name that changed the mood instantly, Zhu Yu Long Que. The fat man waved it off, saying that beast had vanished for 1,000 years and was probably long dead. But the skinny man stayed cautious, saying a half-step supreme like Zhu Yu Long Que would never die that easily, and was likely hiding to break through. He warned they had to act in total secrecy on Demon God Island, and the fat man could only grumble in annoyance. Then the skinny man smiled mysteriously and activated the dragon-seeking art, muttering that dragon veins hide within layers of mountain terrain. The compass in his hand began to glow, confirming a great figure was buried here. Soon a formation appeared, and he shouted that he had found the formation core. With a few quick moves, he destroyed the core and stepped inside the barrier. Once the core shattered, the entire barrier began to collapse. The fat man cheered, thinking they had finally succeeded. But his joy froze almost instantly, because inside wasn't the supreme tomb, but a terrifying seal. As the barrier vanished, eerie laughter echoed through the air. This was the prison sealing Ju Yulongque. With the seal loosened, Ju Yulongque shattered the chains that had bound him for years. He sneered coldly, saying it seemed Yi Feng's seal could only last this long. A horrifying pressure descended on the skinny man, making him tremble as he realized who it was. He screamed at the fat man to run. It was Ju Yulongque, a brutal fiend who would never let them touch the supreme tomb. The fat man panicked and rushed over, stammering that this coincidence was insane, and the skinny man yelled that if they didn't run now they were dead. Ju Yulongque spoke with killing intent, saying no one escapes before him. 2 blazing red chains shot through the air and instantly bound the 2 men. What followed was a one-sided massacre soaked in blood. Meanwhile, Qin Tian was busy cooking, sighing over his broken pot, and saying he would make those 2 compensate him. The feast was massive, stewed hooves and braised thunder wings, more food than they could finish. Qin Anan ate happily, every bite so good she didn't want to stop. Suddenly something fell from the sky toward them. Qin Anan looked up and told Qin Tian that someone just dropped from above. It was a girl, barely conscious, using her last strength to shout, "Run." Then she fainted on the spot. Qin Tian caught her and tried to feed her a spoon of soup, but she woke up and shoved him away, yelling that it was too hot. Qin Anan calmly explained she had fallen from the sky, so her brother was just trying to help, and the girl said she wasn't hungry, she was injured. But after checking herself, she was shocked. Her severe internal injuries were completely gone. She warned them to leave Demon God Island immediately, because Ju Yulongque was hunting every human cultivator there. Hearing the name, Qin Tian asked if it was that half-step supreme beast. The girl said he was the one who injured her, and if they didn't run now, they would die. But Qin Tian stayed relaxed and told Anan to keep eating, and if that bird came over, they could just add roasted sparrow wings to dinner. Hearing that, the girl froze. Was this man also a half-step supreme to treat Ju Yulongque like nothing? Right then, Ju Yulongque arrived and let out an amused laugh. Stroking his chin, he stared at Qin Tian and mocked, "I heard you want to eat me?" The girl's face turned pale the moment she saw him. In her mind, it was over. But Qin Tian stayed calm and said, even though he was full, an extra whole bird would still taste great. Ju Yulongque laughed louder, saying he liked Qin Tian's guts. With just a flick of his little finger, he unleashed an invisible attack. The force tore through the air straight at Qin Tian. Qin Tian casually tilted aside to dodge, then reminded Qin Anan not to eat too much and save room for roasted sparrow wings, better than Huang Niu and Lei Peng combined. Qin Anan nodded obediently, while the girl stared at the pot in shock. Was that really cooked from Huang Niu and Lei Peng? The more she thought about it, the more terrifying Qin Tian seemed. Even Ju Yulongque grew serious, saying after thousands of years in seclusion, the human race had produced someone this interesting. No wonder the 4 demon emperors' auras were gone. Qin Tian calmly replied, "What, are you here to avenge them?" The girl was stunned again, realizing Huang Niu, Lei Peng, Mo Yuan, and Li Di were all killed by him. Ju Yulongque laughed and said the strong devour the weak, and since Qin Tian ate them, today he would become the meal instead. He lunged forward to tear Qin Tian apart, but Qin Tian lightly stepped aside and avoided the strike. Ju Yulongque was shocked that this human could match his speed. In the next second, Qin Tian punched him in the face, blasting him away like a cannonball and smashing a huge boulder behind him. Qin Tian withdrew his fist and asked calmly, "Now do you know who the prey is?" Coughing blood, Ju Yulongque stared in disbelief. "Your aura is only half-step supreme." He no longer dared to underestimate Qin Tian, while Qin Tian smirked and asked if he planned to kneel and beg. Still, Ju Yulongque forced himself to stay calm, believing few half-step supremes could kill him. He changed tactics and unleashed countless blazing red chains. The chains twisted like blood serpents and shot toward Qin Tian with overwhelming killing intent. Qin Tian drew the life and death sword and sliced once, shattering every chain before they touched him. But one chain secretly wrapped around his leg. Ju Yulongque poured power into it and laughed triumphantly. "Finally caught you," then activated Devour Eternity to drain Qin Tian's spiritual energy. Qin Tian tried to circulate his energy, but it didn't work. He realized his spiritual power was completely sealed. Ju Yulongque sensed his true cultivation and laughed wildly. "So you're only first-level Emperor realm, yet your combat power rivals half-step supreme." He devoured even more crazily, thinking if he absorbed it all, he might break into the supreme realm. After testing for a moment, Qin Tian suddenly calmed down and laughed. So it's just an absorption technique. I was careless earlier. But you think you're the only one who knows this trick? With that, he activated the Great Freedom Art, turning all things into his own power. He simply took a deep breath, looking like he barely did anything. But instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy was sucked dry like a vortex. Even Zhu Yulongquo's power was dragged back toward Qin Tian, leaving him in pure panic. His body weakened fast, and if this continued, he would be drained dry. Even the red chain around Qin Tian's leg started to loosen. After absorbing enough spiritual energy, Qin Tian even let out a satisfied burp. Only then did Zhu Yulongque manage to breathe again, feeling like he had just crawled back from hell. He stared coldly and admitted he had underestimated Qin Tian, saying he would kill first and devour later. Qin Tian replied the same way, wondering how much effort it would take to kill him. Furious, Zhu Yulongque charged into close combat and roared for Qin Tian to take this move. Qin Tian didn't dodge and met him head-on, ready anytime. Their clash shook the entire area like the sky was collapsing, a true destruction-level battle. The girl quickly grabbed Qin Anan and ran far away. She didn't dare stay close. One shockwave could erase her instantly. After fighting evenly for a while, both pulled back to create distance. Landing on the ground, Zhu Yulongque admitted Qin Tian was truly strong. Qin Tian didn't care, and said, "Let's see if you can survive my next sword." He unleashed a supreme-level martial skill called Devour Sun and Moon. The moment the sword appeared, space itself seemed frozen. Zhu Yulongque couldn't even see the sword path clearly. By the time he sensed danger, the blade was already at his throat. Instead of taking his head, Qin Tian shifted the blade and cut off one of his arms. The severed arm fell to the ground as Zhu Yulongque stood there in shock. Qin Tian spun his sword and mocked him. "That's one arm. Which part do you want to lose next?" For the first time, Zhu Yulongque felt real fear and turned to flee, unable to accept that a first-level Emperor Realm human was this strong. Qin Tian had no intention of letting him go. He immediately chased after him. When they reached the area that had once been sealed, Zhu Yulongque suddenly stopped. Qin Tian slowed down too, curious about his next trick. He mocked him, "Not running anymore. Or did you pick your own grave?" Zhu Yulongque stayed silent for a long time before finally speaking. He revealed this place was Phoenix Valley, and that he had been sealed here for over 1,000 years. But during that imprisonment, he comprehended the ultimate realm of nether fire. As proof, he activated Devour Eternity and opened his giant mouth to swallow streams of molten lava. Even Qin Tian was surprised as the lava vanished, and shockingly the severed arm regenerated completely. His aura soared, and he arrogantly declared himself invincible in this land. Qin Tian chuckled, realizing he could absorb flames to heal, so if swords weren't enough, he would use something stronger. Without hesitation, he activated the Great Freedom Art and unleashed 4 symbols Lesser Yin Dragon Phoenix Flame. A terrifying dragon phoenix flame surged toward Zhu Yulongque. Zhu Yulongque didn't even dodge, mocking that using fire here was like feeding him. He raised his hand confidently to absorb it and show Qin Tian the difference. But the dragon phoenix flame was like an endless sea, pouring out without limit while his absorption had a cap. Soon his body swelled from over-absorbing, and he couldn't stop as the flames kept flooding in. Qin Tian mocked him calmly, "Take your time, I still have plenty." And then the inevitable happened. With a heaven-shaking explosion, Zhu Yulongque turned himself into fireworks, blown apart in the very land he claimed was invincible. On the other side, Qin Anan was being carried by a purple-haired girl named Zijiao, urging her to hurry, but Zijiao gently said this was already her fastest speed, and that Qin Tian had never lost to Zhu Yulongque. When they returned near the battlefield, Qin Anan looked around anxiously, and suddenly her eyes lit up. She pointed into the distance, and shouted happily that her brother was over there. The moment Zijiao landed, Qin Anan rushed forward, calling out for her brother. Her voice finally woke Qin Tian, who slowly opened his eyes looking exhausted, and when he didn't answer right away, Qin Anan's voice trembled as she begged him not to die and leave her alone again. Hearing that, Qin Tian felt a sharp pain in his heart and gently raised his hand to pat her head. He gave a weak smile and said, "Silly girl, I promised I would never let you be alone again." Zijiao stepped closer and warned that his injuries were serious, and the yin aura here was heavy, so they should leave quickly in case Zhu Yulongque wasn't truly dead. Qin Tian waved it off, saying that Beast had already blown himself to pieces. He just didn't expect the self-destruction to be that strong. But as Qin Tian sat up, Zijiao suddenly screamed and covered her eyes, her face turning bright red. She stammered for him to check his clothes, and when Qin Tian looked down, he wished he could dig a hole and hide. The battle had shredded his clothes completely, so he quickly changed into a spare set, silently thankful he had backups. After changing, he picked up Qin Anan and apologized, saying he planned to capture Zhu Yulongque as her mount, but the guy self-destructed and left nothing behind. Suddenly, Qin Anan wrinkled her nose and began sniffing the air. Qin Tian asked if his new clothes smelled weird, but she shook her head excitedly and said she could smell the phoenix scarlet fruit nearby. Qin Tian recalled Zhu Yu Long Kui mentioning Phoenix Valley, so finding the phoenix scarlet fruit here made sense. He carried Qin Anan and followed her direction, like using a treasure detector, until they stopped in front of a cave, where she confirmed the scent came from inside. Qin Tian happily pinched her cheek and laughed, saying once he refined the supreme pill, she would become a mighty demon god. But Qin Anan buried her face in his chest and said she didn't care about becoming a demon god. She just wanted to stay by his side forever, making his heart soften. Walking behind them, Zizjiao was shaken. This man defeated Zhu Yu Long Chue and even knew how to refine a supreme pill. Could he be a reincarnated supreme expert? As they went deeper, they finally found the phoenix scarlet fruit. Qin Tian calmly picked it and smiled in satisfaction. With this and the great Tao supreme fruit, refining the supreme pill was now possible. Then he drew the life and death sword and pierced straight through the fruit. He even asked Qin Anan if she could hold it, and she confidently stretched out her tiny hands. Zijiao nearly fainted, screaming that this was the phoenix scarlet fruit, not roasted sweet potato. The moment the fruit was picked, the entire cave began to shake violently. The ground beneath them trembled non-stop. Massive cracks spread as rocks and dirt rained down. Before Zijiao could react, she slipped and fell straight into the abyss, her desperate scream echoing through the cavern. In that moment, she truly thought her life was over. But at the very last second, a strong hand grabbed her wrist. Qin Tian pulled her back and calmly said the cave was about to collapse. He instantly drew the life and death sword and slashed out a powerful sword aura to hold back the collapse. Even so, the entire cave still came crashing down. Qin Tian grabbed Zijiao and shot into the air to avoid being buried alive. As the dust settled, a small ancient structure appeared, floating in the void. With one glance, Qin Tian knew this was the tomb of a supreme realm expert. He and Zijiao slowly landed in front of it. A stone stele stood before them, covered in ancient characters. It revealed that the owner was Jiafang Tianzun, who cultivated the profound mystic scripture and reached the Tianzun realm, but failed to overcome a love tribulation and chose to bury himself here. The stele also stated that whoever was fated to enter would inherit his legacy and mantle. Qin Tian was surprised. He did not expect a true Tianzun's tomb. Zijiao was even more shocked. She thought it was only a supreme tomb, but this was a heaven-defying opportunity. Yet Qin Tian showed little interest. He asked Zijiao if she wanted to enter, guessing she came to Demon God Island for this. But she refused and said she and her master sought a supreme tomb, and her master had died under the clawed nether dragon sparrow. Now she no longer dared to hope. In her view, this place was extremely dangerous. Even the clawed nether dragon sparrow had been sealed for 1,000 years by Jiafang Tianzun for coveting this tomb. At that moment, Qin Anan tugged his sleeve and softly asked if he planned to go in. She did not want him trapped like the dragon sparrow. Qin Tian only smiled and said nothing in this world could imprison him. He gently put Qin Anan down and told her to wait. He would grab a few things and then take her home. The moment she heard go home, her eyes lit up. He then asked Zijiao to look after the little girl while he entered, promising her a great opportunity if all went well. Zijiao agreed at once and swore to protect Anan. With everything settled, Qin Tian stepped to the tomb entrance and respectfully saluted Jiafang Tianzun before entering. The moment the stone door opened, a blinding light burst out. It was so intense that Zijiao had to shield her eyes. As Qin Tian stepped inside, the scenery changed. He found himself standing on a floating rock in endless space. Facing this bizarre scene, he was stunned. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out "Master" from behind. Qin Tian turned and saw Miao Ling and Bai Xiaoru. Overjoyed, he rushed over and asked why they were here. But his expression changed when he saw their condition. Both were gravely injured. Bai Xiaoru explained they were chased on their way to Demon God Island and fled into a cave, only to accidentally end up here. Hearing this, Qin Tian gritted his teeth in fury. Miao Ling turned pale after learning this was a Tianzun tomb. With their strength, entering here was courting death. Qin Tian quickly moved to support them. But Bai Xiaoru suddenly panicked and told him to look down. Qin Tian turned and saw lava surging up from the abyss below. The sight was terrifying. He cursed under his breath. Where did all this lava even come from? Without hesitation, he held both of them and decided to get them out first. Bai Xiaoru tried to stop him, knowing escaping with two people would be nearly impossible. But Qin Tian refused to let go. Miao Ling cried and begged him to leave them behind as the lava closed in, yet he did not waver. Gritting his teeth, he dragged them upward and roared that even if the king of hell came, he would not take them from him. The two girls could only cry in despair, begging him to let go. At that very moment, Qin Tian suddenly shouted and snapped awake from the illusion. When he opened his eyes, he found himself inside a grand and majestic hall. Seeing his reaction, a calm voice asked if he was finally awake. Qin Tian was still shaken, mumbling to himself about what had just happened. Only when he saw a pit filled with sharp spikes ahead did he realize it had all been an illusion. A masked figure explained it was a trial. If Qin Tian had let go of the two girls earlier, they would have been pierced into minced meat. After saying that, the figure bent down and picked up a blade nearby. Qin Tian quickly guessed the man's identity and asked in shock, could he be Jiafeng Tianzun, and was he still alive? Jiafeng replied that what stood before him was only a remnant soul, left behind to wait for someone fated to fulfill his final wish. Qin Tian froze for a moment. Jiafeng continued, saying Qin Tian had passed the trial and was qualified to inherit his legacy, but first he must agree to complete one task. At that moment, Qin Tian was still hugging the two soft figures in his arms when something suddenly caught his eye. In the center of the hall stood a statue of a woman from the Qingqiu Fox clan. Jiafeng began recounting the past. Years ago, he and his lover Qian Qian traveled to Shenqing Mountain and faced a great calamity. Her soul was shattered, and only a trace of his remnant soul survived. Before she died, Qian Qian said she missed her homeland, so Jiafeng asked Qin Tian to return her remains to Qingqiu. Hearing this, Qin Tian asked if she was from the Qingqiu Fox clan. Jiafeng nodded. She was also the most exceptional heavenly fox supreme the clan had seen in tens of thousands of years. Qin Tian admitted he had deep ties with the Qingqiu Fox clan, since his current girlfriend was the Fox clan's empress. He promised to return Qian Qian, but respectfully declined taking Jiafeng as his master. Jiafeng clearly looked displeased. Qin Tian scratched his head awkwardly and said it was not disrespect, but with his talent, even senior Yi Feng might struggle to teach him. Instead of taking a disciple, some spirit pills and medicinal wine would be more practical. Hearing that, Yi Feng's pride was obviously hurt. He reached out toward Qin Tian, but just before touching his face, he suddenly stopped. After a long silence, Yi Feng slowly spoke. He said after living so many years, this was the first time someone dared to say to his face that he was not qualified to teach. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, outside Demon God Island, Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru finally arrived. Miaoling asked if Qin Tian was truly here, and Xiaoru was certain because of the contract between them. She could feel his aura ahead. At the same time, Zijiao's situation was extremely tense. She stood alone, protecting Qin Anan from two unknown figures. A fat, bearded man stepped forward and threatened her, saying since Zixuan's sect was a righteous force of Central State, he would give her one last chance. As long as she handed over the little demon behind her, they would spare her life. Zijiao refused without hesitation, though her heart was in chaos. She knew a Tianzun tomb would attract countless greedy eyes, yet she stayed and put herself in danger. The woman beside the fat man sneered, saying there was no need to waste words. If she wanted to die, then send her off. The fat man nodded, deciding there was no need to hold back. He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to finish it quickly. The woman in red instantly rushed toward Qin Anan. Zijiao nearly despaired, already bracing for the worst, and silently apologizing for failing her promise. But at the critical moment, an icy wall suddenly rose from the ground, blocking the redrobed woman and forcing her to stop. And Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru had arrived just in time. They stood directly in front of Zijiao and Qin Anan. And Miaoling smiled, but her tone was sharp, saying it was shameless for grown adults to bully two young girls. Bai Xiaoru added that if they wanted to fight, they could try a few moves with them instead. Seeing the situation to turn bad, the fat man instantly changed his attitude. He forced a smile and told his junior sister to step back. He explained it was all because of the Tianzun tomb's inheritance. He had no choice but to capture the little demon, but Zijiao refused to hand her over. Hearing the word Tianzun, Bai Xiaoru was surprised. As far as she knew, Demon God Island should only have a supreme tomb. The fat man quickly added that they had just discovered the truth from the stele. The tomb owner was actually Ye Feng Tianzun's from 30,000 years ago. The moment she heard that name, Bai Xiaoru was shaken again. She did not expect it to be Ye Feng Tianzun's tomb. She explained that Ye Feng Tianzun was the husband of the heavenly fox ancestor and the strongest uncle in Qingqiu history. The two vanished mysteriously, and no one thought they rested here. After that, Bai Xiaoru questioned the fat man. No matter whose tomb it was, inheritance should be earned fairly. Why bully a little girl? The fat man said the little demon's brother was the first to enter and had activated a restriction that blocked everyone else. Bai Xiaoru pressed further, asking what use capturing the girl would be. Zijiao shouted that they planned to use Anan to force Qin Tian to hand over Yi Feng Tianzun's inheritance, and Miaoling immediately mocked them for such shameless tactics. The fat man put on a righteous face again. He claimed demons and humans never walk the same path. If the inheritance fell into that boy's hands, he might become a demon god and threaten humanity. Qin Anan could not stand the lies and quickly refuted him. She insisted her brother was human, and Zijiao confirmed Qin Tian was truly human. Hearing this, both An Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru turned to Qin Anan in shock and asked if Qin Tian was really her brother. Qin Anan nodded repeatedly, saying she was not lying. She explained Qin Tian saved her life, accepted her as his sister, and gave her the name Qin Anan, so he could not possibly be a demon. Once they heard her identity, An Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru's attitude changed completely. They smiled brightly, hugged her, and said they were Qin Tian's people. With them backing her, no one would dare touch Anan. The two kept cuddling Qin Anan as if nothing was happening, leaving everyone stunned by the sudden shift. The woman in red lost patience. She shouted that they were clearly on the same side and wanted to monopolize the inheritance, but they would have to get past her whip first. The battle erupted instantly. The result was obvious. The woman in red was beaten so badly she was almost unrecognizable. Bai Xiaoru was domineering. She stepped on the woman and coldly warned that one more insult would earn a few extra holes in her face. The woman finally panicked and begged for mercy. Just then, a heavy voice echoed from afar, mocking that a mere second-layer Emperor Realm Fox dared claim invincibility. The fat man's face lit up when he saw the newcomer and immediately bowed, calling him master. The old man sneered arrogantly and declared that even Bai Wudi could not disgrace Batian Palace in front of him. He was Ba Zhe, the palace master of Batian Palace, a half-step supreme expert. Bai Xiaoru quickly guessed his identity but showed no fear. She said she heard Ba Zhe had only entered half-step supreme a few hundred years ago. Meanwhile, her grandfather Bai Wudi had reached that realm over 10,000 years ago. Comparing himself to her grandfather was laughable. Her words enraged Ba Zhe. His face twisted as killing intent surged. With just a roar, a terrifying pressure blasted Bai Xiaoru away. She hit the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, An Miaoling rushed over in panic and called out Xiaoru's name. Then she drew her weapon, ready to fight to the death. Without hesitation, An Miaoling unleashed her ultimate move, Devour Sun and Moon. But in front of Bazi, it was like a child's trick, shattered as easily as a dry twig. Even when the sword slashed right at him, he did not move, only sneering that the move was barely acceptable. While chaos erupted outside, Qin Tian was still inside the inheritance space. Yi Feng was secretly examining him, leaving Qin Tian standing there as if unconscious. Yi Feng carefully observed the tangled karmic threads surrounding Qin Tian. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. What background did this brat have for his karma to be so terrifying that even a Tianzun felt alarmed? Fragments of Qin Tian's memories and life scenes kept flashing before Yi Feng's eyes, until he noticed an extremely special image and stepped closer out of curiosity to see what was inside. The moment he touched it, a horrifying force suddenly exploded and blasted Yi Feng out of Qin Tian's consciousness. Qin Tian snapped awake and looked at Yi Feng warily, complaining about sneaking into someone else's body. He almost thought the old man was trying to possess him. Yi Feng's gaze had completely changed, now carrying a hint of fear. He laughed and said no one in this world would dare possess someone with such monstrous karma. No wonder Qin Tian dared refuse him as a master. Even though he did not want to acknowledge Yi Feng as his teacher, Qin Tian remained polite and said that reaching this place meant they had fate. He even patted Yi Feng on the shoulder, gave a thumbs up, and joked about finding him another successor outside. Yi Feng grew even more confused. Others fought to the death for this inheritance, yet this kid showed zero interest. Then why did he come? Right then, the entire space began to tremble violently. Qin Tian struggled to steady himself and wondered if it was an earthquake, but Yi Feng knew someone outside was forcefully breaking the restriction. With a wave of his hand, a water screen appeared, reflecting everything outside. After Ba Zhe arrived, An Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru quickly lost the ability to resist and were subdued. The woman in red seized the chance for revenge, repeatedly slapping Bai Xiaoru across the face. She cursed viciously while beating her, bringing up how Xiaoru had stepped on her earlier. An Miaoling shouted angrily for her to target her instead. Another disciple stepped forward and grabbed An Miaoling's chin, his eyes filled with lust. He laughed lewdly, saying he could not ignore such a pretty face. Seeing all this, Qin Tian's rage exploded. He gritted his teeth and roared that these beasts were courting death. The man pulled An Miaoling closer with a threatening tone. Qin Tian completely lost control, grabbed Yi Feng, and demanded he open the way. He wanted to slaughter them all. But Yi Feng suddenly struck Qin Tian in the chest without warning. The blow was so strong that Qin Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Tian wiped the blood from his lips and stared at Yi Feng, confused about what he had just done. Yifeng laughed and explained that during his earlier inspection, he found lingering internal injuries. The strike was only to force out the stagnant blood. Even so, in his current state, Qin Tian might not defeat Ba Ze, whose cultivation had at least reached half-step supreme. Qin Tian's eyes instantly turned bloodshot with killing intent. He said even if the opponent were a true supreme or Tianzun, anyone who touched his people must die. Yifeng laughed in admiration. The kid might be a bit of a playboy, but his spirit was undeniable. He then reached out and said he would lend him a hand. Yifeng lifted Qin Tian up and began pouring spiritual power into his body. Realizing he was being empowered, Qin Tian panicked and tried to stop him, saying he had not acknowledged him as master, and this was inappropriate. Yifeng sighed softly. His remnant soul would not last much longer. He knew Qin Tian refused the power because he feared it would cause him to dissipate, but if he did not pass it on, it would all go to waste anyway. Hearing that, Qin Tian grew even more anxious and kept trying to stop him. He feared Yifeng would completely disappear after passing on all his cultivation. But Yifeng continued. As long as Qin Tian promised to return Qian Qian to Qingqiu, he had no regrets. As for his techniques and martial skills, if Qin Tian would not use them, then find a worthy successor to carry on his legacy. Meanwhile, outside, the two girls were still being mercilessly abused. The woman in red kept slapping and mocking Bai Xiaoru, asking if she still dared to be arrogant. Even under torture, Bai Xiaoru remained stubborn. She coldly said they could kill her, but once Qin Tian came out, none of them would survive. And Miaoling backed her up, saying their master would never spare them. The fat man sneered, claiming that in front of his master, their so-called master was nothing. The woman in red added fuel to the fire, saying Qin Tian might not even make it out of the tomb, and even if he did, he would only come to die. But right then, a voice as cold as ice echoed from the tomb entrance. Oh really? Qin Tian slowly stepped out. After receiving Yifeng's power, his aura had become terrifying, and the pressure alone made everyone's faces change. Holding the life and death sword, he stared at them with icy eyes and said, "Let's see who here is capable of taking my life." The moment he appeared, Zijiao Qinanan and the two girls all shouted his name in joy. The fat man turned pale, trembling as he stuttered, unable to understand how Qin Tian's cultivation had skyrocketed so drastically. After observing for a while, Ba Ze finally spoke. Since Qin Tian walked out of the Tianzun tomb, he must have inherited Yifeng Tianzun's legacy. Qin Tian remained calm and simply replied, "So what if I did?" Ba Ze sneered. In his eyes, a mere second-layer emperor realm like Qin Tian was unworthy of a Tianzun inheritance. Hand everything over, and he might spare his life. Qin Tian asked back, "And if I refuse?" The woman in red, still ignorant of death, cracked her whip and shouted that if he refused, they would kill the hostages. Feeling the killing intent from Qin Tian, the fat man quickly yelled for her to shut up. But as she prepared to strike, Qin Tian suddenly roared coldly, "Who gave you permission to move?" In an instant, her whip was sliced into pieces. A massive, terrifying phantom appeared behind Qin Tian, its giant hand crushing the woman in red before she could even scream. The bloody scene made everyone's faces turn pale. In just a blink, she was reduced to nothing. The fat man trembled violently, his face white as paper. He stuttered in disbelief. Was this the power of a Tianzun inheritance? Even with Ba Ze backing him, he wanted to run. He hurriedly begged his master for help, feeling that Qin Tian was a true monster. But the phantom behind Qin Tian had already charged straight at him. Only then did Ba Ze truly panic. He did not expect anyone to dare kill his disciple before him. Qin Tian coldly declared that none of them would leave alive today. Hearing this, Ba Ze finally went mad with rage over his beloved disciple's death. He drew the Heavenly Palace greatsword. Then he rushed forward, intending to cut Qin Tian down. Qin Tian calmly raised the life and death sword and uttered 4 words, "Devour sun and moon." The sword flashed lightly, yet Ba Ze's head flew clean off his neck in an instant. After settling everything, Qin Tian hurried to check on the two girls. And Miaoling said they only suffered minor injuries, as Ba Ze wanted to force her to hand over the Devour sun and moon sword art. Qin Anan ran over and grabbed Qin Tian's sleeve, her eyes red with emotion. She thought he had been trapped in the tomb forever. Zijiao and the two sisters had risked their lives to protect her, and she was terrified she would never see him again. Hearing this, Qin Tian gently patted her head and smiled softly, apologizing for making her go through something so frightening. He promised that from now on, he would never let anyone bully Anan again. Qin Tian turns to Zijiao and thanks her seriously, saying it is time to fulfill his promise of giving her a great opportunity after leaving the tomb. Zijiao quickly waves her hands, saying she never expected any reward and only helped Anan to repay Qin Tian for saving her life. But Qin Tian has already decided, and he gently taps the center of Zijiao's forehead. He explains that he once promised Yi Feng to find a worthy successor, and after observing her character, he believes Zijiao is the perfect choice. So today he will pass on the profound night secret scripture in Yi Feng's name. The entire cultivation art and inheritance of Yi Feng instantly flow from Qin Tian straight into Zijiao. Seeing her still frozen in shock, Qin Tian just smiles and asks if she is satisfied with this opportunity. Deeply moved, Zijiao drops to one knee and swears that she will never forget Qin Tian's life-saving grace and this blessing, or else may she be struck down by heavenly lightning. Qin Tian quickly helps her up and tells her not to make such a heavy oath. He only hopes she will cultivate diligently and not disgrace Yi Feng's legacy, and Zijiao firmly promises she will never let down either Yi Feng or Qin Tian. After settling everything, Qin Tian suddenly asks in Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru why they came to Demon God Island, and they reveal that Mu Qingqing was forcibly taken by the Wolf God Empire. The moment he hears this, killing intent erupts from Qin Tian, and without hesitation, he heads straight to the Wolf God Empire to take her back. Meanwhile, inside another luxurious hall, the ancestor of He Huan lounges with a beauty in his arms, watching the performance and laughing, as he wonders if Qin Tian truly dares to come, since 10 high-grade emperor weapons are not something an ordinary refiner can produce. The supreme emperor of the Haoshan Empire confidently says that Qin Tian's relationship with the Haoshan Empress is far from simple, so he will definitely show up, and whether he brings the weapons is not that important. The Heihuan ancestor smirks and asks if they set such an outrageous price just to force Qin Tian to bargain. The Supreme Emperor reveals his killing intent, saying their real goal is to kill Qin Tian and refine his corpse into a demon puppet to force him to forge weapons forever. Xiahou slowly sips his wine and coldly warns that he does not care how they deal with Qin Tian, but they must fulfill their promise. And the Wolf King arrogantly declares that once this succeeds, he will help the Bloodkill sect, Tunbing the Haoshan Empire, and elevate it into the Bloodkill Empire. At that moment, Qin Tian appears in the sky with his robe fluttering, eyes sharp as blades, and he roars for the old wolf to come out and greet him, or he will flatten this broken wolf den. Inside the main hall, the Wolf King turns purple with rage, slamming the table and rising like a furious beast. He glares and demands to know if Qin Tian is the one who killed his son. Then he laughs viciously, saying Qin Tian must be tired of living to dare storm the Wolf Palace alone. Qin Tian looks impatient, picks at his ear, and tells them to stop this nonsense and bring Mu Qingqing out if they want to make a deal. Grinding his teeth in anger, the Wolf King waves his hand and orders his men to bring Mu Qingqing in. The moment Mu Qingqing sees Qin Tian, her eyes turn red as she feels both joy and fear at the same time. The Wolf King ignores her emotions and coldly asks Qin Tian if he brought what they demanded. Without hesitation, Qin Tian opens the wooden box in his hand. Instantly, 10 high-grade emperor weapons shine before everyone, their spiritual light bursting out and shaking the entire space, proving they are absolutely real. Qin Tian stares at them coldly and says the weapons are here, so release her now. The moment the 10 emperor weapons appear, the Heihuan ancestor's eyes light up like he just found a mountain of gold. Qin Tian smirks and says he did not have this many treasures before, but after digging up a heavenly venerate's tomb on Demon God Island, he conveniently completed the set. Hearing the words heavenly venerate's tomb, the Heihuan ancestor freezes, and the Wolf King's eyes turn icy as new schemes form in his mind. Once freed, Mu Qingqing rushes into Qin Tian's arms, crying and blaming herself for making him lose face. Qin Tian gently holds her, his killing intent fading, as he softly promises that with him here, she will return safely. Just as expected, the Wolf King suddenly turns hostile and laughs viciously, declaring that no one will leave alive today. He not only wants Qin Tian dead but plans to refine him into a demon puppet forever, then orders everyone to tear him apart. Even as enemies swarm in like a tidal wave, Qin Tian stands still, calm to a terrifying degree. With a single wave of his hand, the 10 emperor weapons on the ground begin to tremble violently. In the next second, 10 beams of light slash across the battlefield, and the charging troops are shredded before they can even scream. Qin Tian coldly says he might as well wipe out the Wolf God Empire today, so no more stray dogs dare bark at him again. Xiahou breaks into cold sweat, trembling as he realizes Qin Tian can control 10 high-grade emperor weapons at the same time. Seeing things spiral out of control, the Heihuan ancestor panics and shouts for the Wolf King to use his trump card now. The Wolf King roars in fury and activates the Pillar Stone Grand Formation. Instantly, a massive energy vortex forms and seals Qin Tian and Mu Qingqing in the center. The Wolf King laughs proudly, claiming this is the nation-protecting formation created by the Wolf Ancestor, and even a half-step supreme could not escape. The Heihuan Ancestor agrees, saying even high-grade Emperor weapons should struggle to break it, but they barely finish laughing. Qin Tian flicks his hand, and with a thunderous explosion, the grand formation shatters like fragile glass. The Wolf King stands frozen in disbelief, unable to understand how an array that traps half-step supremes was destroyed so easily. Qin Tian slowly draws the life and death sword and says he already killed 2 half-step supremes on Demon God Island, so this broken formation means nothing to him. Sensing death, the He Huan's ancestor loses all composure and turns to flee, shouting that he is not part of the Wolf Kingdom. Qin Tian sneers and says he never gave that old man permission to leave. At once, he commands the Emperor weapons to chase him down. In desperation, the He Huan ancestor unleashes the Heavenly Demon Shield as his final life-saving technique. He still believes the treasure of the Heavenly Demon Sect can save him. But the hope lasts only a second, as Qin Tian's Emperor weapon pierces through the shield like paper and kills the greedy old man instantly. Seeing this, Xiahou nearly loses his soul, his face turning pale with fear. He secretly uses an earth escape technique and dives underground to flee. Qin Tian looks down from the sky and mocks him, saying, even if he hides in hell, he cannot escape, then sends all 10 Emperor weapons crashing into the ground. Explosions erupt one after another, forcing Xiahou out of the earth, covered in blood, before he dies on the spot. Qin Tian slowly turns to the Wolf King, who is backing away in fear, and coldly asks where he thinks he can run now. After everything, it is finally his turn. Knowing there is no escape, the Wolf King snarls that killing him will not end this, because the true foundation of the Wolf Kingdom is far beyond Qin Tian's imagination. Qin Tian finds it amusing, tells Mu Qingqing to step aside, and challenges the Wolf King to bring out every last trump card. Cornered, the Wolf King pulls out an ancient summoning talisman and activates it on the spot. In an instant, a terrifying pressure fills the sky, suffocating everyone present. A massive phantom appears in the air, and it is Li Tian, the true heavenly venerate ancestor of the Wolf Kingdom. Li Tian speaks in a deep voice, asking why his descendant has summoned this avatar. The Wolf King drops to his knees, crying that Qin Tian killed his heirs, and even wants to wipe out the entire Wolf Kingdom. Hearing this, Li Tian's eyes burn with rage as killing intent surges, and he demands to know who dares do such a thing. Qin Tian steps forward without hesitation and openly admits it was him. But the first slap lands on the Wolf King, as Li Tian smacks him flying, and curses him for letting a mere second-layer Emperor Realm brat cause such chaos. When he hears that a second-layer Emperor Realm cultivator broke a heavenly venerate formation, Li Tian's gaze shifts and calculation fills his eyes. He quickly changes his tone, approaches Qin Tian, and says that although killing his grandson is a grave sin, he values talent and will overlook everything if Qin Tian becomes his disciple. The Wolf King almost faints in anger, but Li Tian coldly says an emperor must think long-term, since dead sons can be replaced. Facing this fake kindness, Qin Tian coldly asks what right Li Tian has to be his master. Furious, Li Tian roars that no matter how talented Qin Tian is, his combat power is at best supreme level, while he is a true heavenly venerate. Qin Tian smirks, points his sword at the phantom, and tells him to stand still and take one strike if he is so confident. Though calm on the surface, Li Tian weighs the risk, believing that even at half strength, this avatar is still beyond supreme level. Qin Tian takes a deep breath, and his aura erupts, shaking the surrounding space. He unleashes the enhanced Devour Sun and Moon. A sword beam that seems capable of swallowing the sun and moon tears through space and shoots straight at Li Tian. The moment he feels the pressure, Li Tian's expression changes, and he rapidly forms seals to summon a massive spiritual barrier. A golden defensive wall rises before him, solid like an unbreakable fortress. But Qin Tian's sword light pierces through it like tofu, shattering the barrier into countless fragments. Seeing the blade closing in, real fear finally flashes across Li Tian's face. He abandons his dignity and twists aside at the last second, barely avoiding a fatal hit. Qin Tian laughs mockingly, reminding him that he was the one who said he would stand still and take the strike. Humiliated before his subordinates, Li Tian turns purple with rage and declares that since Qin Tian refuses mercy, only death awaits him. He immediately unleashes the great sun sky-splitting palm, a massive flaming hand crashing down like a blazing sun. Yet Qin Tian stands firm without the slightest fear. Just as the flaming palm is about to crush him, Qin Yan casually swings his sword and slices the blazing sun in half, shattering it into nothing. His confidence surges as he looks up and mocks Li Tian, saying if this is all he has, he might as well summon his true body to save time. Watching everything unfold, the Wolf King is completely stunned, unable to understand how a second-layer Emperor Realm cultivator pushed his ancestor this far. Veins bulging on his forehead, Li Tian roars that he will now show what true imperial swordsmanship looks like. Far away in the ancestral temple of the Wolf Kingdom, an ancient sword begins to tremble as if summoned. It tears through space and flies into Lai Tian's hand, and he proudly declares it the nation-protecting divine sword worshipped for countless years. The blade has absorbed the Empire's faith and destiny, and today it will execute the traitor before him. With a single motion, Li Tian sends the divine sword streaking forward like a blazing rainbow toward Qin Tian. Qin Tian responds instantly with Devore Sun and Moon. But to his surprise, the divine sword seems alive, exploiting every flaw in his technique and forcing him to retreat. He shifts directions mid-air again and again, yet the sword chases him relentlessly. Even at full speed, Qin Tian cannot shake it off, and he curses that even a sword dares to ride over his head. His battle intent ignites as he decides to settle this with true sword power. He unleashes the ultimate move. Myriad swords return to the sect. The 10 Emperor weapons soar into the sky at once. They circle around him and merge into a colossal greatsword, radiating terrifying pressure, just as the nation-protecting sword closes in. Qin Tian pours all his strength into one decisive slash. With a piercing crack, the divine sword treasured for 10,000 years shatters into fragments. The massive sword does not stop and continues forward, piercing straight through Li Tian's avatar. Seeing his ancestor defeated, the Wolf King collapses to his knees, pale as ash. As the avatar begins to dissolve, Li Tian uses his last strength to beg Qin Tian to stop because he has something important to say. Qin Tian laughs coldly and asks if it is not too late to beg now. Li Tian admits that with the divine sword destroyed, the Wolf Empire's fate is finished, and he accepts defeat. He lowers his voice and asks Qin Tian to spare his grandson's life in exchange for revealing a huge secret about the entire Chao continent. Hearing about a secret, Qin Tian grows slightly interested and asks what it is. Li Tian asks whether Qin Tian has wondered why Chao continent lacks true powerhouses compared to ancient times. Impatient, Qin Tian pushes his sword deeper into the avatar and orders him to speak plainly. In pain, Li Tian reveals that in ancient times, Chao continent fought an external soul clan, and though they won, the continent's spiritual energy was severely depleted. Therefore, the ancient Xiao gods created the upper realm, and anyone reaching the supreme realm must ascend there to continue cultivating. Li Tian adds that with Qin Tian's strength, he qualifies to enter the upper realm, and since there is only one ascension passage, he will reveal its location if his grandson is spared. While Li Tian believes he holds the advantage, Qin Tian simply increases his power and destroys the avatar on the spot, coldly saying he will find that passage himself sooner or later. Without another word, Qin Tian swings his sword and beheads the Wolf King on the spot, ending him before he can even beg. Watching his descendant die, Li Tian's eyes turn blood red as he howls in fury and despair. Qin Tian remains calm, casually wiping the blood off his blade. He says he always keeps his word, and since he declared the Wolf King would die, no one could save him today. Before the avatar fully fades, Li Tian swears that if Qin Tian ever steps into the upper realm, he will grind his bones to ashes. With that final curse, Li Tian's phantom disappears completely. Only then does Mu Qingqing rush to Qin Tian's side, still worried. She blames herself for causing him to offend a true heavenly venerate and fears future revenge. Qin Tian smiles and gently reassures her, saying the passage between Chao continent and the upper realm is likely one way, or extremely hard to return from, or Li Tian would have already come down himself. Even so, Mu Qingqing asks if he plans to avoid the upper realm just to stay safe. Qin Tian laughs confidently, saying, if he can destroy an avatar today, the true body will not be a problem later, and sooner or later he will visit the upper realm. Seeing her still troubled, he grabs her hand and changes the topic, joking that he met a cute girl on Demon God Island and will introduce her later. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Dai Alliance, the atmosphere is extremely heavy, and no one dares breathe loudly. Several experts once defeated by Qin Tian kneel before a massive stone door deep inside the hall. At that moment, the stone door slowly opens. A young man with overwhelming presence steps out, and everyone bows to congratulate young Master Di Tian on breaking through to the Supreme Realm. This man is Di Tian, the son of the Alliance leader of the Di Alliance. A subordinate asks if he will head to the upper realm now, but Di Tian smirks and says not yet, as he must first clean up a few pests in Chao continent. His gaze falls on Qingshan, and he coldly asks about capturing Diji Qingqiu, since her pure heavenly fox bloodline is the key to his perfect heavenly venerate breakthrough. Qingshan trembles and explains that an unexpected variable ruined the plan, so they failed to bring her back. The air instantly turns suffocating with killing intent. Di Tian lifts his hand, an invisible force choking Qingshan and raising him into the air, raging that he gave enough time yet even this small task failed. Just as Qingshan is about to die, another subordinate kneels and says the failure was due to someone named Qin Tian, who ruined everything. Hearing the name, Di Tian releases Qing Shan and throws him aside, narrowing his eyes to ask who dares interfere with him. The subordinate reports that Qin Tian is from the Gushan sword sect in the eastern continent and the strongest refiner in Qiao continent, the only emperor-grade master. Di Tian laughs in disdain and stomps on Qing Shan, saying he is just a blacksmith, yet an elder of the D Alliance was played like a fool. He even suspects Qing Shan took benefits from Qin Tian and deliberately slacked off. In pain, Qing Shan swears he would never dare betray the young master. At that moment, the man in purple beside Di Tian calmly warns that Qin Tian should not be underestimated, as the gathered intelligence suggests he is very likely a true supreme-level powerhouse. After hearing the report, Di Tian's eyes lit up with interest, surprised that a weapon refiner could actually reach the supreme realm. The man in purple confirmed it, saying Qin Tian had wrecked Demon God Island alone, killed Zhao Longzi and Ba Ze, and even destroyed Shenlang Kingdom just yesterday. Di Tian paused, knowing Shenlang Kingdom wasn't weak and had an ancestor who ascended to the upper realm backing them. He frowned and asked if they really didn't use any trump card from that ancestor. The subordinate explained that Shenlang King had summoned the ancestor's avatar, a heavenly venerate, but Qin Tian still crushed it, proving how dangerous he truly was. Hearing that, Di Tian smirked, suddenly eager to meet this interesting figure from a small place like Dongzhou. He immediately ordered all forces of D Alliance to gather, planning a public slaughter to force Qin Tian out. In his eyes, the monkey to warn was Qin Tian, and the chicken to kill was none other than the Qingqiu Fox clan. Not long after, the once peaceful land of Qingqiu turned into a sea of flames, with black smoke covering the sky. Qing Shan led the D Alliance army like a tidal wave, standing in the air and ordering the complete annihilation of Qingqiu. He even placed a huge bounty on Bai Jiangyu's head. Just as the Dai Alliance charged into the city, a terrifying blade energy fell from the sky, splitting the earth open with a massive crack. Through the dust walked out Bai Wudi, gripping his great saber and declaring that as long as he stood, no one would touch Qingqiu. His explosive aura shook the Dai Alliance troops, leaving no one daring to step forward. Qing Shan stuttered in fear, shocked that Bai Wudi, missing for over 1,000 years, had suddenly returned. Even Di Tian was surprised to see Bai Wudi had quietly stepped into the supreme realm. But that surprise quickly turned into disdain, as Di Tian mocked him for taking 1,000 years just to reach supreme, still far from heavenly venerate. Bai Wudi snorted coldly, his saber trembling with killing intent as he cursed Di Tian for being an arrogant brat. He said when he dominated Cao Zhou, Di Tian wasn't even born, and if the D clan dared act wild today, he would cripple them all, yet Di Tian only smiled calmly. At that moment, Qing Shan quickly teleported back to Di Tian's side. He warned that Bai Wudi was extremely dangerous and suggested everyone join forces. But Di Tian shook his head coldly, saying no one was allowed to interfere because he would handle it himself. He stepped forward a few paces and called out Bai Wudi's name. Di Tian declared he would show him what absolute talent meant, and that 1,000 years of bitter cultivation was nothing but a joke before him. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Qin Tian. He was returning to Qingqiu with Bai Xiaoru to fulfill his old promise to Ye Feng, when Xiao Xiao suddenly suggested he just marry her sister already to stop their parents from nagging. The moment she said that, Qin Tian felt the icy killing intent from Bai Xiaoru beside him, so he coughed awkwardly and said they should focus on the promise first. But before the awkwardness faded, the burning ruins of Qingqiu appeared right before their eyes. Seeing her homeland in flames, Bai Xiaoru rushed into the city in panic, shouting for her parents and clansmen. She even tried to charge straight into the fire to search for them. Qin Tian reacted instantly, pulling her into his arms and forcing her to calm down. Bai Xiaoru choked through tears, blaming D Alliance for everything, and accusing herself of bringing disaster to Qingqiu. Qin Tian held her trembling shoulders and swore that if Dai Alliance did this, he would make them pay in blood, but first they had to find the survivors. Lu Ling agreed, saying revenge could wait, saving the living came first. Bai Xiaoru snapped out of it and led them to a hidden entrance behind the ruins. She explained it was a tunnel to the Heavenly Fox Imperial Palace, their emergency escape route. As they went deeper, they found many Fox clan members hiding inside. Among them was Xiaoru's mother, sternly reminding everyone that the Fox clan could die but would never accept humiliation. The moment she saw Xiaoru, she was both relieved and furious, scolding her for coming back to such danger. Qin Tian skipped the small talk and asked directly if D Alliance was behind this. Qing Lan nodded heavily, saying Di Tian had broken into the Supreme Realm and led the attack himself, and without Bai Wudi's timely return, the clan would have been wiped out. Hearing that name, Bai Xiaoru froze, shocked that the ancestor had truly come out of seclusion. Qing Lan then began recounting the earth-shaking battle outside. Bai Wudi and Di Tian clashed non-stop, spiritual power exploding and shaking the heavens, looking evenly matched. During the fight, Bai Wudi mocked him, saying Di Tian looked impressive, but his strength was disappointing. Di Tian stayed icy calm and replied that since Bai Wudi wanted to die early, he would grant his wish. Then Di Tian unleashed his killing move, Slaughter Emotion Transformation. 2 identical bodies split from him, and suddenly 3 Di Tians stood side by side. Bai Wudi was surprised but remained calm, even sneering at the so-called clones. He thought cheap tricks like that couldn't suppress a veteran supreme like him. Di Tian laughed coldly and said, "Those weren't clones, they were all his true bodies." He confidently declared that no matter how strong Bai Wudi was, he couldn't fight 3 supremes at once. The moment he finished, all 3 Di Tians attacked together. Bai Wudi was instantly pushed into a disadvantage, forced to defend against a storm of attacks. In a critical moment, he found an opening and drove his great saber straight through one Di Tian's chest. But the one pierced only smiled eerily, showing no sign of serious injury. At the same time, the other 2 Di Tians struck from both sides, landing fatal blows that sent Bai Wudi coughing blood and flying back. Seeing him spit blood, Di Tian immediately began mocking him. He sneered that Bai Wudi's body wasn't as tough as his mouth, and that wound must be heavy. Even badly injured, Bai Wudi kept his fighting spirit, wiped the blood from his lips, and laughed that Di Tian wasn't much better. Di Tian calmly grabbed the saber stuck in his chest and looked at him with pity, saying trading his old life for such a small wound was pathetic. Meanwhile, the other 2 true bodies pulled their spears from Bai Wudi, blood spraying from the holes in his body. Di Tian coldly explained that the one stabbed was only one of his 3 true bodies. Then he recalled the other 2 bodies back into himself. A strange light covered him, and the chest wound rapidly shrank, as he boasted that dividing his power meant even the damage was reduced to 1/3. He tore off his shredded robe, revealing a body tough like refined steel. Right before everyone's eyes, the wound sealed at terrifying speed, fully healed in moments, and he proudly declared it was his supreme realm healing divine ability. As long as Di Tian could bleed, that was enough, then told him to watch what true divine power looked like. Seeing this, the Dai Alliance army below started to panic, wondering how to fight someone who seemed almost immortal. Some were already thinking about slipping away to save their own lives. Yet Di Tian remained calm, even excited, because he believed he had already seen through Bai Wudi's final trump card, and that the outcome was decided. Bai Wudi gave him no time to breathe, stomping the ground and shooting forward like a cannon toward Di Tian. The moment their forces collided, a thunderous explosion erupted, and the area was swallowed by dust. But when the smoke cleared, Di Tian stood untouched, while Bai Wudi was the one forced back, shock written all over his face. Di Tian crossed his arms and revealed that after reaching the Supreme Realm, he gained the Deduction Divine ability, allowing him to simulate countless outcomes in his mind and read every move in advance. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoru clenched her sleeve in worry and urgently asked her mother who won that heaven-shaking battle. Qinglan sighed helplessly, saying when the fight reached its peak, she had to lead the clan away to preserve their bloodline, so she never saw the ending. Bai Xiaoru insisted the ancestor must have won, because in a prolonged fight, Di Tian would eventually exhaust himself. But Qin Tian stayed silent for a moment before shaking his head. She looked confused, and Qin Tian calmly explained that although Bai Wudi's recovery was terrifying, it must consume an enormous amount of spiritual power. The heavier the injury, the faster the healing, which meant his energy burned even quicker, while Di Tian's deduction kept landing fatal damage, turning it into a deadly battle of attrition. Qinglan gave a bitter smile and admitted Qin Tian's guess was almost exactly right, saying her husband noticed the ancestor weakening and rushed the family away. Bai Xiaoru anxiously asked about her father, and Qinglan, flustered, said he chose to stay behind with the old ancestor to fight to the death against the Alliance. With tears in her eyes, Bai Xiaoru grabbed Qin Tian's clothes and begged him to save her father and grandfather, and he coldly promised that this time he would settle every debt with the Alliance. He then turned to Qinglan with firm resolve and told her to take him to the battlefield immediately because there was no time left. They rushed over, only to find the area completely devastated and eerily silent as Bai Xiaoru ran through the ruins desperately calling for her father. Her cries echoed through the wasteland, but only cold wind answered, and Qin Tian quietly told her to stop because the place was too clean, with no sign of bodies. Trembling, she asked if her father and grandfather had died, but Qin Tian reasoned that if they had fallen, there would at least be corpses or clear traces left behind. After thinking it through, Qinglan guessed they were likely captured by the Alliance, and Qin Tian agreed, saying the chances were high and they were probably still alive. Without hesitation, Qin Tian made a bold decision and told Bai Xiaoru they would head straight to the D Alliance headquarters, because this time he wanted to meet Di Tian face to face. At the same time, inside the Dai Alliance headquarters, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Bai Wudi was chained like a sacrifice, his essence blood forcibly extracted, a truly miserable sight. A close subordinate named Ta Shu cautiously asked if Bai Wudi's essence blood could really help the young master break into the heavenly venerate realm. Di Tian laughed confidently and brought up Yi Feng, who was once an ordinary supreme but soared into heavenly venerate after marrying Bai Xianxian of the heavenly fox bloodline. Greed filled his eyes as he declared he would recreate that miracle, refining Bai Wudi's blood instead, since Bai Xiaoru had escaped, and said it would only take a month. Ta Shu immediately flattered him, saying once he reached heavenly venerate, all of Kiaozhou would kneel at his feet. Di Tian only smiled faintly, saying heavenly venerate was not his final goal, as he wanted even the upper realm to know his name. Ta Shu asked if they should also extract the essence blood of Bai Jiangyu and the other Qingqiu captives, but Di Tian sneered, saying they were better kept alive as bait. Ta Shu instantly understood, realizing Di Tian planned to lure Bai Xiaoru into a trap, then quietly withdrew. Not long after, Qin Tian infiltrated the D Alliance headquarters like a shadow. After secretly scouting for a while, he finally found a clue. He looked toward a distant watchtower and said Bai Xiaoru's father's aura was coming from there. Most likely they were imprisoned inside. Bai Xiaoru immediately wanted to rush in, but Qin Tian stopped her, saying there was something more important to do first. A dangerous smile curved on his lips, clearly planning a massive disturbance tonight. As night fully fell, Qin Tian began his plan. At a guard post, a soldier grumbled about his partner, taking too long, his stomach growling with hunger. When he saw someone bringing food back, he reached out eagerly and told him to keep watch while he ate first. But in that instant, the food bearer suddenly drew a sword and slashed him with a fatal strike. The attacker's eyes had turned pitch black with a strange red streak, his grin like that of a demon. Not far away, Qin Tian held a strange lantern, murmuring as if controlling a puppet show. He coldly ordered his puppets to turn this place upside down. In the blink of an eye, the entire Dai Alliance headquarters fell into chaos. Those under Qin Tian's control began slaughtering their own allies, blood and clashing steel filling the night. Elder Qingshan rushed over, shouting in anger, unable to understand why his men had gone mad. He kept yelling for everyone to stop. But the horrifying part was that the fallen corpses began trembling and slowly stood back up like the undead. Just as one lunged at Qingshan, a figure appeared and sliced it in half. It was Di Ta, who warned him to be careful. Di Ta quickly explained that the corpses were being controlled and had to be cut at the waist to be stopped. While the headquarters descended into madness, Qin Tian calmly played with his lantern, as if nothing was wrong. Suddenly, the artifact exploded into pieces without warning. Before he could react, a cold and oppressive voice echoed from the sky. Di Tian floated in the air, his sharp gaze locking onto Qin Tian, as he asked if he was turning D Alliance into a joke. He did not even need to guess who was behind it, because in his eyes, Qin Tian had never disappointed him. Qin Tian looked up without fear and mocked that the leader of D Alliance seemed pretty ordinary, leaving him disappointed. Di Tian only smiled faintly and said Qin Tian would soon change that opinion completely. The next second, Di Tian turned into a black lightning bolt and shot forward at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye. Qin Tian's heart skipped a beat, not expecting such terrifying speed. He instantly drew the life and death sword to block, feeling overwhelming pressure far beyond any supreme he had faced before. With a loud clang, Qin Tian actually stopped the strike, which made Di Tian even more intrigued. Di Tian laughed excitedly, saying Qin Tian was far more interesting than Bai Wudi. Qin Tian wasted no words and counterattacked the moment he steadied himself. He unleashed the heart sword art, turning into a streak of sword light, charging straight at Di Tian. Each slash forced Di Tian back, and every clash shook the ground violently. Di Tian kept retreating and dodging, yet his face only grew more excited. The life and death sword released waves of sharp sword energy, as if tearing space apart. Their powers collided wildly, creating blazing shockwaves across the sky. Qin Tian mocked him for dodging like a rat, but Di Tian calmly replied that his deduction divine ability had already calculated every move, while Qin Tian only smiled indifferently. Then Qin Tian roared and unleashed a devastating slash filled with killing intent. Di Tian barely dodged, and the ground beneath the swordlight exploded into ruins. He grinned confidently, declaring Qin Tian had no chance of winning. In truth, almost every move Qin Tian made had already been predicted by his deduction. Di Tian suddenly shifted to offense, thrusting his long spear forward. Qin Tian reacted instantly and blocked with his sword. Even so, the impact blasted him back dozens of meters and forced blood from his mouth. Ditian laughed proudly, saying Qin Tian's defeat had been decided from the start. He pressed the attack relentlessly, their battle-flattening buildings across the Dai Alliance headquarters. Qin Tian could only defend while retreating step by step. Ditian grew fiercer, fully relying on deduction to suppress him. Spotting an opening, he laughed and unleashed a fatal strike meant to end it all. But to his shock, Qin Tian dodged it, even though by calculation it should have been impossible. Qin Tian seized the moment to land a powerful kick and quickly widened the distance. This time, Ditian clearly realized he had been outplayed. After analyzing the situation, he understood Qin Tian had not been fighting at full strength. Qin Tian admitted calmly that since he knew about the deduction divine ability, he would never reveal all his cards at once. Ditian's fighting spirit surged, as he declared he wanted to see how many hidden cards Qin Tian still had. They clashed again and again, the sky trembling from their collisions, yet neither side gained full dominance. While intensifying his assault, Ditian admitted Qin Tian was his most formidable opponent, but claimed the ending would be just like Bai Wudi's. Qin Tian shifted into defense, using the life and death sword to block the incoming spear. Suddenly, a massive collapse echoed from a distant building. Two figures burst out from the ruins. It was Miao Long and Bai Xiaoru, and they had successfully rescued the captives, with Miao Long sending a message to his master that the plan was complete. Qin Tian held Ditian in place and shouted for everyone to retreat first, saying he would follow right behind. Ditian stayed scary calm, saying he spared the Qingqiu group on purpose just to lure Qin Tian here. But Qin Tian laughed and said a long fight only hurts him, so this time it would be one move to decide everything. With that, he forced Ditian back with a slash and began activating his strongest technique. Qin Tian coldly called out the name of his ultimate move, Devouring Long Moon. A massive sword light tore through the sky and shot straight at Ditian. Facing that terrifying power, Ditian had no choice but to unleash everything to block it. Wherever the sword light passed, everything was crushed into dust, explosions chaining together and shaking the entire area. Ditian was pushed back again and again, and even the D-League headquarters was reduced to ruins by the shockwaves. Even so, he did not suffer any truly serious injuries. Ditian admitted that sword strike was insanely strong enough to force him into that state. He was even ready to charge back in, shouting that he would fight Qin Tian for 300 more rounds. But when the dust finally settled, Qin Tian was already gone, leaving Ditian standing alone in the wreckage. Not long after, Dai League subordinates rushed over in panic to report. An elder knelt and said the group had taken Bai Jiangyu away, but Ditian only waved it off, saying someone like that was worthless to him anyway. Planting his spear into the ground, Ditian coldly began cleaning up the aftermath. He ordered all the injured to be treated immediately and commanded the fires spreading through the city to be extinguished. The elder beside him quickly mobilized everyone, some clearing corpses, some rescuing the wounded, and the rest rushing to contain the sea of flames. Even though Qin Tian could not completely destroy the Dai League, trashing their headquarters like this still dealt them a heavy loss, and honestly that was satisfying enough. After everyone left, Ditian finally could not hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from his lips, killing intent filled his eyes, as he said he would spare Qin Tian for now. But in 1 month, once he stepped into the heavenly venerable realm, he would repay Today's debt with interest. After successfully rescuing everyone, Qin Tian and the others quickly returned to Qingqiu. Standing before Yifeng's grave, he lit incense and said he had fulfilled the senior's final request. Tang Ai and Senior Bai had both been brought back safely to Qingqiu. Qin Tian bowed slightly to the tombstone, hoping the departed could finally rest in peace. Bai Jiangyu stood nearby, pounding his chest in pain, blaming himself for failing to protect his clan or save his father, feeling unworthy of the Qingqiu ancestors. Bai Xiaoru quickly supported him, telling him not to get too emotional since he was still injured, while Xiao Xiao tugged his sleeve and innocently said that with brother-in-law here, Grandpa would surely be saved, right? Hearing that title, Qin Tian looked a bit awkward, admitting he wanted to save Senior Bai immediately, but Ditian was just too difficult, and even going all out today was not enough to defeat him. Qin Tian clearly understood the reality. Since Ditian possessed deduction abilities, the longer the fight dragged on, the more advantage he gained, and in a battle of attrition, Qin Tian would almost certainly lose. After hearing everything, Bai Xiaoru began blaming herself, thinking she brought disaster to Qingqiu by running away when the D-League tried to capture her. But Bai Jiangyu firmly denied it, saying the real reason was the Heavenly Fox bloodline being too special and coveted. Hearing that, Qin Tian grew curious and asked what was so terrifying about the Heavenly Fox bloodline that made the D-League this obsessed, and Bai Jiangyu was surprised he did not know. He slowly explained that among ancient bloodlines, the Heavenly Fox was an extremely overpowered support bloodline, allowing its owner to cultivate faster and even help others break through major realms directly. Qin Tian was shocked and asked if it could push someone from Saint Realm straight to Supreme, and Bai Jiangyu nodded, reminding him that Ye Feng was only a Supreme when he came to Qingqiu, but after marrying Bai Xianxian, he directly stepped into the Heavenly Venerable Realm. Hearing that, Qin Tian was stunned, because a bloodline that could push someone from Supreme to Heavenly Venerable was no wonder called the strongest support bloodline of all. Bai Xiao immediately shouted that this was basically using someone as a cultivation tool, and if it were her, she would never agree. Bai Jiangyu could only sigh, saying when the Fox clan produces a Heavenly Fox bloodline, they are destined to be targeted by major forces. Even ancestor Bai Xianxian, after marrying Yi Feng, was still eyed by countless experts, and to end their greed, she passed her entire bloodline to Yi Feng, a decision that cost many Supremes their lives. Bai Jiangyu then looked at Bai Xiaoru and said after Bai Xianxian, the ones most likely to awaken the Heavenly Fox bloodline were her and her grandfather, which was why Di Tian targeted them. Hearing everything, Qin Tian's expression changed as he connected the dots and realized Di Tian's real target had always been Senior Bai. Bai Jiangyu gritted his teeth and said Di Tian was already at peak supreme, and once he took the Heavenly Fox bloodline, he would step into Heavenly Venerable, leaving no one in Juzhou able to stop him. Bai Xiaoru grew anxious and said if she truly had the Heavenly Fox bloodline, she was willing to give it to Qin Tian like Bai Xianxian did for Yi Feng. But Bai Jiangyu sadly explained that this breakthrough ability could only be used once in a lifetime, and after that, their own cultivation path would end forever. Before anyone could continue, Qin Tian immediately refused. Bai Xiaoru tried to persuade him, saying this was her own choice, and only by gaining the Heavenly Fox bloodline could he defeat Di Tian. Qin Tian gently flicked her forehead, snapping her out of it. She held her forehead and complained, but Qin Tian smiled confidently and asked if she really thought that was his only way to win. Bai Xiaoru felt even more confused since he had just admitted he could not beat Di Tian right now. Qin Tian calmly said he might not win now, but a few days later, that might not be the case. Worried about her grandfather, Bai Xiao quickly asked what plan he had to turn the tables. Qin Tian reminded them about refining a Supreme-grade pill, saying he only needed one more Great Dao Supreme fruit to begin. He confidently declared that once he refined the Supreme pill, he could break into the Supreme realm, and dealing with Di Tian would be much easier. Bai Jiangyu suddenly sensed something off, and asked if Qin Tian was not already a Supreme. Qin Tian calmly replied that he was only at the Emperor realm. Bai Jiangyu's mind nearly froze, because someone not even Supreme fighting Di Tian to a standstill and wrecking the D-League headquarters was absurd. And if this kid truly broke through, even Heavenly Venerables would have to be cautious. To find the last Great Dao Supreme fruit, Qin Tian brought the two girls straight to Supreme Mountain in Central State. Upon arrival, Bai Xiaoru looked around in confusion, asking where the Great Dao Supreme Tower was, since she could not see any tower, while Miaolong pointed toward a crowd in the distance and suggested asking there. As they descended, they heard lively shouting, with people taking bets on who would pass the Great Dao Supreme Tower this year. Seeing Qin Tian's group, the bookmaker eagerly invited them to try their luck, but Qin Tian simply asked where the Great Dao Supreme Tower was. The man stretched out his hand with a seasoned grin, clearly demanding payment for the information. Qin Tian tossed him a bag of silver without hesitation, and the old man instantly beamed, promising to spill everything he knew. After taking the money, Qin Tian asked again about the tower's location, and the old man casually pointed straight down, saying it was right beneath their feet. The crazy part was that all around them were endless white snow mountains, and no tower could be seen anywhere. The two girls immediately got angry, almost grabbing the old man, thinking he scammed them, but he hurriedly explained that the Great Dao Supreme Tower only appears for 7 days each year before vanishing again. Miaolong asked how long they had to wait, but Qin Tian quickly figured that if it were far off, this place would not be packed with people. The old man nodded and praised him, saying today was exactly the day the Great Dao Supreme Tower appeared, and Qin Tian's group had perfect timing. Right then, a loud shout rang out, drawing everyone's attention, including Qin Tian's group. The crowd pointed to the sky and yelled that Princess Wenren Muyu of the Bright Divine Kingdom had arrived. A luxurious flying ship like a floating palace descended through the clouds as beautiful maids scattered flowers and formed an extravagant path. At the center, under a grand parasol, Wenren Muyue slowly stepped down, her noble aura impossible to ignore. The crowd instantly erupted, chanting her name, and the two maids beside her clearly had extraordinary status as well. Seeing the grand scene, Qin Tian clicked his tongue at the over-the-top display, but the bookmaker grinned and said the bright divine kingdom was the strongest force in Central State, and Wenren Muyue was known as its #1 beauty, and whoever married her would save centuries of struggle. The old man even squeezed into the crowd and shouted, "Princess, I'm over here." As the crowd buzzed, one maid raised her hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. She announced that the Great Tao Supreme Tower was about to open, and the princess would enter today to seek fate, and anyone who reached the 8th floor would be personally hosted by her and hear her play a song. The square instantly exploded with excitement, since the princess had no Tao partner, and reaching the 8th of 9 floors meant you were a true monster. Soon, a handsome young man stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the princess. He confidently declared he would reach the 8th floor, and he was Long Yunshuan, young master of Tiandao sect, already at half-step supreme. His appearance drew countless gazes, and people whispered that he reached half-step supreme 10 years ago, so this time he was almost guaranteed to win the princess's favor. Amid the hype, Qin Tian was held tightly by the two girls, teasing him about wanting to attend the princess's banquet, and even calling him a flirt, forcing him to deny caring about that. But then he casually said that compared to the two of them, the princess was still lacking a bit, making both girls blush instantly. Unfortunately, the bookmaker overheard and laughed mockingly, saying this kid really dared to talk big. He then looked at Bai Xiaoni and spoke harshly, saying Qingqiu women were beautiful, but she was a jinx, even bringing up how the D-League flattened Qingqiu because of her. Hearing that, Bai Xiaoni flared up and shouted back, but Qin Tian quickly stopped her and told her to calm down. He changed the topic and asked the old man if betting was still open, and the man grinned and asked who he wanted to bet on. Qin Tian casually threw out a heavy bag containing 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, betting all of it on himself to clear the Great Tao Supreme Tower. Not long after, the ground began to tremble violently, and a massive tower slowly rose from beneath the earth. The Great Tao Supreme Tower had finally opened, and everyone rushed in. In an instant, the crowd flooded into the tower. Qin Tian brought the two girls along, and although Bai Xiaoni followed, she still shot the old man a glare, warning him this time he got lucky. The bookmaker simply snorted in disdain, saying aside from one mysterious woman who once cleared it, no one else had ever done it. In his eyes, that 100,000 top-grade spirit stones were basically already his, easy money without lifting a finger. Meanwhile, Qin Tian had officially stepped inside the Great Tao Supreme Tower. The moment he entered, he was teleported into a completely isolated space. Looking at the empty room, Qin Tian quickly understood that the tower split challengers into separate spaces to prevent teaming up, which was perfect for Ziling and Xiaoni to train on their own. He then glanced at the tower guardian spirit and smiled, hoping it would not disappoint him too quickly. Outside the tower, Princess Wenren Muyo quietly observed, as a maid wondered if anyone would reach the 8th floor this year, while another insisted Long Yunshuan definitely could, since he was half-step supreme. The princess only smiled and shook her head, saying the Great Tao Supreme Tower was not about higher cultivation having the advantage, and sometimes even a true supreme might struggle more than an emperor realm cultivator. Surprised, the maid asked why, and the princess calmly explained that from the 1st floor onward, each level created guardian spirits at the exact same realm as the challenger. The 1st floor had 1 guardian, the 2nd had 2, all the way to 8 on the 8th floor, meaning Long Yunshuan would need to defeat 8 half-step supremes at once. She believed that even as a rare genius of Tiandao sect, that would still be extremely difficult, and the maid could only sigh at how insane the difficulty was. The princess then added that the 9th floor was the true nightmare, with only 1 guardian, but it was a perfect copy of the last person who cleared it. Same realm and same strength, which was why no one broke it for 1,000 years until that person appeared. As they were talking, someone suddenly screamed for everyone to look at the tower. The lamp on the 6th floor lit up, meaning someone had reached it. Princess Wenren Muyu immediately thought of Long Yunshuan, and although it was possible for him to defeat 5 equal opponents, this speed was still beyond her expectations. But soon another shocked voice rang out, saying even the 7th floor had lit up. This time the princess's expression changed, because no matter how strong Long Yunshuan was, he could not clear 6 equal opponents that fast. So who was this person? Moments later, the 8th floor also lit up, and a maid excitedly asked if they should prepare the banquet. Yet the princess was full of doubt, since no genius should be able to sweep 7 equal opponents so quickly, and she even wondered if the tower itself had malfunctioned. Inside the Great Tao Supreme Tower, Qin Tian was casually climbing as if taking a stroll. Watching the guardian spirits he had just turned into ashes, he muttered that adding one equal opponent per floor was a decent test for others. But for him, these spirits were barely worth mentioning, so he decided to head straight to the 9th floor, grab the Great Tao Supreme Fruit, and wait outside for Ziling and Xiao Ni. With that thought, Qin Tian shot straight up to the final floor. When he arrived, he looked around and saw only a single figure standing there. He was slightly surprised, since the difficulty should increase. Yet the 9th floor guardian was just a woman. But the moment he sensed her aura, his expression changed, as the terrifying pressure seemed to freeze the entire space. Even Qin Tian felt clearly suppressed, and he was shocked because this pressure was even more frightening than what Di Tian had given him. Yet his fighting spirit did not waver. He stared at the woman and declared that no matter who she was, he would defeat her today and clear this floor. The woman slowly turned around, her lips curving into a familiar yet distant smile, teasing him about when Xiao Tian had started underestimating women. The moment Qin Tian saw her face clearly, he froze on the spot. Qin Tian was so shaken he could barely speak, because the guardian of the 9th floor was actually Jiang Jingxue, the former peak master of Hidden Sword Peak from Lunjian sect. Jiang Jingxue smiled at his stunned face and teased that was he the only one allowed to clear the tower, while Qin Tian hurriedly said, "Of course not. He just did not understand why she was here." Countless questions flooded his mind, since everyone should be in separate spaces, so how could she appear in front of him? She calmly explained that she did not need to search for him, because in the Great Tao Supreme Tower, no matter the space, the 9th floor guardian was always her. Qin Tian was even more confused, almost unable to process what was happening. Jiang Jingxue patiently clarified that after she cleared the tower years ago, the final rule was triggered, and the 9th floor guardian became a copy of the last person who passed. Qin Tian instantly understood, meaning after Jiang Jingxue succeeded, the guardian turned into a spirit modeled after her. She nodded and added that she left a strand of divine sense inside it, which was why she could talk to him now. Qin Tian was stunned and quickly asked if she had known he would come here. Jiang Jingxue did not deny it, making Qin Tian suspect she was hiding something, so he pressed her about where she was, why she never returned, and what she was doing all these years. She only smiled faintly and said he was asking too much, and the only thing she could reveal was that she was in the upper realm handling something extremely important. Qin Tian refused to let it go and said if it was dangerous, he wanted to help her. Jiang Jingxue shook her head, saying his current strength was not enough to interfere, and besides, he had important matters in Juzhou to handle himself. Before he could ask more, she cut him off, smiling that the catching up was over, and now it was time to clear the trial. The moment she finished speaking, she drew her sword without warning. A powerful cross-shaped sword qi tore through the air straight at Qin Tian. He hurriedly dodged to the side and shouted in shock, "Wait, are you seriously attacking?" Jiang Jingxue showed no mercy, pressing forward coldly and saying, if he could not defeat her, he would never get the Great Tao Supreme Fruit. Facing that terrifying pressure, Qin Tian drew the life and death sword and fought back, deciding he would not hold back either. Even while clashing, he calculated in his mind, remembering she was only at early Emperor realm when she left Hidden Sword Peak. Yet now her strength was so monstrous that ordinary Supremes might not survive a few moves, but he quickly steadied himself because he was no longer the weak Qin Tian from before. With that thought, he unleashed his full power, firing off ultimate techniques one after another, even using devouring sun and moon. While the battle inside shook the heavens, outside the tower, several eliminated youths gathered and complained. One sighed that he only made it to the 5th floor this year, even though he dreamed of reaching the 8th to attend Princess Wenren Maiyu's banquet. Another jokingly asked the princess's maid for a back door to sneak in at 6th floor, but she coldly refused, saying the princess's rules could not be broken, and in her view only Lang Yunshuan had a chance this year. Right then, a figure was suddenly blasted out of the tower. He staggered and crashed onto the ground, barely stabilizing himself. But the moment he stood firm, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The crowd gasped in shock because the one eliminated was Lang Yunshuan, and if even he stopped at the 7th floor, then who in the world lit up the 8th floor lamp earlier? Even the maid beside Princess Wenren Muyue grew extremely uneasy, wondering if the Great Tao Supreme Tower had malfunctioned. She suggested the princess leave first, but Wenren Muyue was not ready to give up, feeling that even if Lang Yunshuan failed, maybe someone else could still make it, while the maid argued that if even a genius like him could not pass, no one else stood a chance. But right after that, more people were teleported out, this time from the 8th floor. The two who appeared were Ziling and Bai Xiaoni, and the moment they stepped out, they exchanged a knowing smile. Ziling spoke first and praised her performance, saying she did pretty well. Bai Xiaoni smiled back and said Ziling was strong too. The crowd instantly exploded, shocked that not one but two girls had reached the 8th floor. Princess Mu Yu personally walked over, introduced herself as the princess of the Guangming Divine Kingdom, and invited them to a banquet. But Bai Xiaoni flat out refused, saying she was busy, leaving the princess completely stunned. Ziling was more polite and explained they were waiting for their master, so they couldn't attend. Princess Mu Yu's still refused to give up and asked where their master was, so she could invite him as well. Ziling calmly looked up at the top of the tower and said their master was probably strolling on the 9th floor by now. Meanwhile, on the 9th floor, Qin Tian was getting completely overwhelmed by his own sister. Jiang Jingshui kept pressing him while teasing that she had seen these moves countless times, and they wouldn't work on her. Then she countered with a domineering god-slaying slash. The strike was so powerful it blasted Qin Tian straight into the wall. The impact made the Great Tao Supreme Tower outside shake violently. Luckily, he wasn't kicked out yet, but Qin Tian was drenched in cold sweat, barely hanging on. Jiang Jingshui slowly walked toward him and said that although he had improved a lot, he still wasn't strong enough to beat her. She added that reaching the 9th floor alone was already a 1,000-year legend, and his achievement was second only to hers. Then she smiled and told him not to worry about the reward. As she spoke, she took out a strange spiritual fruit that looked like a peach and handed it to him. The moment Qin Tian felt the aura inside, his expression changed. The energy had clearly reached supreme level. He immediately realized what it was and shouted in shock, "Was this the Great Tao Supreme Fruit?" Jiang Jingshui nodded and said it was the reward she got years ago, and since his goal was done, it was time to leave. Her words struck Qin Tian's pride, and he asked if she had always believed he couldn't pass, so she left this divine census behind just to give him the fruit. Jiang Jingshui quickly waved her hands and explained she never looked down on him, and if the 9th floor guardian was the same as before, he would have already passed. Qin Tian looked at her seriously and said the problem was, this time his opponent was her. Jiang Jingshui gently rubbed his head and said she trained earlier and lived longer, so being stronger was normal, but Qin Tian still refused to back down. He accepted the Great Tao Supreme Fruit, yet tightened his grip on the life and death sword, and declared he would continue the trial. Jiang Jingshui was stunned and couldn't understand why he was being so stubborn when he didn't need to fight anymore. Qin Tian forced himself up and said if he left now, he would always just be the little brother she had to protect. After a moment, Jiang Jingshui smiled softly and admitted that Xiao Tian had truly grown. Then she raised her sword again, signaling that the battle would continue. But this time, Qin Tian raised his hand first and told her to wait. He secretly opened the system panel for an emergency buff, thinking if he got kicked out now, he'd lose all face. Qin Tian decided to bet on his golden luck and remembered he still had an unclaimed login reward. The system instantly upgraded Tha Hua Zi's I Grand Technique to level 17, and now he could finally use that move. Jiang Jingshui saw him grinning alone and asked if they were fighting or not, and Qin Tian calmly said of course. She raised a brow and asked if it was stronger than Devour Sun and Moon. Clearly interested now, she urged him to show it, and Qin Tian said he was planning to anyway. Before attacking, he loudly told her to get ready. The sword move he used was called Embrace the Galaxy. The moment he unleashed it, both of them were dragged into a separate dimensional space. Jiang Jingshui looked around in shock, since a sword art that touched spatial power was no joke. Qin Tian then controlled countless meteors in that space and sent them crashing toward her. Thousands of blazing red meteors fell like a doomsday rain. But it still wasn't enough, and the fight ended faster than expected. Qin Tian stabbed his sword into the ground and admitted defeat, saying he was still far from her level. Yet Jiang Jingshui praised him highly, saying he forced her to use power she never had in the past. As her body slowly faded, she told him he had already surpassed her former self and that she would wait in the upper realm. Watching her disappear, Qin Tian muttered about the supreme alchemy technique reward arriving at the perfect time. Soon, the entire space was left with only him standing there. Suddenly, a massive and complex formation appeared beneath his feet. A pillar of light shot down from above into the center of the formation. From within the beam, the real Great Tao Supreme Fruit slowly emerged. The system announced the material collection mission was complete and rewarded him with the Supreme Tier Alchemy Art. After thinking it through, Qin Tian decided to refine the Supreme Pill inside the tower to avoid causing chaos outside. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the 6th day since the tower opened. The maid beside Princess Mu Yue whispered that the master still hadn't come out and feared something had happened. Princess Mu Yue looked at the two girls still waiting and realized their master had to be extraordinary. Even so, she felt uneasy, because the guardian of the 9th floor this year was that woman in red. At that moment, Long Yunshuan approached, introduced himself as the young master of Tiandao sect, and pretended to express sympathy that their master was likely doomed. Hearing that, Ziling's eyes turned ice cold, and she told him to get lost if he didn't want to die. Long Yunshuan quickly explained they misunderstood, saying he was only making a logical guess since the 9th floor was guarded by that woman in red. Ziling frowned and asked who this woman in red was, so Long Yunshuan began explaining in detail. He said the 9th floor guardian was different, a spirit formed from someone who once cleared the tower. But Bai Xiaoni showed no fear at all, because in her eyes, no one could defeat their master. Long Yunshuan kept acting knowledgeable and said that woman in red was a once-in-10,000 years monster. Then he revealed she cleared the Great Tao Supreme Tower in just 1 hour, leaving both girls visibly shaken.